Well, good morning and welcome to Great Bend, Kansas, and day 4 of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2014. You're watching the live feed of this race, brought to you by the great folks at the Pep Boys Speed Shop, and of course our great sponsors on Drag Week, Gear Vendors, the presenting sponsor, co-presenting sponsor of the event. Rocket Brand Racing Fuels has been with us since the beginning. Jack Day's been traveling with the circus all week long. We're going to have a great day of racing here at Great Bend. Coming off an incredible day yesterday at Thunder Valley Raceway in Noble, Oklahoma. My name is Brian Loans. That is David Freiberger, and we are the two guys that will be yapping at you all day long, whether you like it or not. So it is good times here in Kansas.
We'll be entertaining you for quite some time this morning because we got a lot of moisture in the air. There's some dew on the track here at Great Bend. They have been working on drying that out for, I'd say, about 45 minutes. I'm guessing we've got about another half hour to that. It might be an hour before you see live racing action here at Drag Week. So we've got some videos to roll for you, interviews from the pits with Mike Finnegan and some of the racers from yesterday. We have some of the drama with Larry Larson, and we will be here telling you the stories of just the ungodly drama that's been going on here at Drag Week. There's never a dull moment, and the game has completely changed this morning.
Oh, the names have changed. The game has changed.
We know for a fact we're going to have a winner of Drag Week who's never done it before.
Yeah, that's great.
And we have a lot of class winners who have never even done Drag Week before. You go through that list and you see a lot of names. It's their first time they've ever showed up.
And we have guys in classes that are kind of punching up, so to speak. We'll talk about that a little bit. We got a couple cars that are running a lot quicker than their big brothers. Their big brothers are this week as well. So another note for you: you can't see it from our camera angle, but we can see it out here. Yesterday in Noble, Oklahoma, we packed the place quite literally. We pretty much filled the entire place. We are looking out the back window of the tower here, and we are seeing a line of 80 or 100 cars that's been creeping forward. That's been creeping forward for the last probably hour or two. So this place is going to be jamming today as well.
We got 6 counties worth of people lined up outside, I think. The last time we showed up here in Great Bend, we packed the stands. I think we were here in 2011 with the Drag Week Mayhem. And the thing I remember most about that week was when Mike Roy, which is the big maroon 71 Monte Carlo, I believe it was his first 7-second pass here that day. I could be wrong, but I remember he hit a milestone and people just tore down the grandstands.
Well, we got some big numbers coming today. As soon as we get this deal dried out and warmed up, we'll be on the racetrack. As David said, it could be a half hour, so we'll waiting for word from track officials. But it's been 90 to 95 degrees every other day this week. Granted, there's a lot of moisture in the air here, but it's at least at minimum 30 degrees cooler than what these guys have seen. I was looking at a DA chart for today around here, looking at air probably around the 2,000-foot area, which is far superior to anything they've seen so far.
What Brian's talking about there is density altitude. For those of you on the live feed are sort of not familiar with the weather condition banter that goes on around drag racing, it has to do with the pressure in the air relative to the temperature and humidity where you're actually standing, combined with the physical altitude that you're at. It's sort of a calculation factor that tells you how high is up. Yesterday, I think we were looking at, and this is going to be a wild guess, 4,500, 5,000 feet, something like that. So that would be as if you were at a standard temperature and pressure on a mountain at 5,500 feet. I think it's 29.92 on the barometer, and what's the temperature? 75 degrees, something like that.
Basically, we were racing at Bandamere.
Yeah, exactly. Yesterday was Bandamere on a perfect day. Today is not going to be, subterranean, but it's going to be so much better. You're going to see mile-an-hour numbers that are going to dust everything we've seen so far, and that's going to continue into Tulsa tomorrow, as I understand it.
Yeah, this big front is down here. There's a bunch of cold air came down from Canada that's going to hang with us for a couple days, and I think through Saturday. But let's turn the clock back a little bit to yesterday and talk about how the day shaped up and then how the day ended at Noble, Oklahoma, because both of us, we spent 6-7 hours driving from there to here last night, and the two of us were like just completely wired about what we had seen. So to set the stage for you a little bit, we will be showing you some video of what happened, but we went into Noble, Oklahoma knowing a couple things. We knew that Larry Larson, when we started racing, had only left Topeka a couple hours earlier. They had been stuck there overnight. A big batch of storms came in. They ran into some charging issues with that brand new S10 truck that Larry had built, and so they basically decided to stick it out and leave after the rain passed. We didn't know if they would actually make it to the track before our 2:15 cutoff time where we were closing the staging lane. So as the day's going on, we're just kind of keeping tabs. We're trying to keep track of them. We hear, they're 200 miles out there, 100 miles out. And so as all this is happening, we throw Jeff Lutz into the equation. Jeff goes out, makes a run, not a good run, and all of a sudden we find out that he has melted a hole in the cylinder head and pushed a head gasket out, and this is when things really got intense.
And of course, Lutz is the black 1957 Chevy with his new car that has never been at Drag Week before. Controversial because it is fiberglass, and that's been the big talk that's been going around. Should we have only steel cars at Drag Week, or should we have fiberglass cars? Larry, of course, huge proponent of the steel cars, and his S10 is steel, and so he's got a bloodthirsty battle going on with Lutz. Not that he really personally hates Lutz, as far as you know, but but it's been a great drama that we've seen at Drag Week for a long time. As Brian said, perpetuated yesterday as Lutz burned a hole in a cylinder head. So you've got him in one camp with a dead bullet, and you've got Larry not even on site.
Yeah.
We're talking 2 o'clock. We're talking 10 minutes till 2 o'clock,
right,
and we are shutting lanes at 2:15.
So as we're creeping forward to that 2 p.m., the kind of 2 p.m., that last 15-minute kind of, the red light comes down from the ceiling and the whoop, 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 get to the staging lanes deal. We find out that they had pulled the head off of Lutz's car, and they were actually at a machine shop that was maybe 5 miles from the racetrack, welding the thing up, trying to do just a quick machining job to get it back to the track. Now, where we were at, we're in the tower. We're kind of isolated from everything that's going on. So we're living through texts and tweets and photos that were getting sent. So then all of a sudden, I think it was you got a photo of the cylinder head on a mill.
On an actual mill. I figured they'd be there rubbing the thing against the concrete, knocking off the slag and bolting that junk on with about 3 copper head gaskets.
Yeah.
But no, they actually got it milled, put it back together. Jeff Sr. told me that he's got Jeff Jr. down to a cylinder head swap in an hour flat.
It's incredible. So as that's going on, all of a sudden, we hear someone in the tower yell, "Here it comes!" And we look out the window.
No, he was actually, there it is! Yeah. And everybody turns around, and here comes that little silver S10 putting in with a huge trailer behind it. And I swear, tears, grandstand, screaming, fireworks, the whole deal.
They didn't get out in front of him to throw the rose pedal down.
Yeah,
they did that afterwards. But so they come, Chad and Larry come in. Chad's beard's hanging out the window, the whole situation. They get into the pits. Now the whole day we're talking about, they got this routine. They got to switch the thing over. They put the different doors on it.
Oh yeah, the prep on that thing is. Well, you know what? I actually thought it took like at least an hour to prep that thing for the track. But they dogpiled the car. And what they do on that thing is it runs on alcohol. So they're able to remove the gasoline fuel system. They remove the cooling system because alcohol with water in the block will actually survive a quarter-mile pass. Alcohol has a latent heat of vaporization that makes it way cooler than gasoline. And they also change the doors from steel to carbon fiber, as you do. And they're Kansas today as we wait for our live feed to come back. Did you hear them say the live feed has actually been down ever since we started telling the story?
Oh, good.
Yeah. And so
that's not that great of a story.
We'll get it back
tell the
in
other
our ear.
good stories we have that are way better than that one. Oh, wait, no, there are no stories.
Yeah, there are no stories in Drag Week. So that one was incredible. We will probably relive it if you hear us talking about that in the grandstands as soon as our live feed goes back up. Our connection here is a little bit sketchy today. So if you're in the... Oh, we should be back up, apparently.
And we're back.
I was just saying that our connection here in Kansas is a little bit sketchy today, so we probably will drop a few times as we just did, but we will come back. It just ends up being a matter of time where we can find the bandwidth. We will ask people in the grandstands, and there are not a lot of them here today. This is going to be a request that's almost unheard of in America today, but if you could try and stay off your cell phone, specifically if you could not be streaming video on your cell phone from here, it'll help us not use up space in the local cell tower so that we can be broadcasting live to basically the whole world.
You'd be doing a service to the guy in Monrovia trying to watch the broadcast.
That's right. Yes. Yesterday, we had 8,000 people at peak watching that moment with Larry Larson. They were all over the world watching this. But when the live feed cut off just a minute ago, you were in the middle of the story, and I think we were about at the point where they were in the pits thrashing to get Larry Larson's truck finished after he had arrived with just like 20 minutes to spare before the cutoff time of racing in Thunder Valley.
Yeah, so they get down there. There's a literally competitors just diving, and there he is right now. Larry Larson is pulled onto the property. I'm looking down the staging lanes. The S10 pickup truck with the big Gigundo square trailer behind it, he is going to pull in the pits, so they're here.
Yeah. That might be the largest trailer in the history of Drag Week. I mean, basically, he has gone from no trailer winning 5 times in a row to semi-truck.
Well, we did say when they need to get parts out of it, small tire, relatively speaking, 315 millimeter or 315 mil wide drag radial on the back of it, that is trapped at 192, at 190. And it's just, that's one of those cars that's kind of punching up a weight class or two. He is running some incredible elapsed times. And he's flirting with the 200 miles an hour at this point, or he's getting to be able to flirt with 200 miles an hour, and they're leaving it in a kind of a safer tune-up here. And they said maybe on Friday when we get back to Tulsa and they know they're back by their trailer that they can really wick it up some and see what it'll do. But I have not had a chance to get into my historical archives. But the reality is that may be the fastest non-unlimited car we have ever had at Drag Week, and I still have to verify that fact, but I'm almost positive that it is.
He's just telling us in our ear that the live feed is back, and so we'll explain to the audience that our Wi-Fi connection to the sky and to whatever makes the internet actually happen
the magic.
is pretty poor today, and so those dropouts, unfortunately, might be a fact of life. They'll happen every once in a while, but we will come back. I don't think there's going to be a point today, unless we start dropping just like every 5 minutes or something like that, where we're actually just going to pull the plug on it. Our video guys will make that call for us, but we will come back and do everything we can to get you the live feed.
Yeah, we will. Yeah,
I'm hearing in my ear that we're recording everything anyway, so we will be able to do that and put up the complete live replay later on today. So you will be able to see virtually every run down the drag strip. If we go to downtime or something like that, there's no reason for us to record that and air it later. So you'll actually see a little bit of a tighter program if the live feed doesn't work. Right. So if we do go down permanently for the day, we will put up a replay at the very end of the day, which could end up being, it'll probably be live when, Dustin, when video crew, are we going to get that up immediately after, or do you think it'll be up this evening? Oh, right. He's pointing out that we will have to find a place for Signal to actually upload a 7-hour video. And so it could be well into the evening before we get that live, but we will have a complete replay if the live feed drops of today. And as a matter of fact, if the live feed goes on, the replay lives. You can go back and actually drink about 38 six-packs while you're watching every minute of Drag Week from day one
that
on
would
YouTube.
probably be fatal. So let's not do that. Maybe like 30 six-packs. I think those last 8 six-packs would probably put you under.
Oh, yeah, you know, it's the 87 beers that gets you.
It's the
86, you're all right.
It's always the last one.
Yeah, one too far. So we were telling the story. Again, we keep on reliving the whole Larry Larson thing about 30 times, but they're missing it on the live feed. So we're wrapping it up at the point of Larry actually parked on the starting line, coming up into Boost yesterday at Tulsa. And very long story short, the thing breaks. Devastation in the crowd. Nobody knows what to do. A silence falls over Thunder Valley.
Yeah, that was the thing. Like, no one knew what to do. Like, we didn't know what to do. Like, you didn't know whether you're supposed to just go, oh, or you're supposed to be happy that they at least got in. Like, it was just, you didn't know what to do.
And a moment ago I misspoke. I believe I said Tulsa. I meant Thunder Valley, Noble, Oklahoma. So this was just yesterday that this happened. So the truck was physically broken. Everybody was completely dejected, although if you watch the video we put up today, I'm amazed at Larry's mood on this deal. This actually shows the class of this guy. He's a gentleman. He's always been an ultimate sportsman in addition to being our 5-time winner. And instead of throwing his helmet and kicking the dog and, you know, yelling at people, the guy's basically got a smile on his face, shaking his head, all those guys, even Chad.
Yeah, you know? I think at some point, you know, Larry and Chad and those guys, it's everything kind of comes. You have the moment where it is like it's the ship is running to the rocks, right? And it's like, but then after a few minutes, you look around and you go, okay, you know, I had a bad day at the drag races.
Right.
I'm at the drag races on a Wednesday with a truck that makes 3,000 horsepower, and it didn't run right. Okay.
Okay.
There's a guy digging a ditch in 90-degree heat somewhere today, and I'm doing this. So
I think it's the buildup of the 9 months prior to that. It just all comes down to that moment. And here's what it is, and here's actually the better story that happens today. By the rules of Drag Week, you got a 20-second time that day. He remains in Drag Week competition, and everybody was saying pretty quickly, are they going to throw in the towel? Are they going to keep going? And Larry and Chad made the decision pretty quickly. They got the truck fixed, and they are going to keep going. They are here at Great Bend today, and I think they're going to put on a big show. I'm guessing a lot of test and tune laps today. They're finally going to calm down, get their poop in a group, and by the end of the week, I think we are looking for the fastest single street legal pass in the history of the earth and beyond.
Well, yeah, and to be selfish from our benefit, from a spectator, I guess from us, an interested spectator point of view. this was going to be really good because
Yep.
gone is the need to judge anybody else's competition. Now, the only thing they got to worry about, and they don't really have anything to worry about at this point, is going out there, coming back, looking at what the data says, and going, turn the wick a little bit this way, turn the wick a little bit that way. I mean, we saw, for those of you that haven't been following since the very beginning, we saw that truck on the first run it ever made go 699, which is, it went 699. Stop right there. At the 8th mile, it was going almost 190 miles an hour. So that truck, on that one pass, showed it was capable of 230, 240 out the door. The power is there. Obviously, Larry builds a hell of a chassis. We know the chassis is there, and it's just making those things agree with each other. They got Scott Clark down there working with them and working on tuning the thing, and it's like Scott is a very well-renowned tuner on fuel-injected engines, and they're doing some stuff down there with that big Proline motor that we've seen of a lot of very powerful cars. Jeff Lutz's car is incredibly powerful. Tom Bailey's is incredibly. That thing is literally in another league.
Oh, it is. But it's actually so powerful that it has become the absolute center of gravity of all media coverage of Drag Week. And I think it's time to move on and actually talk about the players who have now come into the program.
This is very entertaining.
That's
Absolutely.
right. Now, what we had at the very beginning of the week was Tom Bailey running a 6:54 on his first day. He was last year's winner of Drag Week, and he was looking really solid until day 2 when he broke a cylinder head, broke a block. Long story, he's out of here. Then we've got Larry Larson who comes in, lays down a 22nd time. Mathematically, he cannot win. He's out of here. So we see 4 more players come up. First, Doug Klein, a guy who has just taken an absolute Louisville Slucker beating at Drag Week many years, physically kissing the wall at Tulsa a couple years ago, having bad luck way down to the first Drag Week when I believe it was him that went into the sandbox.
Might have been.
And that could be wrong, but he has just had a tough time, and now he's out here with his 69 Camaro, rebuilt, I think looking better than before. He disagrees with that statement, but it doesn't matter when he's looking at his time slip that says 680. That's where he's standing right now, which is just an amazing thing. So he is leading Drag Week right now. Oh, no, I take it back. I'm sorry. Sorry. Take that back. Back up. Pull the chute on that.
Strike that and reverse it.
We have Jeff Lutz leading Drag Week right now, followed closely by Doug Klein with that 680. And then Joe Barry, another guy who has suffered through, I think it's his 3rd or 4th year, and he's broken down on the road. He's had trouble with tire shake.
Look, you've lived in California your entire life and been through like a million earthquakes.
Right.
Joe Barry has been through more tire shake time than you have been through earthquake time over his years at Drag
by
Week.
a lot. He's basically left a trail of window trim like Rice left behind at a wedding.
He's the Johnny Appleseed of window trim.
Completely. Now, the window trim shakes off this car about, 10 out of 10 times he takes it down the track, but he is in the 3rd spot here. Now's when it gets really interesting, though, because every car I just listed, in order, Lutz, Klein, Barry, they're all in the unlimited class. That's a class with no rules. They can do whatever they want. But now we look into the 4th place spot and the 5th place spot. Number 4 is a small-tired car. Okay?
Yes, it is.
This is stunning. And I'll have to actually look to get the number here. George Gallimore shows up with this 70, grab the wrong sheet. Oh, that's because I'm looking in the wrong class. I'm looking at unlimited. If he's number 4, he must be unlimited. He is actually in, okay, I can't find what I'm looking at while we're live here. I think his number is like a 768.
Yes.
Now, the point is right behind him is Mike Roy, also in a Monte Carlo.
With with funny car tires
with
on
a funny car tire on the back. That guy has been all over Drag Week constantly. That's the guy who made the Hero Pass I was talking about here at Great Bend earlier. And this has been a dominating car in the Pro Street Power Adder class at Drag Week. And here he is, I'm about to say, behind a small tire car. But by behind, I mean 0.0007 seconds. Okay?
Yeah.
You can't count that far down. 7/10 thousandths of a second separates the average ET over 3 days of drag racing between these 2 Monte Carlos, both with turbocharged big blocks in them, one on a funny car slick, one on a drag radial.
Right. And they're both very entertaining to watch for different reasons. Mike Roy's car, leaves. It's like a building coming off the ground. I mean, the thing's gigantic. It hikes the front end up and goes out and sets it down and just runs the number. Whereas Gallimore's car with that little tire on it, they really have to manage the launch. So the first 80, 100 feet of the racetrack is kind of like just kind of getting under its own, and then the boost comes in, and that thing is like it's a JATO missile strapped to the roof. I mean, it's gone.
Brings us to the second point, which is Gallimore's Black Nova runs 10 mile an hour faster than Roy.
Yeah.
And you got to understand, in the quarter mile, building it in the second half, that thing is putting out some power.
We were watching the replay last night, and we ended up just stopping or picking it up on one of Gallimore's runs. Actually, no, somebody clipped it on Facebook. It's actually somebody clipped it and put it like just the clip of one of Gallimore's runs on Facebook, and it was from Tulsa, I believe. Anyway, he's racing. He's the guy in the other lane's running like a Mustang or something. The dude in the other lane cuts this really nice light, and he's out like 300 feet. And George leaves. And, I mean, it about sucked the paint off the side of this poor guy's car. He came by, and the other guy was, like, tied to a stump. And so super entertaining to watch. We'll see them out there today. And, again, we talk about the air and all. And if you've got an NA car or you got a boosted car, everyone's going to benefit by a little bit more dense air here.
And that is going to change the game a lot. I just wanted to make one more point about those players. It only takes one car to fall out before we potentially see a small tire car in the top 3 at Drag Week.
And that's probably a never happened before situation, if I had to guess.
Well, probably the first couple of years we saw some of that. I'm not sure.
But was anybody even running a radial or a small tire back then? You look at, like, Larry had big tires in that thing. Carl Scott had big tires on it. Phil Cooper's car was a big tire car. I mean, you look at maybe there were guys running radials in the smaller stuff, but really, in my remembrance anyway, the real heavy-duty stuff was all on a full deal slick.
Well, 10 years ago, was a drag radial even a thing? I mean, they were out there for sure, but I don't think it had become like the 275 deal that's going on
Yeah, it definitely
today.
hadn't. It was, that whole thing was smoldering, but it hadn't really ignited at that point. But
right.
Yeah, but it was coming, but it wasn't here quite yet.
I'm surprised we haven't seen more 275 drag radial cars here at Drag Week. I think that actually tells you those things are not going to survive a 1,000-mile drive, which shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. Some of the stuff here is ragged edge, but they've figured out how to make it live, or at least how to fix the thing repeatedly on the side of the road night after night.
Probably, I'm going to go on a limb here and say your favorite, if not one of your favorite cars, is that Super Bee that's sitting down in the staging lanes right now. We can talk a little bit about how cool that thing is and why.
That's the thing is, once again, the center of gravity on the attention for Drag Week's always on the Unlimited, the fastest guys. There's another 300 cars that show up that, by the way, all have amazing stories. And I think personally, the thing is, these are the guys who are here doing it. I said in the drivers' meeting, these are the people whose cars are faster than their mouth.
Yeah.
Guaranteed, because they're not sitting at home on a keyboard. No offense to you live feed viewers. They are, in fact, here racing their cars. And talking about that Super Bee, it's a high-dollar car. I mean, we're not talking about your budget build. Right. There's no hose clamp on the transmount on that program. It is a fast car. Factory-appearing stock tire, former Dave Dudek car. He's the guy whose name you know from the epic Hemi versus Buick shootout, actually the second wave of Hemi versus Buick shootout, not the early 80s one, but the one that's been going on with this new series. It is on a bias ply, Redline Goodyear, like they sold at the dealership in 1968. And on the first day of competition here, he put together a 1080 pass looking bone stock. So that's one of the more interesting cars at Drag Week. But you'll also see guys like these gassers who are right out front in line. That has become one of my favorite classes. And basically, we just kicked the hinge off the door on that thing this week. It's become completely different. I think Dennis Taylor is the guy who decided to build a dedicated car just for this and to dominate.
Yep, and he was, to a point, and then he ran into some, what we suspect was mechanical issues on day 2, and the car did not run. It ran a second off its previous performance yesterday. So he was parked at our hotel this morning. He had not yet awoken, so I don't know if they're working on it, if they're here. I'm not sure, but I'm sure they'll be on the racetrack today, but we'll see if it's running 9s or not. Hey, just a quick reminder, Pep Boys Speed Shop is the organization that's supporting our live broadcast here. They're the presenting sponsor of the live broadcast. Pep Boys Speed Shop is a very interesting deal. There's 100 locations across the country, ever expanding. They're adding more as we speak, but basically it's a division of Pep Boys, 100 of their stores have the Speed Shop as part of the Pep Boys store. You can walk in, you can buy stuff like drag radials. They have all kinds of high-performance equipment. They carry good inventory. But the most important thing about the Pep Boys Speed Shop are the guys that are working at the Pep Boys Speed Shop. This is not a guy who's going to ask you if your car is air conditioning when you're trying to buy a ball joint. You know, this is a guy, these are people, real hot rodders, guys that have a lot of experience and real-world experience. So if you have a Pep Boys Speed Shop in your neighborhood, we'd love you to go in there and just experience it, check it out, and get the feel for it, because we know once you do it, you're going to love it.
And that's not really just the ad sales copy.
No.
And I'll say this, I'm in contact with the guys at the top of Pep Boys Speed Shop, people running the whole program, and we've discussed doing a competition to have hot rod readers actually apply to be Pep Boys Speed Shop managers. So that's
cool.
pretty cool.
Yeah.
We are hearing that we are able to run a camera, and what's interesting is we're all on camera cables here this week. This is not exactly Stone Age technology, but it's also not exactly 2014 technology. We're not on a wire, so typically we can't talk to people in the pits. We show you that on instant replays. Right now, we can actually go live to Mike Finnegan in the pits because we've run a cable out there, and he's going to talk to a guy who has owned a 67 Corvette for 35 years, and he's had 5 different engines in it, and his latest one is here at Drag Week. So let's go ahead live with Mike Finnegan in the pits.
I'm here live with Terry Converse. We're on the 4th day of Drag Week here. We're nearing the finish line. Have you had any major problems out on the road so far?
No, we had some fuel pressure drop on the hot day, so we checked it, and it's okay. It's an Aeromotive pump, A1000, and just slowed down a little bit. It's the heat. The heat gets to it with the slower speed on the road. So no problems.
Okay, well, I imagine you know this car pretty well because you've, from what I've been told, owned this for almost 4 decades. You've had a lot of different motors in it, and right now, you've got an LS in there. What is it exactly?
This is a 427 LS. It's an LS3 stroked and bored slightly to exactly 427 inches. It's L92 heads, 624 lift cam, and 11-to-1 compression. So it supposedly has some horsepower, but I wish it had a little more. It's not like the old days with the 540 big block in there. So we'll freshen it up a little more for next year, okay?
And you're sitting, what is it, 10th right now in your class?
No, it used to run 10s with the big block. We're running 1160s now. So I've got a lot of stuff to do. I'm going to port the heads and put a bigger cam in and maybe change the transmission back to an automatic and have some fun.
So it sounds like you're going to come back and visit us again at Drag Week next year.
Absolutely. We're just having a ball. My lifelong friend, Rick Main, is with me. We went to kindergarten together, so we've been buddies forever and ever, and he's making the trip with me. I just retired in June, so this is the first year I've had the time to go from California out here. It's a lot of miles, 1,500 to Tulsa. So a lot of towing, and we're having a ball.
Yeah, you are far from home. And what do you think today about the weather we've got here at Great Bend?
I'm hoping for a 1040, or excuse me, for an 1140. I'm hoping for a little cold air would be just great for this motor. So we'll see. We're having fun though.
All right. Well, good luck, and hopefully we see you tomorrow at the end of this deal.
Thank you, Mike. We'll be there.
Well, once again, Mike Finnegan. What else can we say?
My hetero life mate.
Every segment that he's
right.
done has been fantastic. What a great interview down there with the Corvette owner, and you got stuff to tell racers.
I do. I'm getting texts from the pits from our race director, Lonnie Grimm. Competitors need to enter the lanes actually from the north end. We kept on saying east, apparently. Screw the geography. Here's the program. You need to go all the way towards the front gate in order to enter the staging lanes. The short chute is closed in the midway. We will use lanes 3 and 4. 3 and 4. And we have an express lane, which is number 2 for the unlimited class and for people who are pulling out of impound. Let's talk impound.
Yeah, let's talk impound.
Impound is something that we came up with at Drag Week a couple years ago, and it's basically to keep racers legit, not only for our own purposes, but to keep credibility legit.
Sure.
And what we're talking about is at Drag Week, we require the cars to make this 1,000-mile road trip under their own power without assistance. We tell them they cannot have a support crew with them. Let's be completely honest, people have blown through that rule in all kinds of ridiculous ways. They're entering daily drivers. They've got people following them. They got station wagons full of parts. They got crew cab dualies full of parts. It's such a gray rule and no way to actually put your pin on it. We've had a lot of ugly conversations with a lot of people. We've sorted some stuff out. But our biggest control factor, and what I'm saying is, out on the road, it's a little hard to look at that. Here at the drag strip, we can control it very carefully by putting cars in impound. Sure. And we can say only the two of you riding in the car can work on the car. And so this morning we have thrown some people into impound. One of them, Brian will appreciate because he wants to see this car be as legit as it possibly can be, and I have no reason to believe it isn't. George Gallimore is down there in impound. We also, and I find this comedic, have Stretchy Truck. The S10.
Because he's got a lot to hide there.
Yeah, that's exactly. He's got his guts hanging out in the breeze.
That thing is the nudist pickup truck.
It is.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen that on our live feed in the past couple days, the Stretchy Truck is an S10 extended cab that is truly stretched out, into the, it's as long as those grandstands, and it has a turbo big block Chevy behind the cab. Now, let's see, other car is Lutz. He's thrown Lutz, and I am guessing he does not mean Jeffrey Jr.
I don't think the 780 car is going in. I think the 690 car is going in.
Yeah, that would be a reasonable estimation. I think Lonnie probably has his wits about him. Now, the last car in impound is the S10.
Okay, Larson.
That's right, Larry Larson. One might ask, why would you impound Larry Larson when he has no chance of winning at this point? Here's why. Larry's game is to stay in drag week despite the fact that mathematically he can no longer win. And the reason why he needs to complete the whole week, because normally if somebody is out, we allow them to make fun test and tune passes, and he could have done that every day of drag week from now through Saturday. But he wants to stay in the game because for the first time ever on Saturday, we are going to have a heads-up shootout. We've never done that before. Normally this is time trials, but on Saturday, we're going to make reaction time count, and they are going to race to the stripe.
And everybody's going on a ladder. So if there's a guy in Daily Driver that wants to run the shootout, fantastic. He might be the 128th qualifier, and he may be facing an 8 seconds car. It's going to be literally a battle royale. It's drag racing's version of a battle royale. Everybody's going in the ring, and only one man will survive.
That's right. And Larry Larson wants to be that man, and so he has to stay in drag week competition to be eligible to go on that ladder the last day. So that's why they got him in impound down there, which, you know what? I think it's probably going to help keep some fans away from the truck, might help them focus a little bit. They're really now going to look at, rubbing some love into that truck instead of just thrashing on it.
Well, Mike Finnegan is down in the staging lanes. He has repositioned himself, I believe, 6 or 8 feet to the left, and he is in front of that awesome Super Bee we just talked about. Mike, spill the guts on that Super Bee. That thing rules.
All right, Rick Callahan, how are you doing on day 4 of Drag Week? How is the Super Bee running?
Super Bee's running great. It's not really a proven road car. This is its first real road test. It's been mostly a drag race car, but it's flawless. It's running cool. It's no major problems. We've been real happy.
Seen any weird things on the road during this road trip?
Well, aside from the wildlife and a few police officers pulling over some of my competitors, no. This is my 8th one, so we've seen a lot. We've been in Amarillo. We've been to all around as far as the country, but it's...
This car is very quick for a Hemi-powered Super Bee. Tell me about the stance, because I've noticed this thing always has a gangster lean going on.
Well, it does, and some of that's the springs are a little bit weak right now, but it's for weight transfer. Quite frankly, it's got so much power, and without being able to use slicks in the class that it runs in, and I didn't want to use the drag radial this year. I wanted to keep it like a fast car and see how it would perform here with thin tires, and it really, I've been very happy with the way it's hooked up at most of the tracks, and we're looking forward to. But yeah, the lean is all weight transfer. You can't have this much power and have the back end up in the air.
It is impressive how quick you're going on those pizza cutters. I've got one more question for you here. It is decidedly cooler than we've had all week, but it's also a little wet out here. Will the car go quicker in this weather than it did yesterday?
Well, I'm open to it. A lot of it's going to be the 60 foot. If I can get off the line, I think I've got power now that I haven't had. We changed the fuel pump yesterday. We had some fuel pump issues, and then I'm hopeful that the fuel filter is not an issue right now. But yeah, I'm looking forward to our quickest time of the week today.
Awesome. All right. Well, good luck. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Well, there you have it. Get the tractor out. and the sprayer is a spraying, and that means we're getting close.
Apparently, we just came back to us off of Mike Finnegan talking about that amazing Super Bee. A couple things we're observing while we're standing around off of the live feed. First is I see them actually gluing the track now, and that's a good sign. It probably means they've got it dried out and ready to go, which it will be nice for the 700 cars that are lined up on the highway out here.
We're doing a Field of Dreams impersonation here.
Completely. Man. And can you imagine what that looked like in 1955? All the cool cars that must have been here for spectating at the very first NHRA Nationals. That's one of the cool things about Drag Week is it feels like those early days of drag racing where there are essentially no limits on what you can actually do to your car. You know what? I see Monty Smith from NOS walking in. How many mother bottles are we through now? 11 mother bottles full of nitrous. Do you have anything left to give out today?
Wow.
Okay, so it sounds like we're out of nitrous for today, everybody. That's because people have been sucking on that thing like, like no tomorrow. We will have 3 bottles coming into Tulsa tomorrow. So if you are a nitrous racer out of nitrous, do you have any suggestions at our local speed shop or anything?
He's got one left.
He has 1 left today. Correction, we're not out of nitrous today. We do have 1 left. Go see Monty from NOS, and he will dial you in. But please be courteous. Do not be cooling your radiator with these things. You know, it's not cool.
Right. If you know you got enough to make your one hit and then leave, don't go over and suck a bunch out of Monty's mother bottle because we're going to have 3 there tomorrow. So we'll be able to fix you up tomorrow. But we'd really like everybody to get a chance to get a mouthful of the stuff before they get done today. So you mentioned one of the other things that I think is exciting about Drag Week in general is the fact that we're still at a point in this thing, and foreseeably will be for a few years, where, and for probably many years, where we're seeing incremental improvements every year in performance, and there aren't many places in drag racing left where that's the case, where you have an unlimited category that a guy can show up and do anything, and your expectation is it's actually going to get faster. We haven't reached a plateau yet where it's going to be just everybody running 620 or 630.
It has not.
We haven't
leveled.
got there yet.
Well, and of course the next big barrier, because we've busted through 200, we've busted through 225, we've busted through 6s, 5s.
Yeah.
People are actually speaking out loud about a 5-second street legal car. I think Chad might be one of those people speaking out loud about it.
I think he is.
But nevertheless, it's being discussed. And they're actually going to try and do it. I'm going to go out on a limb and say we're not going to see the 5s this week. Even Larry himself is saying that's not going to happen. That truck is built for that goal, which is a wow.
It's a whopper of a goal. I think the interval between seeing them will be longer than this week and maybe longer than the next couple of years. I think just looking at the progression of things, I mean, we're picking up leaps and bounds. I mean, it was 699 that it dumped down to 683 last year with Tom, and it's looking like it either may be close to that or, depending on what happens the next couple of days, it may go a little bit deeper than that.
And in all the classes, just look again, we keep coming back to George Gallimore. Here's a small tire car, street legal, driving 1,000 miles, running 760s.
Sure.
It's just incredible. And apparently, we've got Finnegan back down in the staging lanes. I'm not sure who he's speaking with
Mike
this
Moore.
time.
He's got Mike Moore in that awesome Ford Custom down there.
Oh, okay.
Mike Moore is Canadian, and he looks as though he's about to freeze to death in the staging lanes. You're supposed to be thick-blooded down there, Mike. What's going on?
So let's throw to Finnegan down there in lanes with that, I believe, 57 Ford.
If we had 2 groups of street race, small block, naturally aspirated car, Michael Moore would be leading Group 2, which is the 12-second and slower group. But you still look like you're having fun, man. How's it going?
It's been going great. 5th time, so what can I say? I drive all the way down here every time, so it's got to say something.
How many drag weeks have you finished out of the 5?
4.
That's a pretty good record. It really is.
Yeah.
And tell us about the 57 Ford here. What do we got under the hood?
Small block 302. AFR heads, 11 to 1, 11.5 to 1 compression. Not much else. That's about it.
Any idea how much power it puts to the tires?
Not to the tires. It dynoed at 506 on a flywheel.
Oh, cool. It's a pretty stout engine. All right, we're 4 days into this deal. You've covered, I don't know, probably 800 or 900 miles already. Do you have any stories from the road? Anything that's broken down? Any weird stuff you've seen? Encounters with small animals? What happened?
No, it's uneventful. There's the alternator and the fans are fighting each other. But other than that, and it's an oven inside that thing. But other than that, it's been pretty uneventful so far.
Well, it's about 50 degrees here, so the oven's probably a welcome change for drag week.
Yeah, that'll be a nice change. Maybe I'll have some clothes that aren't soaking wet when I get home.
And how much do you think you're going to pick up ET-wise today?
Oh, boy, I don't know. I only had 22 miles on the car when I started in Tulsa, so that was my first times down the track with it. So I'm not really sure. It'd be nice to pick up a couple.
Cool. So every pass is basically a new adventure for you here.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's been that way.
All right. Well, good luck, and hopefully we see you at the finish here.
I bet.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, keep talking to camera. Apparently, I got to keep going here, which is going to be difficult because I don't know what to say. Oh, last night, what happened? We saw all kinds of cool stuff last night. We saw people swerving around animals. I believe Larry Larson swerved around armadillos. God knows what else. Chad said he was actually trying to get the back wheels of the trailer to kiss the armadillos as they went by them. We've seen deer take out the front end of Mike Crow's car. That wasn't last night, but still scary. A little bit of controversy in the gasser class yesterday. We've got 4 different guys, all with tires that are right on the limit of being wide enough or too wide, depending if who you are if you're racing them. But yesterday was awesome. Lots of drama, lots of good passes. Today I'm hoping for even better passes because it's damn cold here at Great Bend. I need to actually put on a flannel under my jacket because I'm from California and I'm not even used to this. And right now I look in the lanes and we've got probably about 30 cars waiting to go. And these are probably the smart people. Get here early, make one hit, and get out of the way because they're basically in the home stretch here. If they can break the beams here, they've got another 300 miles, and then they're done. They've finished drag week. So right now it looks like we're going to go back to Dave and Brian.
Oh, really?
Well, we are back here to Mike Finnegan down there in the pits. Another great interview with Mike Moore. One of the names that just came up, Dave Schroeder, a guy that's racing in our unlimited category, has that awesome blue Corvette, the road race kind of Mark Donahue-style paint scheme on there. Dave's been a competitor for several years, a big nitrous combination in that car. He's never finished the event. And yesterday, went down the racetrack, saw a bunch of smoke come out of the thing and went, uh-oh. They replaced a piston, and they're 100 miles out right now.
Right, and that's another guy who, because of a licensing problem, got a 20-second ET on the first day. Mathematically, he can't win, but he's sticking with it. Monty Smith is here tuning on the car, and are they looking for a 699?
Well, probably what we'll do today, since they've never finished, is make a motor pass here, just get it to Tulsa so they can finish and then run it.
They're going to make a motor pass here just so they can finish drag week for the first time ever. Once we get to Tulsa, he's really going to step on it. The other thing is we have one of the gentlemen who started this drag strip standing here. Unfortunately, we're not mic'd up so that we could do interviews on the live feed. We would love to be able to do that, but we absolutely want to talk to you for Hot Rod Magazine. So thank you very much for being here. This is going to be great. I can't wait to hear those stories.
It's incredible.
Brian and I love almost nothing more than the history of drag racing and talking to guys like you who were there and who saw the whole thing. So that'll be fun when we catch
It's one
up.
of the great things left about the sport is the fact that it is still by and large a living history. And whether we're here at this fantastic facility or you're at Indy or somewhere else, you can still talk to the guys that built these places and that were there when they opened. And as the march of time goes on, that's not always going to be the case. So, like you said, one of the things I cherish is just being able to spend 5 minutes or 10 minutes with guys like that, and just so you can get the story locked down. It gets, we're passing this information on.
Absolutely, and I'm trying to think of the historic tracks that we've been to on drag week, and there's so many because, of course, there's Indy.
Sure.
Bowling Green. Does Bowling Green really have a signature event that made it a standout, or is it just old and so cool and the grandstands are so bitchin' that we love it?
A couple of them, but the funny thing is about the Bowling Green signature events is they didn't come until the track had already been there a while. So the Sports Nationals was the legendary one that the NHRA held there in the 70s. But I think even more than that was the motorcycle drag racing in Bowling Green was huge, and they had, I don't know if it was AMA or what the organization was, but their kind of indie race was at Bowling Green every year. And the stories, my God, the stories from the 70s of that thing. There was a guy named T.C. Christensen from Wisconsin that ran a twin-engine Norton called the Hog Slayer. And he went out there and he whipped
Hog Slayer.
Yeah, well, because he went out and whipped the Harleys all over the place. That's why they called it the Hog Slayer. And they made a documentary about he and his crew chief and the motorcycle and the whole deal. And he told these stories that they would rent 3 hotel rooms in Bowling Green. One of the rooms they would fill with beer. And they had a guy that they paid that sat there, and you can drink as much as you want, and he would guard the thing so it didn't get stolen. And it was complete debauchery, I guess. But that Bowling Green track, you know, in terms of look and feel and appearance, and it's just like that place is a time warp, you know.
And you know that famous photo of the Opal driving through the Christmas tree?
Frank
I think Dawn
Mazzy.
shot that, right?
Yeah,
Who was Frank's daughter?
Yeah, Dawn was I think Richard Brady or one of those guys shot that because Dawn was a kid when that happened.
Oh, I thought she actually took the picture.
You can find that photo, and Frank Mazzy raced a Comp Eliminator for many years, and the God of Hellfire was the name of the car, and it was an Opel GT with a blown big block in it. And at the time, the tree at Bowling Green had this big concrete ring around it, and he lost a spring broke in the Detroit locker. He launched the car, it pitched sideways right into that concrete ring, and it's like a piece of tinfoil. I mean, the Opel is just folding up around that thing. It's an incredible photo.
And the windshield's popping out of the thing. It's pretty great. Speaking of old school tracks that we've been to on Drag Week and that have an unusual Christmas tree situation, we've been to Milan. Remember when they had the tree hanging on a chain over the track? And what's great about that particular track is, once again, I don't think there's a landmark event that like made that thing happen, but it's in every press photo from all the Detroit stuff that was tested on the drag strip, both then and now. There's great pictures of, like, you know, Dick Landy and Super Bees there testing the things, and Chrysler engineers, Ram Chargers guys, because it's so local to Michigan. So that place is pretty awesome.
Herb McCandless, when I was talking to him at Indy, he was telling stories about, you know, they would like sneak in and out of that place. They would, you know, they'd show up with a car that had no paint and stuff on it and be testing parts out. And he said one day, they made 29 runs in one day in the early 70s in a Pro Stocker at that place.
Wow.
And they had a set of carburetors. They were testing a bunch of different sets of carburetors. This is actually pretty funny. He said they had a bunch of different carburetors, and there was this one particular set where the thing picked up like 3 or 4 Hun, and so they kept swapping them off. So he says to the guy, "Can we make one more run with the second set of carburetors?" "Yeah, sure." So they go down the end of the racetrack. Well, he had put the other set of carburetors in the car with him, runs down the end of the racetrack. Well, he's waiting for them to come get him. He jumps out, wings the slower carbs on, takes the other ones and throws them. So he took them and ran with them the next week on his race car. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. You know, we're talking about the historic stuff. One of the things that I wanted to create here at Drag Week was the Gasser AFX class so that we could have a taste of that coming in here at Drag Week. And we're down again with Mike Finnegan on the line, who's going to talk to Andrew Nelson, who's got that Studebaker Gasser. And he's had some tough luck here. And
keep going for me, Matt. Yeah. I'm here with Andrew and Paula Nelson, who you guys got a 1960 Studebaker Lark for free. How does that happen?
Well, we were 7th in line to get the Studebaker. We called them, and all of a sudden they called us and said, "Well, it's yours. If you want it, come and get it." And so my husband said, "Okay, we'll be there with the truck and trailer." And they were like, "Well, maybe you ought to just look at it first." And my husband said, "Oh no, we're coming to get it."
And it was just that easy. You showed up and you got a free car, free hot rod, basically.
Basically, yeah. It had some parts with it that we were able to get rid of, but it was a neat story. The original owner had bought it in 1959 and drove it as a salesperson for up until 1971, and then his son turned it into a hot rod for himself. Had a little 283 3-speed in it. And he stored it for a couple decades, and then when his sister needed to store some things, it got pushed out behind the barn, and this thing had gotten so much water in the engine, the cylinder walls rusted through. It was a basket case. So I appreciate the gassers. So ultimately, we bought a front axle for $8. It's a 61 Econoline axle, and we put the car together with the intention of competing here at Drag Week. And last year we tried to compete. We showed up with only 9 miles on it because we had to pull the engine multiple times, and then just a few days before the event, the rear end went bad, so I slapped together a bunch of factory parts and we threw it in. And when we left Bowling Green, we almost made it to Indy, but ultimately had an ignition fire, and that sent us home early.
Wow. Well, maybe this is the year. I mean, you are in the home stretch of this deal. It's Thursday. You've got to break the beams here, drive about 300 miles, break the beams again, and then you can say you finished Drag Week in a Studebaker.
Yeah, that's going to be cool. This is an awesome event. This is awesome how well the whole event has been orchestrated with the sights that we get to see, the camaraderie among the individuals, and just people getting to know you and getting to know others has been a real privilege, because there's many different folks, different means and different cars, and yet everyone has a common goal, and that's really special. And this event is so much harder than people realize. You're not just driving 1,000 miles. 2 days ago, it was 97 degrees at one point, and today it's 51 degrees, and there's those extremes. You've got rain that we encountered, you've got the breakdowns, and we had a temperature issue going into Topeka. We had a gas leak at one point. We had a brake line leak, and it's a challenge. This is way tougher than people think. It looks easy on TV, but when you're out there by yourself, there's a lot of vast country out there that we go through, and it's appreciated that folks are looking out for each other too.
Yeah, the camaraderie here is amazing, and it seems like anyone that comes here is going to leave with a whole bunch of friends that they might only see once a year, but they're going to have them for the rest of their lives.
Truly.
Who have you met on Drag Week that you think probably deserves the Spirit of Drag Week award?
Wow, I'd have to think about that. No one comes to my mind first, but I've met a dozen people I'd probably think about.
That's cool. And tell us about the road. How was it yesterday? I mean, we had some extreme winds, a whole lot of rain. Did you guys have any difficulty getting here?
No, the wind is definitely pushing the tall cars around. The gasser guys feel the wind, but other than that, the heat was the big thing 2 days ago. But the wind yesterday, the rain wasn't too bad. So
cool. Well, you're almost there, so good luck, sir, and
thank you.
I'll see you tomorrow at Tulsa.
You bet.
Well, being regaled up here with some stories of the good old days and of the great history of this racetrack. And, one of the things to think about that's kind of cool about Drag Week this year is when 1955, the first NHRA Nationals, there were 219 entries here. We drove out of Tulsa with how many cars?
310.
And we have 45 that have hit the skids?
46. Yeah, 46 are out. And the attrition is the thing. Everybody at Drag Week's always looking at my car's fastest, my car's fastest. They have no concept of the torture test that is the actual driving on the highway. In fact, I find it pretty comedic when people come up to me and whine to me about the route and say, oh, there was a speed bump here. You shouldn't have put the gravel there. Like, dude, that's the point.
Yeah, that's a car.
Yeah, you need to actually drive this junk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We lost, I think, 30 on the first day, which typically every year 30 is the first day rather is the day when we lose most people. And interestingly, though, we didn't have anybody actually kind of barf on the racetrack. There was a lot of stuff that happened, but none of it was really. We didn't have any oil pan failures, I guess you'd say.
I think we've only had. Actually, we've had 2 cars drive over the crank, but they've happened out on the highway.
Yeah.
Nobody is. Cross fingers. I shouldn't even say this out loud. Never mind.
Yeah, let's not go down that road. Everybody in the tower is like, go ahead. Yeah, you say it.
Go ahead.
You
You
be the one to say it.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and warm up the kitty litter while you go down that road.
One of the great things about this track as well, everybody here is a volunteer.
Oh, I know.
And it's incredible. And, we rolled in today, and we see a lot of racetracks, and you can immediately tell a place where they take pride in the place. And you walk out here, everything's painted, everything's clean. This tower is awesome. The grounds are maintained. So this place could be an example for a lot of racetracks around the country, 100%. You get the sense, right? The first guy we talked to this morning, it was like, thanks for coming, thanks for being here. That's huge. So,
and they have like a picnic area. How often do you see actual grass and actual living trees at a drag strip?
I was looking for a sandwich.
Yeah, it was pretty good. So I think that our call right now is going racing 10 o'clock local time, right? What do we got? It is currently 9:31. We're looking at 10 o'clock, which means precisely 29 more minutes of this.
Yes.
That's
well,
right.
and this right here. Let's not forget this.
Right. The girth is astounding on the live feed from Pep Boy Speed Shops. Thank you.
This seesaw is not a one-way deal.
The seesaw becomes catapult.
We got a lot of racers that have made their preparations. I see Frank Romano pulling in now down the end of the staging lanes there. Frank's got that big block stick car that's violent that was on the cover of the magazine. And there's his buddy Glenn Hunter right behind him. So Hunter and Romano heading in, and we got a lot of racers lined up in the staging lanes.
Oh, look at that. Okay, we were talking about density altitude earlier, the weather conditions here, and how it's going to affect how fast these cars go. Here's actual numbers. 57 degrees corrected altitude. Oh, the 57 degrees outside. The corrected altitude, 2471. Track temp, 60. So that's probably a little bit on the chilly side on the actual track temp. That's cool,
but that will come up. That track temperature obviously will come up as we get cars down the racetrack. That's just going to be a function of getting some traffic down there. 2,400 feet. This place in physical elevation is about 1,800 feet. It's like 1,820 or 1,830 or something like that. So you're seeing pretty much where we're going to be. We're not in the mine shaft, but for the air we have seen this week, this is by far tops. And again, that 60-degree track temperature, you saw the amount of glue that was applied out there.
Oh, yeah.
Hosed it down really well. First, 20, 30 pair go down this thing and get it up to that 80 to 100-degree kind of magical zone, and we should be seeing some high-flying action.
And there's a little bit of Great Bend horsepower going on here today. Look at that flag right there heading dead down track.
Perfect tailwind.
Yeah, for those of you who need the science lesson, the flag blowing that way means the wind is blowing that way. So this is going to be pretty
Today's
good.
lesson brought to you by Professor Freiberger. Thank you, sir.
So, looking for some big numbers once again. Who do you want to see run fast today? I've sort of scanned through the win list, and yesterday there wasn't a lot of position changes in some of the other classes outside of what we've been talking about.
I'm conflicted because I want to see everybody go fast, but I also want to see the field be nice and full for a shootout on Saturday. So I don't want to see anybody puke their guts out. I want to see. I'm a greedy person. I want to see everybody go very fast, and then everybody live to Saturday and run. But we're going to be able to tell almost right off the bat how this is going to affect people, and I don't know if racers are going to let the atmosphere dictate to them what they're going to do, or if guys were jetting, make jet changes and stuff down there to kind of compensate and try to pick up, or I guess we'll see how it plays out. But I think our naturally aspirated entries, I want to see how Kurt Johnson runs. Kurt Johnson in the he's got a Mustang with a 632 in it.
Wrong. Bingo. So I'm walking through the pits. Yeah, this is actually newsflash. This is the guy who's leading one of our naturally aspirated classes running 9.0.
Sold me up the river.
That's right.
What's it got in it?
Well, no, he didn't sell you up the river. I did. I completely created the fail on your part and on my part. We've been saying that car has a 632 big block Chevy in it as we watch it scream down the track. It's a 509.
Oh, well, we're only off by 100 some
Yeah, exactly. It's a 509, making it even more impressive what he is doing with that thing.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds the business, and it's been running that 9.0s, and 90-degree heat. So we see it out here today. That'll be one to watch because the car is consistently hooked up as well. He's not been a guy that's had any sort of issues getting the tire to stick and go down the racetrack. So if he's our canary in the coal mine, maybe he's the guy we look at to go, ooh.
He's going to have to go Harry Carey to lose that class. I mean, what I appreciate about a lot of guys in his situation where he's running 9.0 with an absolute, Grand Canyon trench between him and the number 2 place guy is he could coast at this point. Yeah. He could totally go out there, play it safe, don't hurt a valve spring. He's running that thing, I think he told me, 8,200 RPM with this big block. So there's some valve train risk going on there. But he's driving it all out. He is actually, I hope, going to come out here and put down that 8-second number that we've been looking for when he could win his class by going out there and just putting down with a 10.
When Calvin Rice,
I say putting.
Calvin Rice was the winner of the 1955 Nationals, which the Nationals started here, but they were actually completed in Arizona because of a sustained rainstorm that came in late in the weekend. Just as kind of a little asterisk there. But when Calvin Rice won that race in a fuel-burning
flathead for him.
Baddest, gnarliest thing on the planet dragster. He was going 1040s at about 140 miles an hour. So he would barely get into our field of daily driver, basically.
Oh, let's talk daily driver. That's an interesting thing. This is the class at Drag Week that, like Unlimited, has no rules at all. Unlike Unlimited, I put an ET cap on it. 1080 is the quickest you can run in daily driver. If you're listening in the pits, that will serve as yet another reminder to not hand in an ET slip that is quicker than 1080. And our top guy is rolling in at a 1090 average right now, so he's kind of right there. I'm guessing that car has more in it, and he's throttling it back. The reason I cap the ET, which is completely counterproductive to everything I know in drag racing, is because I figure if your car's quicker than that, I'd really like to see you playing along with the big boys in that sandbox. But instead, we keep them slow at 1080, and what they're all fighting for is a position on a 32-car ladder based on their average ET throughout 5 days of racing. We take that ET, put them on a ladder, and we run them out in a bracket race on the very last day, which will happen on Friday here at Tulsa. If you want to come watch at Tulsa, we're going to start at 2:30 in the afternoon to see all that going on. And Daily Driver, the cutoff right now, I think for the first time ever, we might have done it last year. It's an 1190 cutoff. All the cars in Daily Driver are between 1190 and 1080. So that is going to be a tight bracket race. We're literally going to see some matchings where the bulb goes on like 1,000th before the other guy, which for all intents and purposes, heads up racing.
Yeah.
It's going to be great.
It's going to be great. And what's funny is that was the one bump spot that actually moved backwards a little bit yesterday.
We had a drop
We
out.
lost a competitor.
Yeah.
So we were like I think it was 1193 or something like that. And we had a competitor break who fell out of competition. So it actually moved back to like an 1198 or 1199. I have a feeling that is going to drop like a stone as we get going through today.
For the purposes of the racers in the pits, in addition to those of us watching on the live feed, I'll give you what your bump spot is here. We're looking at Steve Lyon, who's got the 70 gray 442 Oldsmobile. He is on the bump at 119477. Chasing him to get in that 32-car field right now. Next up, guys, Ronnie Fleming in the 72 Chevy Chevelle. It's a silver car, and he's at 1209. So he's our first car that's in the 12s rather than the 11s. And if somebody falls out, if somebody breaks their car or decides they just can't keep up, or if somebody speeds up, you're going to see a change right there in the Daily Driver format. Everybody else in the top 32, unless they completely fall on their sword, is going to remain in the top 32, I'm guessing.
And so I just saw the tractor go out one more time. They opened the spray bars up again, so I think they're going to be gluing the track maybe one more time. Took a walk out there this morning. The surface itself is gorgeous. I mean, it really is a very nice surface. A concrete launch pad down to, I don't know, say 275, 280 feet. And I talked about this maybe before we went live, but there's a transition out there between the asphalt and the concrete that at many tracks, it literally is just a blunt cutoff, and you have this little kind of a step. Well, out there, it's beautiful. There is no step. And
Right.
it was almost, the transition is, there's a tiny little gradient to it, but it's smooth as glass. So looks really good. And like I said, they got a lot of glue out there, and he's actually going down. Looks like he's coming back one more time. They're dragging the track and stuff. And what's interesting is the strategy they use is the same one I've seen employed at a lot of different racetracks where, you set the tractor and say second gear at a set RPM, and when the track's coming around because the thing gets lugged down. You're going around at 10, and then all of a sudden the thing goes, the tongue starts hanging out, and the thing's starting to come around. So.
Let me pick up just a little bit of housekeeping here. I see Alana from Hot Rod has walked in the tower. Sir, the man who was here in 1955 helping start this drag strip, you've been here in the tower. We'd ask you to come on back because we'd love to interview you for Hot Rod Magazine. So if you can hear me and if you're still down there, you threatened to actually do a track walk, telling me that you had walked down track. Oh, do we actually have his card right here?
Dale Swearlander.
Alana, here's his card. I'm going to make you come on camera to get it.
Here you go. Come on. All right,
come
Mouse,
on.
come get the cheese. Come get the cheese.
Here she comes. It's only live to about 5,000 people worldwide. Everybody,
come on.
Alana from Hot Rod Magazine. There she is.
There she is.
In all her splendor, doing a fantastic job here this week.
Fire
Thank
the
you very
pyro.
much.
Fire the pyro.
Oh, you're nice.
Yes,
You guys
that's
are
right.
So nice.
So go
Until you
talk to
leave.
old guys. That's your specialty. The other bit of housekeeping, or not really housekeeping, but just an observation that I've got right here is, look at the grandstands. I'm going to say virtually empty. Meanwhile, look at the spectators in the parking lot. I'm guessing all of the spectators who we can't see are out walking around the pits, mingling with our drag week racers.
They're either giving away free beer or selling a lot of cheeseburgers.
Oh, because they are standing under the overhang there. I'm going to tell all of them to walk over to the Hot Rod Toter and buy a Drag Week t-shirt. We have a special one commemorating Great Bend. We've got this cool t-shirt that was for sale here a few years ago. It's sold out. People wanted more. We brought it back. It's an image of the very first NHRA Nationals here at Great Bend with a guy jumping with the flag and the whole deal. We have superimposed Larry Larson's 66 Nova right there on the car. So it's like Larry Larson's Nova in a scene from the 55 Nationals. Go buy that t-shirt right now.
Well, as we go through our final preparations on the racetrack, those of you watching on the live feed, we have a very cool video for you. This is kind of a montage of racers talking about what it's like to live on Drag Week, what the challenges are, and what it's like to basically try to live for 5 days old school, traveling in your hot rod.
When we leave the pit, we get up to the starting line, we get ready, we get our suits on, we get our helmet on, we get ready, get pumped up.
I kind of roll up and I buckle up right before I roll into the water box. And then they let me know about how deep I am. And then kind of look around the car, make sure everything's good.
Generally, most of us that have any real power move forward of it just a little bit so we're not sitting in the water. We do a burnout to heat the tires up to get them nice and sticky.
Every car uses different air pressure. It's kind of like the weight of the car and how long the car is and different things. Everybody tests to find out what air pressure works best for them.
Some people like to do a really hard burnout, really smoky and get them really hot. Some people like to do just a kind of a gentle hazing. Me, I prefer the really hard one.
You do a nice long burnout, get the tires hot so they meet the temperature of the track, so they both adhere together. When you want to take off, you get the best traction you can. The hotter the tire, you try to keep it about as hot as the track is.
I like to line myself up down the track, and I actually have someone helping me. If the car is not perfectly square, it will immediately steer off.
And then from there we roll up forward to the staging beams, and there's two sets of lights there, and the front tires need to set between those two sets of lights. That's why you have a pre-stage light and a stage light.
And I bump the car in, rev the motor up a little bit, bump the car into the second staging lights, and I wait for my opponent to stage their car.
This drag week is the first time we've ever done it. We're running a 4/10 Pro Tree. So when you put the second bulb on and your other guy puts the second bulb on, you got 4/10 of a second for that light to come down and be green.
And then I basically put the pedal on the metal, and light comes down, turn loose the clutch, and the fun begins.
The ET is the estimated time that it takes you to go down the track. If you're running a really fast mile an hour, but your ET's bad, that means you're actually losing traction somewhere.
Keith Fox has driven all the way from Lubbock, Texas in his 1930 Model A4 to do Drag Week more than once, actually. And this is my 4th year. It's your 4th year?
4th year.
Okay. And what do you think this year about the drives, the route? We've sort of kind of gone in some circles, maybe some figure eights, maybe an X in there. What do you think about the route?
Oh, I love it. I'm not enjoying this cold weather being from Texas, but, I'm still enjoying every bit of it.
So have you had any weird tales from the road? Anything, unusual happen? How's the car running?
It's running great. It's running slow. I blew my blow motor up 3 weeks ago, so I put a dump truck motor in it with a mild cam. I'm running 1250s, but it's dependable. I'm not having to work on it, we're camping out at the track and just having fun.
Really? So, and you've got your girlfriend Linda here, who's on her very first road trip ever, and you're camping out at every racetrack. Is that correct?
Right. And she's loving every bit of it.
I'd get her opinion on that, but she's in there trying to stay warm, so I'll take your word for that. Do you have any ET goals for today?
Actually, my goal this year with this engine is just to finish Drag Week, make a pass Friday and be done.
That might be the first dump truck motor to ever finish Drag Week.
Well, that's true. That's true.
We should have an award for that, I think.
Well, like I said, I just want to finish. I don't want a DNF on my record, so.
And you're in the gasser class, and we've got a really good variety of cars racing this year. We've got Tri-5s, a Ranchero, your Model A. What do you think about that group of guys that are coming out here in machines, with technology from the 60s?
Right. Well, some of it's not technology from the 60s, but it's well hidden. But for the most part, we're representing the 60s gassers, which is kind of the granddaddy of just about everything we do. And it's fun. Every year it gets bigger and more enthusiasm. I expect next year to get close to 15. So,
what kind of non-60s technology is being hidden in the gasser class? I'm curious. Spill it.
Well, just lots of little things, big cubic inch engines and stuff. But that's just normal, and more safety. Better the 60s, But that goes without saying. Safety comes first.
So at the top end of the course, when you lift, how is this thing to slow down?
It slows down real easy. It goes straight, whether it's on the road pulling a trailer or at the drag strip. I let off, it doesn't do anything spooky, I got, Willwood disc brakes all the way around, so it'll stop on a dime, That's probably another thing that's not 60s, but, you got to think safety first.
Oh, yeah. Given some of the things you have to swerve around and stop for on this, 1,000+ mile route, that we require you to navigate, some of that technology is a welcome addition here, I would imagine.
Well, like 2012, when we left Tulsa and we went across that bridge on Route 6 and it took out all the cars that were real low, all the gassers just went over it like his little speed bump.
So while guys like Todd Mashmeyer on the side of the road welding back control arms and oil pans, you just kept on trucking.
That's right. Now, my trailer came off the ground, but no big deal.
Did you lose any of the cargo?
Not a bit. I double tie everything down, I make sure, and I haven't had a single piece lost yet.
I've noticed some of the guys here are clearly better at playing Tetris than others, because you can tell the guys that have packed and everything's secure, and then you can see the other guys who are turning around to go back and get the stuff that fell out.
Right. They don't think enough on the way they tie it down. But one interesting thing about my car I might mention: Memorial Day in Lubbock this year we had flooding, and I ended up driving through 14 inches of rain and just drove past all these cars that were flooded out on the side of the road, and it made national news.
All right. Well, I have talked to the track workers, and they are prepping, and they told me if the mist doesn't come back that we should be ready to go here in 20 or 30 minutes. So hopefully that holds up, and you can get back in your car, sir, and get ready to race. Right. Thank you.
I hope to see that 55.
Well, don't be fooled. It hasn't gotten very dark outside. They just wanted us to close it.
It's not nighttime yet.
Yeah, it's not nighttime yet. They just wanted us to close the screens up behind us. So we are closing in on getting this thing fired up less than, I would say, right about 10 minutes. They talked about an 8 o'clock start time, and we're at basically 7:50 right now. Or what, 9:50? What time is it?
We're going to start at 10 o'clock, and the track should be hot at 10:05.
Oh, there we
That's
go.
the precision of Lonnie Grimm. Could you please inform racers in the pits where to hand their tech cards in, or not their tech cards, hand in their time slips to Tanya and Tara?
We're going to do that in what's called Expo Building 1. And if you're looking down the staging lanes, it is the building on the corner. There's 3 hot rods parked there. There's an old 56 Chevy, an old Ford truck, and a 33, 34 Ford there. The building that's behind them, there's a white signboard on the corner. You go in that building. There's a door open. We get signage. Again, turn in your time slips at Expo Building 1. From the pit area, you're going to walk directly across the staging lanes, and you're there. It's not that far away. Do not come to the timing tower, because we will take your time slip, and then we'll crumple it up, and you'll be going, what happened to my average? And say, you went to the wrong place, and we threw your stuff away.
You lose.
Yeah, you lose.
I do have a couple more racer announcements. The oil dump will be located south across from the Drag Week Toter Home on the corner. So that's basically at the intersection of the old runway over there and the short road that comes over to the staging lanes. There is an oil dump there. We're going to use lanes 3 and 4 for everybody, except the express lane is number 2 for impounded cars and unlimited cars. He's also telling me there's 90 gallons of glue has gone down the full length of both lanes.
Yeah, they're going to have to put it.
Wow.
They're going to be putting a third shift on the glue plant tonight, because these guys are not sparing a drop, and that's for your benefit, racers. So when you got a real good racetrack out there, shake somebody's hand and thank them, because they're putting in the work. And again, all volunteer staff here.
Last thing that we're looking at is because of the big delay this morning, we try and give Drag Week racers a full program even when we start late. So we're looking at sessions that go like this. First, the all-run except daily drivers. So the class cars, not daily driver. Class cars are going to run 10 to noon. And then the daily drivers are going to go 12 to 1:30. And then the all-run session is going to go 1:30 to 3:30. And so 1:30 to 3:30. 3:30 will be the firm cutoff today if nothing else changes from this moment forward. Listen to the announcements because we will change if it happens to have a problem.
This is a fluid situation. This is a fluid situation.
Drag Week's a moving target.
It is. Yeah, you got that? Oh, yes, it is.
We need to give a shout out, actually, to Jenny Schmitz and Michelle Turzen, who helped us put this thing together. The work that they put into finding these tracks and establishing the route, imagine trying to figure out how to find 4 drag strips within driving distance of each other that will open on a weekday, that will hold a 6-second car, and that don't cost $1 million to rent. It's quite a challenge. People kind of ask why we go to some of the same tracks over and over. That's why. And we like to stay here in the Midwest. People say, why don't you do a drag week in California? Probably because it would be a bit of a ghost town. I will admit, the guys who are hardcore enough from California to actually race in drag week are probably here.
Right.
Bill Fowler, the guy with the Corvette, and see anybody else from California? There might be one. So those guys would participate.
Right.
We'd have a drag week of 2. But there is discussions of doing some sort of program out there with maybe an abbreviated drag week to test the waters and sort of see what's happening. We might also do that in the East. But this will remain the ultimate drag week, no matter what we do.
Cool. Well, one of the parts that makes this the ultimate drag week, it makes the whole event the challenge, is the driving aspect of it. We concentrate because we need to on the performance in the drag strip, but the performance on the road, we've driven the same route as the competitors, and we have seen the carnage strewn on the side of the road. We were stopped last night as Chase Ray was changing a fuel pump out in the car and everything. We actually have a montage, a really cool montage that kind of goes through what it's like for the competitors as they make these street drives, sometimes in 90-degree heat and sometimes in 50-degree cold temperatures like we had this morning. So we're going to take a look at that video right now for those of you watching on the live feed. And those of you here at the racetrack, we're less than 10 minutes away from getting started, but let's go for a cruise with our competitors on Drag Week on the highways and byways of America. Announcement, Gavin Rusk, racer Gavin Rusk. You have parts at the entry gate. You got to go sign for those. Gavin Rusk, your parts are here. You got to go sign for them out at the entry gate. So make sure you get out there, Gavin Rusk. And that video there talked about how difficult it is to survive the drive, so to speak. And the physical toll that this event extols on people is pretty amazing. You know, it's one thing to like, oh, I got a gasser, I drag race a gasser, and I got these bowling alley seats in it or whatever they are. And it's like, oh, that's cool. When you're in it for 15 seconds at a time, or, oh, it's hot when I made that lap that time. Well, yeah, and then you got to get in it and make a 9-10 hour drive somewhere. We've had guys drop out because they physically can't do it. I mean, we had a guy last year that thought he was having a heart attack inside the car and said, I'm done.
I can't
pull the plug. And between the sleep deprivation and the heat and everything else, I mean, it is I talk about it Monday, everyone's, woo, yeah, hey, welcome to Drag Week. By Friday, this guy's literally going, please, just somebody put me out of my misery down
here. You know what? Let's go to upside, though. The other thing that Drag Week is a cool road trip. And we have had some ones with not a lot of scenery in past years, nothing but cornfields. The towns we've been passing through this year, to me, are awesome. We're seeing a lot of old brick buildings, the paintings on the sides. We've passed a few junkyards that I probably would have ruined my week if the gate had been open because you wouldn't have seen me again.
Bud's Auto Salvage, we drove by last night. We stopped there and hung out. I actually caught some sort of a weird disease from one of the plants I touched there. But all of a sudden we're driving around, I'm like, man, my arm's itchy. I looked down, my whole arm was all swollen up. Luckily that kind of went away. But Bud's Auto Salvage, it was what? It was a 60 Cadillac or a 50? It was a 60 that was up on the stand.
Cadillac on a stick.
Yeah, Cadillac on a stick.
That was cool.
All kinds of cool stuff lined up in the tall grass on the inside of the fence, Army trucks, you name it. And then, like you said, the towns and cities we've been driving through, almost every one of them, I think the coolest thing is they've almost all had an old theater.
Oh, yeah,
and
they have.
Almost all
old marquee out front.
Yeah.
I mean, the America that you see on Drag Week is really worth it. And I would venture to say some of the people in the, say, Cadillac CTS wagon are having a better time than others. But, man, there's a lot to see. And if you get done early, you can hit the road and have a great time taking photos and doing whatever you want to do.
And the people, again, if you're watching on the internet and you go, hey, I live in the Tulsa area. I live in, maybe they're going my way. We're going to have, before we leave here this afternoon or today, on hotrod.com, you'll be able to get the route that all our competitors will be driving. And I know that's been getting out there because we've been cruising along, and all of a sudden you come to a street corner, and there's 20 guys sitting there.
Yep.
Or there's people just randomly sitting on the side of a tailgate in the back of a pickup truck. To me, that's the coolest thing in the world. And if I'm one of these competitors, it's got to make you feel like a rock star. I mean, you come around the corner, and all these guys are waving. I mean, that's a truly cool thing. The directions, the route will be on hotrod.com. And if you live in the area, grab a six-pack, hang out, or don't grab a six-pack and just grab a Coke and hang out, whatever you want to do. But you get to see really one of the coolest rolling car shows in the country come by.
Well, and apparently they are slave-driving Finnegan out there in the pits moving that camera around, and so he's got another interview coming up. It's pretty cool. This morning we've been able to run our cable into the staging lane so that we're getting live interviews with some of the racers out here and focusing on some of the guys who don't normally get attention. This is not all about the unlimited guys. So now we're going to go to Finnegan in the pits with yet another average Joe cool guy here at Drag Week.
We're getting close to racing here at Great Bend, and I'm standing here with Alan Adams, who is in the top half of the field in Super Street Big Block NA. You're driving a 73 Corvette Stingray. How's the car running?
Running excellent. Going from track to track and doing just fine, hitting all the checkpoints, and everything's going just fine.
No drama, huh?
Not yet. Hopefully never. So we're doing really good.
What are you running for an engine in this thing?
Just got a regular 454 in it, a little bit of cam, not much, 10-to-1 compression. It's got the original automatic turbo 400 in it and stock IRS suspension in the back.
How many passes do you think you'll make today?
Probably just one and then hit the road. Then we'll make the majority of them tomorrow.
All right, cool. Well, good luck. We'll hope to see you at the finish here.
Yeah, thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
Okay, we got a racer who needs to sign a tech card here. We're going to handle that right now. So we need Levi Lish, our man,
You know what that is?
man in the white Sterling truck. Levi Lish, we need you to come to the timing tower, please, and sign your tech card. So Levi Lish, come on up to the second floor of the timing tower, and the lovely ladies will get you to sign your tech card. And if you don't, we'll send the lovely ladies down to find you, and they'll get you, and they'll be very angry. So Levi, get up here. We don't want the... Don't anger the tower staff.
You might actually also get an awkward, lingering embrace from Brian Loans.
You don't want me getting down there because I will rub up on you in a very uncomfortable manner.
That's because Brian here is an absolute freak for old semi-trucks and tractors and over-the-road stuff. And what that truck is a 51 Sterling White with a Duramax diesel in it, 12-second
What that truck is the culmination of all my dreams and aspirations
all in
life.
one place. If he was carrying a vintage Ford tractor in the back, he'd pretty much never go home.
If I had an 8N, I would just end it all right now because it wouldn't get any better.
We have the 10-minute call to go live for racing. So if you're watching the live feed at home, spread the word now. Send it out to all your friends. Drag Week is going to go hot in about 10 minutes. And we would ask you also, please keep going. Spreading the word about the live feed, getting a lot of views will help out our sponsor, who is Pep Boys Speed Shop, and also gear vendors and NOS and Rocket Brand. They all like to see eyeballs on Drag Week. So the more you spread it, the more we will get to do this again next year. And we also want to ask you to go visit hotrod.com. We have hundreds of photos, some really epic stuff going on this year. Our guy Larry Chen brought a drone, so he's got the chopper in the air getting overhead shots. You should see the one that he got of the thrash on Larson's truck the other night. It's amazing. So hotrod.com, please, and check us out on Facebook, facebook.com/hotrodmag. We're also Hot Rod Magazine on Twitter and Instagram. And if this live feed goes down, because we are having a little bit of trouble with the bandwidth here today, come back, because we will get it live. And if we can't, we will record it, and it will all be on replay forever.
Levi Lish signed his time card, gave me an awkward glance, and ran away. He ran. He knew what was good for him. He got out of Dodge. But one thing I was going to mention, too, about the Pep Boys deal is they're out here supporting the racers. They showed up with a truck and trailer full of stuff, and it's the stuff that would leave somebody stranded. It's ignition boxes, and it's just the stuff that can go sideways for a guy and leave him in a cornfield somewhere. So they're here at every track. They're towing. They were actually out here racing with a car last year, and they realized at that point, we're so busy, we need to concentrate on this thing. And so not only are they just putting their name on this live broadcast and we're involved, they're here, and these guys get the deal to go, oh, we got thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
We got gassers fired up.
Going hot. First pair. Going to be moving forward to the burnout box soon.
You know how cold it is out here? Andy fired the gasser up. We were seeing there was like literally get the condensation coming out of the tailpipes of the thing.
We are going to see some numbers here today.
Andy Nelson and Keith Fox head down the drag strip to open up our competition day today here at S.R.C.A. drag strip in Great Bend. 11:40 with a 9:116 for Nelson in the Studebaker, 12:72.2, 101 miles an hour for Keith Fox in the Ford Coupe.
Now here's a pair that we talked to on the live feed just a minute ago. Finnegan was interviewing them in the pits. Who knows what kind of trash talk came out of that?
I'm sure. I saw the guys, they were throwing wrenches at each other by the time he was done. Wow. Mike Moore is coming up in the classic Ford product. Moore has been a longtime supporter of Drag Week, multi-time competitor here, and out there just having some fun. So our first pair has gone down. Here goes Michael Moore and Alan Adams. Adams in the Corvette and Moore in the old Ford out there. And Alan Adams left first, gets to the stripe first. 1088 to 124 miles an hour for the Corvette. Moore goes 1249 with a niner at 109 miles an hour.
Here's the pair we've been talking about quite a bit throughout the week. The factory-appearing stock tire Super Bee with a Hemi in it. This thing is on a bias ply red line tire. It looks bone stock. You saw it on the live feed earlier today if you're watching that at home. And he's slowed down, unfortunately, throughout the week, but he did put down a 1080 on the first day. And then in the near lane, the gentleman from California who has had this Corvette for 35 years and is sliding the front tire pretty good distance there.
The deal with the factory-appearing stock tire stuff was that as long as the car looked stock, you could get away with anything. It was legal. And talking to Dave Dudek, he would take an intake manifold and pour it in a factory intake manifold for as long and hog the thing out as much as he could. Then he would take the whole thing and put it in a tank of battery acid for a couple days and let the battery acid eat away at it to just save weight.
Basically, all of those guys were cheating so badly in the stock appearing thing, they decided to just run with it. And so it's like, now they're cheating the cheating of the cheating.
And Terry Converse in the Corvette dumped the clutch and that thing hooked and he is rolling. But look at Rick Callahan start to freight train him up at the top end. The big Chrysler product goes down through 1184.5, 123 with Converse going 1204.5 at 117 miles an hour.
Tim Hall's truck here in the right-hand lane is currently leading the hot rod class. It's a 47 International, and this thing has been running in the 12 O's and has cut 1180 this week. So let's look at, maybe he would be a good indicator about what the weather's doing here.
Yeah, that's probably a pretty good benchmark. So the classic KB1 International truck comes to the starting line. He has run 1180. We'll see if he picks up from that 1180 in today's tailwinded, cooler weather. Thanks for everybody for coming here today. I see a bunch of you funneling in from the pit area. As Jack Day makes our water delivery here.
This has become routine. Jack Day, water delivery girl.
He's here with fuel.
Perfect.
He's here with water. The guy's the man.
Jack Day's the only sponsor that has been with Drag Week for 10 full years, and he also supported the pump gas drags before that.
Steve Brack in the Chevy S10 is going to watch a 1948 International truck drive away from him past the 8th mile. And the pickup goes down up at a 12.092, 110 mile an hour shot as Steve Brack goes 13.03 with a 3 at 103. I think we might be dealing with a little bit of a cool racetrack out there, maybe a little bit turning the tire a little bit harder than they have been, and once we get some hookage out there, guys will really be picking up. So gorgeous 67 Chevelle going to take on the four-eyed Mustang here. The Chevelle completing his burnout, rolling up toward the starting line. The Mustang doing same.
Jack Day from Rocket Brand here celebrating 10 years of Drag Week by giving away 10 drums of racing fuel, about 10 grand worth of gas plus free delivery. And there's no money in it here in Drag Week, but there is a lot of support from our sponsors. Gear Vendors, once again, that guy fires free Gear Vendors units out in the audience at the final awards ceremonies like they were candy. I remember when the wheel stander guy used to put Jolly Ranchers into the stand, drive by, just heaving them in. That's pretty much Rick Johnson with some Gear Vendors at the awards ceremony.
11:24.5, 120 for TJ Johnson, and Chris Roberts goes 13:58.8 at 113 miles an hour. Boy, this little Datsun is a show. Got his Bushwhacker fender flares on it. Gear jam and stick shift transmission, a Cobra, Mustang Cobra independent rear suspension in the car you're going to see on the Doug Ray Chevrolet side of the racetrack. On the O'Reilly side of the racetrack, it is the Mercury Capri. Doug Ray will be out here today racing in his gorgeous 57 Buick, but he's also a backer, a sponsor of this racetrack. Sponsoring the left-hand lane here, the Doug Ray Chevrolet sponsorship on that scoreboard down there.
Chance Ray had broken down just a little bit at the side of the road last night. All his neighbors were driving by, stopping, saying, "What's going on?"
Josie Steeples and John Puckett head down the racetrack. That is how you do it. Puckett is off like a shot. 275 reaction time on the Pro Tree. 110 in the 8th mile. And Puckett really leans into it. How about 999 with a 4? Little single-digit action down there. 999, 4, 141 miles an hour for Puckett. That was a really good-looking lap. He hit the launch almost perfectly. You heard the motor, the thing hooked, pulled the motor down a little, but he kept it right in the power and really fed at the oats there for the second half of the racetrack.
So how many analogies do you actually have for putting the oats to it in the second half of the racetrack?
Oh, I got a lot of them.
Laying on the steam. What else? Ooh, I ran you dry already?
No, put the spurs to it.
Yep.
Pouring on the coals. Put the oak to it. I mean, there's a million. We can go all day on this.
Right?
Yep.
And will.
Oh, do I and how? John Dodson and Kyle Bridger. Dodson in the Malibu and Bridger in the Camaro. Problems for Dodson. The car came up the starting line, broke up all over the place, and he's just going to idle it down the racetrack. Bridger, very clean run right down the center lane. Again, we got like, 800 gallons of traction compound applied out here. There's plenty of stickum out there. 1184.6, 114 miles an hour for Bridger.
Right-hand lane here, that yellow 34 Ford Coupe is number 3 in our hot rod class right now. He's run 13.0 a couple of days, and then he ran a 12.85. So he's looking at a 12-second average, and if he hangs on to that, he probably is going to also hang on to that third-place finish.
And it's funny, in the face of a lot of this, a 12-second average, like, oh, it's kind of quaint, a 12-second average. But let's be honest here. A 12-second street car is a bad, fast car to be cruising around in. You know, we get spoiled here at this competition where we see so many cars, over 60 of them running in the single digits. But you get a 12 and a half second street car, you're rolling around town, you're a bad hombre.
Yeah, and when you're home saying, you know, that's weak, what's the big deal? I think the answer is, well, have you tried it? Have you actually flogged your car at drag strips 5 days in a row?
Right.
And then road trip the thing like 350 miles the same day?
Most likely the answer is, no, I haven't done that.
No.
No,
I'm actually sitting at home racing my computer.
Yeah. I got supple wrists and quick fingers. It's Tim Pogue in the hot rod. John Smith is in the Mustang. And Pogue in the early 30s, 33, 34 Ford Goose, 1305 with the 2, 103 miles an hour. John Smith, 1340 with the 2 at 105. Certainly not that I would expect it to happen today, but boy, would it be something if Larson was able to find a 30 in that truck at this racetrack, you know, at this place of all the places. Glenn Sheely completed the burnout in his Corvette Z06. Sheely going to be lining up.
Sheely's currently second in our modified naturally aspirated class. Obviously, naturally aspirated LS motor in that deal. He has been running as quick as 10:10 with this car to hang on to that second place finish. He is getting chased by the guy at number 3 who's also rolling in the mid-10s.
Randy Bellahar in that big Pontiac. And Bellahar has stepped up his program this year. Look at that thing. That barge picks the front end up. Wow, how is it that the 3 biggest cars on the property, the Monte Carlos and the Pontiacs, all of them hike the nose? That's awesome. Bellahar goes through it. How about a 10:04.7, 135, and Glenn Sheely 10:24.0, 130 miles an hour in the Corvette.
See, now this is where we see that there's a lot of tight racing going on at Drag Week because Bellahar is no longer in the third place finish. He is trying to get back into third from fourth. Look how close these two averages are. He's chasing Bill Fowler with a 984. Bellahar's got a 986 average over 3 days of Drag Week racing.
Well, as to this point in the morning, these are definitely the 2 most powerful cars we have seen on the drag strip. We got Clark Rotzenstengel on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack in that 4th generation Corvette from Michigan. And we have the Floridian Robert Williams coming up on the Doug Ray Chevrolet side in the Camaro, the flat black Camaro. He on the left-hand side of the course here with the parachute hanging on the back. We have seen Williams run down to that 930, 940 zone. See if he can do it again here. Yeah, buddy, what a nice launch there. I think really came on hard before 60 feet. Williams is very aggressive with it. Let's see where he ends up. And Williams goes 932 with a 4 at 145. But look at Clark. 898 with a 5 at a $151 for Clark Rotzenstengel in the 4th generation Camaro on the O'Reilly side of the drag strip.
Ooh, here comes one of the most entertaining cars that you'll see at Drag Week. This black 55 Chevy has finally eked out the lead in the gasser category. This thing has got a 540 in it, it's got a single Dominator, and watch it leave the starting line.
The Chisholm and Stasiak 55 Chevy completes the burnout, the black paint, the gold leaf lettering, and the panel painted lace on the roof.
And apparently he does not pay for his own tires.
And a tire sponsorship from someone. And that's Bob Guido in the O'Reilly Lane. Bob Guido from Western Canada drove over 2,000 miles just to get to Tulsa to start the trip. And he's heaping on another 1,000, then he's going to turn around and drive 1,000 back. I don't know what he does for work, but whatever it is, he's got a heck of a bunch of sick time or something because he's made that phone call every day with a cough.
Oh, not getting the bite.
And the 55 Chevy heading down the racetrack goes 10:25 with a 3, 135 as Guido goes 11:60, 6'4", 119, and actually pretty good example of gasser technology there, because the reality was the reason gassers had that stance was because the suspension technology at the time was so bad.
Right.
The only way they could figure out to get weight transfer was to basically build it into the car. So the 55 Chevy really spun the tire hard there. He kept his foot in it. You see the mile an hour was there, 135, but the ET was not, and I'm sure we'll be seeing them back here in a little while. Is Frank Sepernaro, one of the guys who spent some time at Impound this week. We impounded his car earlier this week. It is a hard-running little Chevy, too. And Rich Guido, we just saw Bob. Here comes Rich in the Pontiac GTO with a 4-gear in it.
It's amazing that little Nova's been running 890s and isn't a player in Super Street Power at her.
948.0, 149 miles an hour for Sapronaro, and Guido goes 1067.9, 134.
Imagine a world where your 8-second street car is not competitive in your class.
So,
unbelievable.
This is the deep end of the pool. That is for sure. Drag Week is the deep end of the hot rodding pool.
Steve Fagan here in the close lane. Been at Drag Week many, many times with this big block powered little, not really Blazer, because once again we tell the story of he started with a pickup and welded a Blazer back half onto the thing. Go ask him why when you see him in the pits. What I appreciate about this thing is that he just is in relentless use of the Krager SS.
I was going to say, and it looks good. The Krager SSs look good on that truck.
Krager SSs look good on virtually anything.
Virtually. There are exceptions to every rule.
There are. Your Caprice, for example.
Gordon Potter, Steve Fagan. That was just an underhanded slap that I didn't see coming. Fagan had a better reaction time. He's at 112 in the 8th mile, and the Blazer that really isn't goes 986.7, 141 miles an hour, and the GOAT goes 1216 with the deuce at 110. Man.
We're looking at Kurt Johnson here in the left-hand lane in that black Fox body Mustang.
Hey, thanks for the good information on his car, by the way.
Right. I have completely been FUBAR on this deal. I've been calling this thing a 632 big block Chevy. He walks up to me in the pits this morning. He's like, do you hate me? Because everybody is calling me going, you put a 632 in this thing, what's wrong with you? That is, in fact, a 509 big block Chevrolet in that Fox body, continuing the tradition of bringing a Fox body to Drag Week that does not have a Ford motor in it.
There's a long and heralded tradition to that, and we do have some competitors that have left the Ford engine, and we made a joke yesterday that one of the guys just didn't have time to swap his motor last year, but there is still a strong diehard Ford contingent, but boy, there are more of them that are powered by Buicks and Mopars and small block Chevys and LS motors than we do see with Fords anymore.
We had one year with a Cadillac 500 in it.
Oh, man. And just taking a quick little prep out there. Sorry, my vantage point. I missed those guys with the mops down there. Okay. Dusting off the starting line. Kurt Johnson. Now, what has he been running so we can use him? He's our canary in the coal mine here. What's he been running?
9.0s.
Okay.
9.0s. We're hunting for that 899 out of this naturally aspirated 509 big block Chevy in the Mustang.
Very clean car as well. You get the fairly significant hood scoop to clear what I'm sure is a motor that sits up well beyond what stock height was, but just very clean car. Not a whole lot of flash and dash there, but sure does run.
9.0 3 times in a row, 3 different tracks. Imagine the consistency of that. 3 different surfaces, 3 different weather conditions, 3 different levels of abuse after the road trip. 9.0, 9.0, 9.0.
So Johnson, I believe, is actually going to do he's going to go back in the water. He didn't like, Burnout was kind of uneven. Those Mickey Thompson slicks going to get him wet again and give him another hit.
Kurt being essentially the Jay Leno of streetcar racing car collectors. This guy has got a whole bunch of cars. S10 that he raced a few years ago. He's got that wicked Chevelle. He's got a bunch of stuff he drives on the street. No shortage of fast cars in the Kurt Johnson fleet.
Yeah, the flotilla of Johnson is very good and very fast. He'll be lining up next to Paul Menzel. Menzel is in the GTO Judge convertible. Your Riley side, boy, Johnson's car. Sounds good, bellowing down there as he clears the motor out and gonna put it in the old pre-stage beam. And Johnson wastes no time at all, goes into the fully staged position. Menzel gets his car in there and it's go time.
Ooh, I'm gonna say we're still having some cold track issues out there.
Johnson really got after it early, and you saw what happened. He busted the tire loose by the time he got to 60 feet, and he's just going to idle it down there. And I think for Kurt, maybe some frustration there as well. The burnout didn't go as he wanted. That ship never really got off the ground like he planned there, so he'll be back around again.
Ships typically don't get off the ground.
Unless they're airships, right?
Oh,
yeah.
Dude, wow. Did you see the comeback on that?
How about that?
What was the reaction time on that?
I was just, you know what? I was ready. I had my hand back. If I had to slap you, I was going to, and that just happened. So,
wow.
Yeah. I don't know.
2 hours of sleep and the man is on it.
You got a Zeppelin or something.
Brian Loans, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, one of the official NHRA track announcers.
For now, I might not be.
Oh, he cuts the attitude back just a hair when he's on the mic at NHRA.
I don't get to talk about airships and any of that stuff.
No, that's probably more like, Hawaiian sunset.
Hawaiian sunset.
Taking a quick break at the line before he decides to actually go down the track.
Yeah.
Oh, and he wags it pretty hard.
Definitely that thing. The turbo cars, those things spool up, and they make that big power anywhere you want them to in the track. There's lots of videos on the internet. Guy will pedal one of those things, go out another couple hundred feet, it'll wheel stand again. In Greg Lemma's case, it just got loose on him at the start, and then it also busted loose at about 330 feet. He goes 12.65 at 76, and Lou Martin went 12.16 with a 1 at 112 in the Great Pumpkin over there in the O'Reilly lane. So here we have that 80s G-Body El Camino, the First Try Engineering sponsored machine.
And the cranberry colored Fox Body convertible.
Oh, nice. Four-eyed car for the convertible.
There's a couple four eyes here.
The well drag lights favored by both competitors on the front.
I had the strangest dream last night that I was actually in my old neighborhood where I grew up driving a maroon four-eyed Mustang and got carjacked. Where did that come from?
It ended with you being carjacked?
Yeah, and then I ran over the guy.
Oh, well, at least that had a happy ending. Then I ran over the guy. Matt Jennings and Doug Flynn.
There's no Doug Flynn going on.
Just had a wrong number there. That's all. It's the 63K, not 43. That's all. It's Jeff Oppenheim. Oppenheim is headed down there in the El Camino. And Matt Jennings goes 12.09.7, 108. Oppenheim 10.51.2 at 131 miles an hour.
And did we get that number corrected?
We did. Yep, she corrected it going right down the racetrack. All good.
All right. Henry
Cox.
J. Love that Henry J. This is Mike Cox. Big block Chevy in this deal, naturally aspirated. Why do people not bring the supercharged combo except for Arizona Jim? This thing capable of a 9.0. Oh, slapped me upside the head. 998 one day.
Okay. Mike's an interesting case. He was not really a dedicated drag racer. He was like a Jeep truck guy. He did all kinds of crazy Jeep stuff, and then heard about Drag Week and really fell in love with the idea of Drag Week. And this is most of the drag racing he does during the year is at Drag Week. Dedicated customer. So Mike Cox of the Henry J, 108 in the 8th mile. That high centered short wheelbase Henry J goes 10.12 with a 7 at 126 miles an hour. 11.85.8, 114 miles an hour for the Fairlane. And he obviously found his throw-out bearing support. He was looking for one of those yesterday. That's the Fairlane with the gear jammer in it.
What's interesting is people at Drag Week will often frag parts and walk the pits trying to find them from other racers. The camaraderie that goes on and the sharing of parts between guys who are actually bloodthirsty competitors is pretty great. I think we're looking at the 7th year for this Corvette in the near lane. It's Richard Blankenship. It's an 81. It's about a 1050s car. The Pontiac contingent in the far lane. Man, there's a lot of Pontiacs here. If you're into those things, wander the pits because there are some fast ones.
And they're true Pontiacs for the most part as well.
Oh, both fast ones and all the slow ones as well.
Oh, wow.
Just taking one.
Greg Weigert and the Pontiac Firebird on the O'Reilly side. Weigert had a jump of about 1/10 of a second on the Christmas tree as these racers really getting more aggressive on the tree trying to get ready for Saturday. 11.16.3, 118 miles an hour for Weigert, and Richard Blankenship goes 11.28.8 at 125. In the Doug Ray Chevrolet lane as a pair of Novas approach the starting line.
We are running all these cars on a 4/10 Pro tree because they're practicing for that heads-up shootout in Tulsa on Saturday.
See the Caltrax bars on both of these cars, and Caltrax, one of the, simple innovation, but boy, they've really revolutionized the way the small tire car works, especially on a stock suspension setup.
I will tell a story once these go down. Once again, from the lore of fastest street car racing days gone past.
Ralph Hoke and Mike Carl are your drivers. Hoke in the silver car, Carl in the O'Reilly lane, blue Nova. That was a drag race till 330 feet. Ralph Hoke got his sea legs under him, and he goes down 9.99 with a 3 at 134. Mike Carl, 11.07.4 at 123 miles an hour.
So in the early days of Hot Rod's Fastest Street Car Shootout, when we were formulating the very first rules, we realized we should really split up the big tire cars from the small tire cars. And one of the guys in upper management at the time had been a racer, and when we did that, I remember him standing in the hallway saying to me, "This is pointless. You cannot run 9s on a small tire car. Trust me, I've tried it."
Oh, Johnny, was he a star junior stock racer at one point?
He might have been. The Mopar Midget, I think he went by at one point.
Johnny Junior stock. And we just saw our passenger door open in that evil 1966 Nova, or 1966 Chevelle, and Ross Galt rolling up in the Hugger Orange Camaro on the O'Reilly side. Ray Bauer is the guy driving the Chevelle, and Galt is in the Camaro. Both drivers fully staged. Pair of Chevrolets headed down. Drag meet program for Thursday is officially underway up there. And the Chevelle, nice clean pass. 10 flat, or 10.05 rather, 9, 140. 10.71.0, 128 for the Camaro.
Brian, remind me of the legacy on this 57 here. I remember your story yesterday. Well, no, I was conscious for your story yesterday, but I don't remember what you said.
Well, more the legacy of the driver. So this is Paul O'Donnell, who a couple years ago was driving a different 57 Chevrolet. The 57 Chevrolet he was driving a couple years ago was trying to compete in Unlimited. They didn't fare that well, but the car made it into the magazine because it pulled a spectacular wheel stand. The wheel stand was so big and it landed so hard that it actually shot one of the coil springs right out from under the car. I remember watching, I think it was Brandon actually picked it up and carried it back to the starting line.
And that photo, I got one, Wes Allison got one, and both of those things have been retreaded on the internet just worldwide.
A billion times.
Search 57 Chevy, that's what you get.
O'Donnell in the 57 Chevy and Ed Schwartz in the Nova building some boost up there, and Schwartz takes off.
Some of these cars you'll see at Drag Week, they sit on the line for a while because they're building turbo boost. They don't care about the reaction time yet.
Tommy O'Donnell, 12.72.0, 105, no wheel stand, and Ed Schwartz goes 10.82.0, 126 miles per hour.
David Barry in the close lane here in the 64 Chevy 2, currently running second in the Super Street small block naturally aspirated class. And he picked the right class on this thing to get in there because a lot of the other guys are running in the 11s and 12s. The first two in class are 10-second cars. This is a 1090 car. He's been running 121 miles an hour. Let's see what he does here.
Dave Barry and Dan Dodds. Barry's car is very unassuming. I mean, a tiny tire on the back of it. Doesn't have any kind of real crazy looking rake, anything like that. Light little Chevy too. And he's doing a nice job with this Chevelle down there. Again, Barry. Car does not look like anything spectacular. It goes to high 10s. 1086.5, 122, and Dan Dodds, 1149.7 at 115 miles an hour. That could be the most unassuming 10-second car we have here.
Yeah, he is chasing the guy in the awesome Challenger who we keep looking at.
Okay.
And he has got an average at 1070, and Barry in that Nova's got a 1090. So that could swap places by the time the week's over. Oh, and here comes the Challenger I was just talking about. Couple cars back.
Nice. Matt Frost, you have packages at the Racer Gate. Matt Frost, you have packages at the Racer Gate. Unlimited competitor Matt Frost, go get your stuff.
There's a 3-mile-long line of FedEx trucks coming in here today to help racers fix their stuff that's broken.
Tom Taylor and Josh Cass fully staged. Cass hiked the front end up, set it down, no traction issues for him. 113 in the 8th mile, and Josh Cass on the hammer goes 949.2, 141 miles an hour. Parachute flopping in the breeze down there.
Thing sounds wicked.
It does sound wicked.
John Wishman, right?
Yep. For once in your life.
I know.
I was able to confirm that.
I know. Well, I usually can't say his name right. I am surname challenged here. Wishman's a past winner in Street Race Small Block Power Adder. Small block Chevy in that Mustang, and right now he pulled off a 8:65 yesterday, which began to save his week because he was way down earlier. He's got into second place in his class. He's going to need another solid 8-second run right now in order to bump up.
Wishman's car is highly entertaining when it hooks. Pay attention to that left front tire. But yesterday he carried it about 300 feet. And I'm not talking it's way up in the air. The thing is just barely hovering above the pavement when he's able to stick the tire. Larry Warpula's car is awesome too. That Camaro over there is a fantastic piece. Factory style paint job on it. Got the centerline wheels in the front. But Wishman, however you want to say it, pay attention. Here he comes. What I tell you?
Nice.
He picks it up again, sets it down. Oh, he's going down to the 8s. Here's 126 to the 8th mile, and John goes right down Broadway, 879 with a 5 at 159 miles per hour, and built Ford tough with Chevy stuff over there in the Mustang.
Whoa.
Warpula went 1263, 108 miles an hour down the O'Reilly lane. Here's our man in the challenge. Monte Carlo SS, the Doug Ray lane, and the Challenger, the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. And if you like your cars have a little bit of an old school pro stock kind of rake to them, that's your guy right there. Tucking that front tire down. Great looking car. Looks good going down the road. Sounds good too. Sounds good turning $5,000 at 55 miles an hour.
What doesn't?
Mitch Horn and Josh Walton. Yeah. The teeth, the fangs are starting to grow on the racetrack out there. We're seeing more and more cars come off the starting line with the front end up, and Mitch Horn was another one. Josh Walton goes 10:33.3 at 133 miles an hour, and Mitch Horn goes 10:79.8 at 122. Ultra clean Malibu rolling up here, the Doug Ray Chevrolet side. I mean, that thing is nice.
We attempted to solve that problem earlier in the week.
That's our dude.
That is our dude. Actually, our hot rod toter home unfortunately backed into this thing in one of the parking lots. We got lucky though. The level of damage is minuscule. Still, we need to take care of that guy.
I think a good thing is it's running like a radial tire in that thing. The radial tire, when it's cold, sitting in a parking lot, doesn't have a lot of lateral grip. So if it did, there would be some carnage there. But luckily there wasn't. Just a nice car. And that big Galaxy over on the O'Reilly side, that's Al Casita, and the Galaxy had Kevin Procish in the Malibu.
He's only proc-ish.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah,
a little bit.
He hasn't achieved full proc status yet. He'll get there though. Well, Kevin Procish wants nothing to do with that Galaxy. He is away and rolling. Down the 9s here, 987.4, 138 for Procish. Casita goes 1265.6 at 104 in the USS Ford. Oh, one of our Monte Carlo duo coming up here, one half of it, Mike Roy. Now this is obviously the big tire half of the show. Mike Roy had a watershed moment here at this drag strip a few years ago, and he turned his first 7-second pass, punching this car down, this 4,000-pound Monte Carlo. It's got a big block with a pair of turbos on the front of it, and it is real deal steel.
He has run 760 every single day here, currently with an average of 768. And the thing is, he's going to have to put down, oh no, he ran a 772 once. If he does not run better than a 765, he might end up with an overall drag week average just a teensy bit slower than George Gallimore in the small tire black Monte Carlo.
So we got Andy Reynolds in the O'Reilly lane and Mike Roy. Reynolds put on one of the great air shows in drag week history earlier this week in Tulsa. Stood on the gas pedal and the thing went vertical for about 250 feet. Since then they have tied the car down pretty well. If I get a camera, I'm pointing mine at Mike Roy in that big tank of a Monte Carlo. Oh, wow, there he goes again!
Oh, your opinion is wrong.
Reynolds, and Roy gets it sideways. Man, that was crazy. Reynolds goes down. 9:06 with a 1 at 146 miles an hour.
And that is not even off his pace. He's run 9:03 twice in a row, and he comes out with that kind of wheel stand in a 9:06.
That was flipping nuts. Hopefully somebody got either cell phone video or stills of that, because that was gorgeous. And almost the same length as the one earlier in the week. No lift, no nothing, just hang on tight. And I'm sure he was screaming like a 9-year-old girl in there at one point when that thing was on the bumper at 100 miles an hour.
We will probably go to a replay on that once we get a little pause in the action. We'll let you see that one again. Oh, they already replayed it. We don't actually have eyes on the live feed, so we don't know that. But
we need in-car audio of the And Mike Roy, the thing came off the starting line, but then settled down and broke the tires loose. Wow. Kevin Clocker and TJ Lee. Clocker in this gorgeous 1977 Chevy Vega, and Lee over there in the Malibu of roughly the same vintage. The Vega is a player.
Oh, he's second in modified power adder. That thing is an 8-second car. Let's see his best run of the week so far, 871. Tearing the tire off the line.
He was sitting in a kind of interesting position on the racetrack. He seemed to be justified to the right-hand side of the groove, and because this thing has been so cold and we're getting some heat in it, I think he might have been in a spot that that was maybe a little less friendly for traction than if he had been more centered up in the middle of the racetrack.
Yeah, that will not be a star moment in his drag week program.
No, that will be a time slip that does not get turned in.
Now here's Doug Flynn in the far lane. This guy in the once again Krager SS equipped Red Nova is a software engineer for Holley. This is the guy who designs their fuel injection.
You know a dude's had a race car for a long time when you look down and you see the old Craftsman NHRA ET Series sticker on the side?
Yeah.
Because that was like an 80s to early 90s program. So Doug Flynn has had this car. It's gone through many iterations. It currently has a turbocharged LS engine in it, and it's a 9-second hitter even on that little tiny tire he's got on the back. Doug comes out on this event with his dad. I think that's really cool. And Jeff Pagano. Pagano is in that Pro Street style El Camino.
Pagano wanders off the line, gets driven past by Doug Flynn.
Flynn pedaled there, and he goes down 9:49.6, 140 miles an hour. I think that keeps him in the ballpark, but I don't think that's going to hit.
Oh, no way. He's in the most competitive class there is at Drag Week. Street Race Small Block Power Adder. There's like 30 cars in this class.
Well, in terms of his weak performance, I mean, in terms of him hit that 940, where does that keep him?
Oh, yeah, he's right in line with what he has been doing for sure.
Whoa, looky Lou.
Oh, how did that happen without us noticing? Oh, that's because he came out of the fast lane. We have a lane just for the unlimited cars. Ladies and gentlemen of Great Bend, you are looking at the Evil Twin, driven by Jeff Lutz.
This is currently the fastest car in the history of Drag Week. Earlier this week, Jeff Lutz went 225 miles an hour. You might say, well, Tom Bailey went 226. Tom Bailey did that in testing. He didn't do that in Drag Week competition. So as our technical staff would say, that doesn't count. 225 mile an hour trap speed out of this car. He has run down in the 660s with it.
Now, it's interesting that 225 number was on a 669 pass. He subsequently pulled some power out of the thing on the starting line to try and get it hooked up, lay back into the boost up at the top end. I think you're going to see a little bit of a slower mile an hour number here as he seeks a 650 time out of this car. This is an alcohol burner, a 632 Chevy with 2 Precision Turbo 98s on it. It's a fiberglass body, but aerodynamically bone stock.
To talk about how hardcore and ragged edge these cars are, he pushed a head gasket out, and this car's got so much boost going through it, the boost pressure escaped into the cooling system and turned an aluminum radiator into a balloon.
Well, he also torched a head, put a hole in it. This is the guy who welded up a hole in the head in like no time flat yesterday. Oh, yep. No doubt in my mind you will see that car back here later on today. He is not going to leave here with a 9:10 time.
Nope.
Zero chance.
9:10 with a 5:107, and things had already fallen off for him by 60 feet. That car typically shorts in the 1.113, 1.160, and he was 128 to 60 feet. it was sideways by then. Okay, this is cool.
Oh, this is really good. Remember the story we heard about this car earlier today? This is a genuine Buick-powered Buick. He is third in class, and it's cool because big block, naturally aspirated. The leaders are a Pontiac, a Plymouth, and this Buick. And the fight for third place is down to 200ths of a second. And so he saws all the exhaust system off of this thing to try and make it faster here this morning. Just get some weight out of that big old hankin' Buick.
Yeah, they busted out the hacksaw and decided to cut the exhaust off the thing. Maybe a little more power, maybe a little less weight. And Paul Corman will roll up in the Demon in Corman's car. A naturally aspirated machine over there in the O'Reilly lane. It is a great runner. So Paul Corman is fully staged. Mark Covey puts the Buick all the way in. Here goes Covey, and here goes Corman. Reaction time advantage of about 0.6 of a second for Paul Corman. So Corman will get to the stripe first, 10:47.7, 131, and Covey goes 10:73 with a 4 at 124 miles an hour. David's going to escape there and do an interview with a local CBS affiliate. Apparently there was a bunch of farm animals that went missing last night, and David's a prime suspect, so I don't know. Hopefully that works out for him. Yep, just going to take a quick mop job on the starting line there and fire hose a little bit of traction compound, maintain our starting line, make sure we keep up on any bald spots or any trouble spots that begin to show themselves as we run a whole lot of very powerful cars, some of which on very small tires down the racetrack. Well, the weather guys, for once in their lives, weren't kidding. They said that we were going to get this cold air mass to come down, and it sure showed up. We went from last night, we were driving we left the track at 90-something degrees. By the time we got to the hotel, the temperature dropped about a full 40 degrees almost by the time we get to where we were going. So it certainly beneficial for making the horsepower. Got to get some more heat in the racetrack, but great morning here at Great Bend. Very happy to be here. Very happy to be here for the second time. Drag Week came through here in 2011. We're back in 2013. Could not be happier, and a whole bunch of racers stacked up in the lanes to make runs. We've seen one of our big heavy hitters come out in the form of Jeff Lutz. And there are others to follow. And just letting that compound set up, we're good to go. We're going to be bringing our next pair up into the water box. All right, we got a lost gray backpack. Where would somebody go if they have lost their backpack to retrieve it? Okay, if you found a backpack, I misunderstood. If you have found a backpack, a gray backpack, please bring it to the timing tower, please. If you found a gray backpack, please bring it to the timing tower, please. If you found a gray backpack, bring it to the tower. We got people looking for it. This hot rod is a true vintage family piece. This car has been in the family. It was actually on the cover of a high school yearbook in 1954. The paint has not been touched since then. It's got a flathead in it, and the thing actually runs down into the 15s. This car could run into the 14s, which is kind of miraculous. Think about an old flathead and an old Ford Roadster with those little narrow tires on it. Such a great piece to have out here in Drag Week, and a great piece to see running down this drag strip in the form it was in when the Nationals happened at this very track. Incredible. Sheldon Heffler is driving the hot rod, and Jacoby Kronk. Jake Kronk is driving the pickup truck. So Jake and Sheldon head down the racetrack. Jake is saying, all I need to do is just please don't let me lose to the flathead hot rod. Jake Kronk is going to run away from him in the pickup. But keep your eyes peeled on the scoreboard on the left side. Let's see what the hot rod can put up on the board. Kronk goes first, 13:23 Ford 100, 15:31 with a 1 at 85 miles an hour for the flathead-powered Roadster. Late model Pontiac GTO going to line up next to the Malibu here in the water box. This late model GTO is a heck of a sleeper. Very unassuming car. It is basically just a stock bottom end, heads and cam type motor. And it hustles. Malibu a little bit more aggressive looking. You see those beadlock wheels in the back. More cars than we've ever seen this year running beadlocks. Very business-like look when you get the beadlocks on there. You know you showed up to play when Danny Roberts and Bob Admire. Admire is in the Pontiac. Roberts is in the Malibu. Here the turbo spool up for Roberts. Admire running down naturally aspirated. The Pontiac naturally aspirated goes 11.043, 121, and Admire goes 11 flat with a 5 at 122 miles an hour. So Bob Admire, 11.043, almost into the 10s with that thing, and Admire goes 11 flat with a 5 at 122. And here comes our stretchy truck over the ready line. He'll be coming in the next pair after we watch the Corvette Z06 and the beautiful Chevy 2 Nova SS on the Doug Ray side. Another one of our cars equipped with the Caltrac style bars in the back as the Nova rolls to the front. The Corvette, the C6 variety, will be lined up next to the Nova. Talk about a little bit of a styling difference down there. You get that really shoebox square Nova of Corey Petska. And Charlie Barber is the driver of the Corvette. Barber has done some good work with the manual transmission in the Corvette. We'll see if he can keep it up here, get it stuck on the starting line, and snick his way through the gears. Well, he got the whole sticking on the starting line deal pretty much down. Took the Nova a little bit to get it with the program, and Barber is rolling slowly at the top end. He has stopped accelerating. He goes 1390 at 70, and Petska goes 1413 with a 2 at 97 miles an hour. And here comes the stretchy truck. Nick Pluniak, and an extended cab, rear engine, twin turbo, big block powered. I guess we can't really call it a pickup truck anymore because it doesn't have a bed. We'll call it a thing. It's gone in the 8s consistently this week. And he's going John Force style on the burnout there. So Pluniak burns it right across the starting line. You see the brake lights lit up there, and he's going to get it kicked down into reverse and brought back here. Nick's a younger guy, very ambitious kid, a smart kid, built this whole truck himself. I'm not sure what the original inspiration was. Maybe a Hot Wheels he had or something. He got it stuck in his head. I want one of those in real life, and well, he's got one now. And you can tell how much the wheelbase has been stretched on that thing. I mean, you can see it all. Look down and just look at the frame rails. I often think to myself, with some of these guys who go through some of these small towns, I'm thinking, man, some of these guys are probably going to get a ticket for this, that, or the other thing. What do the cops do when they look at that? I have no idea. They just tear up the book. They could be there all night writing stuff. So they say, just get out of here, kid. Well, here goes Pluniak. Can he shove this truck down into the 8s again? Let's find out. He's pre-staged. Get those turbos spooling up. The Holly F5 fuel injection set up on it. And Pluniak left like he meant it. The stretchy truck goes through the 8th mile at 119, 6 seconds. And Pluniak goes 926 with a 4 at 100 in 52 miles per hour. This Chevy Vega is a mean piece, and these guys have been working on it all week. It's a 434 cubic inch small block Chevy engine. Traditional 23-degree headed style engine with a Pro Charger on the front of it. Got the gear drive set up, driving it off the crankshaft. And he's got these exhaust pipes that are 90 degrees in the car. Yeah. That thing's shooting fire in the works. The way that the exhaust is aimed on that thing, every time you hear him as the throttle of burnout, there are people's hats. We got furniture flying over it. It's got fire shooting out of it. It has been a real handful. They actually removed the Pro Charger off this thing when they drive it on the street. So this afternoon they'll unbolt the blower off it and drive it back to Tulsa. Wow. Shane McCleary. And McCleary making a big charge at the top end, goes 939, 165. You saw her at the starting line though. Didn't go very far before he busted the tire loose. Okay, gonna go take a quick walk out there, quick check of the racetrack. Those of you tuning in on the live broadcast here, big thanks to Pep Boys Speed Shop for being the sponsor of our live broadcast here this week, and they've been a great supporter of Drag Week the last couple of go-rounds, and we can't thank them enough for being involved and helping us sponsor the live broadcast. How about Gear Vendors, Under and Overdrives? Rick Johnson with Gear Vendors has been a huge part of Drag Week for a very long time. Those under and overdrive units can be found on several of the 6-second cars you see out here, making thousands of horsepower. And the Gear Vendors units are pretty cool. They are an auxiliary transmission that will go behind either an automatic or a stick shift, and it allows you to do a couple things. One, you can kind of split your shifts if you want to, or it allows you to have a big overdrive. It's a 0.78 ratio, I think. So if you have a steep gear in your car to drive on the street, you can go down the highway at $4,000, then you click the button to click it into overdrive, and you can bring those RPMs down to a more acceptable level. Saves you fuel economy, saves you wear and tear, and they can be great in stuff for like RVs, heavy trucks, and all the deal. So Gear Vendors and Pep Boys Speed Shop, and I would be very remiss without thanking MSD. They were here until yesterday with their tech trailer, so they had guys helping to diagnose ignition issues and fix stuff. They were out here supporting the event. They've been a supporter for 10 years, so MSD, thank you. And Jack Day and Rocket Brand Racing Fuels. Rocket Brand Racing Fuels, only company that's been here all 10 years since the beginning. When there was 40 cars that showed up at Kansas City International Raceway, Jack Day was there to support it. There's 300 cars, and he's still here. So Jack Day, Rocket Brand Racing Fuels, thank you. And please consider Rocket Brand Racing Fuels when you're buying race gas. We got about a 2-minute video montage to throw to right now. It'll take you through some of the cool stuff that's been happening while we get done on the racetrack. We'll be right back to you.
Okay, everyone, welcome to Drag Week 2014. I like to say that this is the people whose cars are faster than their mouth. And I thank every single one of you for making this happen. 310 cars going down track today. Biggest Drag Week ever.
Get 3 or 4 minutes. We'll roll it up for everybody.
Well, that was a cool video montage, and it really kind of brought you into what the whole scenario was yesterday afternoon over there at Thunder Valley. It was unlike anything I think I've ever experienced before, and I'd say certainly unlike anything Larry, Chad, or any of the people that were involved in getting that truck turned around and into the staging lanes. I mean, it's a battle. When it goes good at Drag Week, it's a battle. When it goes bad at Drag Week, and I would say bad when the odds start getting stacked against you, it's a real test of everybody's mettle, and it's certainly a test of everybody's will to continue on. Normal people, and none of us here are normal people, but normal people would have thrown in the towel long before those guys decided to forge ahead. So, like we said it yesterday, Dave and I did in the broadcast, and I'll reiterate it here. It was a victory to get the truck onto the racetrack. I understand the result on the racetrack was not what they wanted, but the fact it got there, and I even talking to Chad in the afternoon, once they got the truck into the staging lanes and knew they were going to run, he said he had to walk off to the side and mop his eyebrows off or mop his cheeks off a couple times because he broke down a little bit just from the sheer emotional strain of a couple days without sleep, incredible weeks of hard work, and they actually got to the racetrack to hit the starting line before we closed the day yesterday. It was against all the odds. They didn't run a hero number, but they got the truck staged, and I think both of those men will remember that moment for the rest of their lives. I'm sure I will as well, and that's no exaggeration. What we're doing on the racetrack right now is kind of a little bit of a holding pattern. We had some moisture outside. The moisture kind of got thick on us, and we got some spots out there we're going to need to dry off and maintain the racetrack. So such is the mercy of Mother Nature, and we're always at Mother Nature's mercy doing this stuff. And we've had some good luck here the last couple days, and hopefully this stuff that's coming by now will blow over, and we'll be back on it as soon as possible. But they have a very interesting track drying unit here at the racetrack. It used to be a unit that was used to work on elevator shafts, apparently. It was a big suction unit before. Well, they've re-engineered the thing. They tow it around behind a truck. It's basically a giant fan. They put kind of a downward manifold on the back of it, and that's what they use as their track dryer. And for what we saw this morning, the thing's highly effective. Pretty neat deal. Got a big gas motor on the front of it turning a fan, and that's what's drying the racetrack off. Once I get some more specific information as to how long we'll be down, I'll pass it on to you, but I know all the competitors. I've already actually seen several people with the trailers hooked up, headed out the door. And, a lot of these racers will drive the entire trip on drag radials or even on like ET Street-style tires. And there is nothing more hairy than either being in one of those or near one of those cars going down the road at any rate of speed on those tires when it is wet. So I think some of the guys are thinking, well, let's just get out of here, hit the tree, get out of here, and head towards Tulsa. That way they can take their time, and they will not arrive sometime mid-morning. One of the crews, I've not seen the car yet, but we had our backs turned to the entryway for a long time. But Dave Schroeder, the Unlimited competitor, who is not in contention for the win but is still actively racing, they melted a piston in that car yesterday at Thunder Valley. They got a piston, they swapped the piston overnight, and they were going to be here. They may be in the pits right now. And Schroeder is the gorgeous nitrous Corvette. And David's made several attempts at Drag Week. Never finished in that Corvette. We talked to Monty Smith, who does some tuning on the car, and he said the strategy today is going to be make an all-motor pass. They realize they're not in the running for the overall title in Unlimited. Make an all-motor pass without the juice, get back to Tulsa tomorrow, and then really feed it some spray and get it jammed down into the zone they want to be. David told us earlier in the week he had 3 goals. One was to finish, one was to run 200 miles an hour, and one was to try to run a 6. Well, the big one's going to be finishing. Once they get to Tulsa and get one run in, they get to Tulsa, they make one all-motor pass, they've officially completed Drag Week. After that, put the big kits on it, put the big jets in it, and then get after it. Schroeder had run down in the 17s. It was like a 7:14 or a 7:15 he ran earlier at 185, 190 mile an hour. So the car definitely has the potential to get into that 6-second zone at over 200, and he would love to do that. Doug Klein, we have not seen Doug Klein run today. I've not seen Doug Klein's car yet. We did see Doug Klein during the drive yesterday as Doug had stopped with some of his pals, and they were just kind of resting at a gas station. Doug looked pretty relaxed, like he was having a good time. And, Doug Klein is a guy who is in contention for the championship here for the overall win, for the Unlimited class win at Drag Week. He and Jeff Lutz are locked in a very tight battle for that number 1 position in Unlimited. And Doug Klein has been, I would say, the most consistent car of the week. And I've been breaking news. Handed this piece of paper, which I will read first before I go. Number 2. Okay. Oh, man, the dude driving that awesome orange Camaro that I love, Ross Galt, is from Australia. And he said, can you please say hello to my girlfriend, Wendy, my family and friends in Australia who love watching live. Thank you Thank you for the Hot Rod crew. Brian, you're totally awesome, and you're my hero. Someday I will wish to be anything like you. I'll stop there so I don't just embarrass the guy, but boy. No, Wendy and everybody else down in Australia and everybody around the world that's watching, thanks for tuning in. Obviously a little bit of rain, but David and I have been having a really fun time this week. We hope you've enjoyed watching us, and we got a couple more days left to go, and I'm telling you, tomorrow is going to be incredible because that's when we're going to wrap up the official drag week portion of the program. That's when we will have our award ceremony Friday night, and we will award our traditional awards out there. Our Spirit of Drag Week award. We'll hand out the trophies. We'll hand out the gear vendors, all that good kind of stuff. But then Saturday is the new twist, and it's the twist that we brought out for the 10th running of this event, the heads-up shootout that will happen in Tulsa. And if you're not doing anything Saturday, those of you sitting here in the stands and hanging out, or those of you on the broadcast that are within, say, a 300-400 mile radius of Tulsa, get yourself there. This is going to be a heads-up race. It's not going to be a time trials type of situation like we have this week. Side-by-side, heads-up, first to the finish line winning, or first guy to the finish line wins. And the other twist is everybody goes on the same ladder. We're not going to run unlimited cars versus unlimited cars, and then power riders are part of. It's everybody goes in the same time. If you got a 12, anybody that finishes drag week is eligible. Anybody. So if you finish drag week, you can jump in the pile, and it will be a battle royale of all different types of cars and classes squaring off. There'll be upsets and craziness going on all day in Tulsa on Saturday. So be here or be there or be somewhere else. But we'd love to see you at Tulsa, either on the live feed or in the grandstands. Yeah, it's a bummer when we get moisture like this, but we need to do what we got to do. And the staff here at the racetrack has been doing this forever. These guys know how to operate the equipment, know how to get this thing turned around as quickly as possible, and that's what we'll do. They're trained professionals. This racetrack is as old as the National Hot Rod Association. It was incorporated about the same time as the NHRA was, a year right around that same year. 53 for NHRA, 53 for the Hot Rod Club that opened this S.R.C.A. raceway, or S.R.C.A. drag strip, I should say. And the track we are running down is the same track that was used in 1955. This is not just the same place. This is the same literal location physically that those cars were racing down when Wally Park stood and looked around and had this idea for a national-style event. And one of the things to think about, too, is, you know, the Nationals were a big deal then, and really the U.S. Nationals are a big deal now is because it does pull those cars from all over the country. You know, when Wally and Bud Coons and a couple other guys hopped in the Pontiac Safari wagon, or whatever it was, the NHRA Safety Safari, and literally started just touring around and meeting with car clubs and showing them how they could get access to airstrips and access to facilities. It was a big deal. The Nationals was a culmination of that to bring all those car clubs really and all those racers to this one place, which happened to be Great Bend, Kansas. In 1955, it was a watershed moment for drag racing, and it's just so cool to be here with everybody at the Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week. Now, I understand we got Mike Finnegan down in the pits to perform an interview or conduct an interview with the owner of a red Camaro whose name currently escapes me. So, Mike, you're in the pits. Nick, go talk to Nick, Mike.
All right, I'm here with Nick Swazik. You drive a 73 Chevy Camaro in street race, big block, NA, right?
Correct.
Okay, how's it going so far this week?
Oh, the car's been running great, and the tracks has been good. It's been a lot of fun.
Okay, what's been your best pass so far?
I think it was a 1053 at 128.
So tell me, we're 4 days into this. You've had a lot of time on the road. Give me a story, man. What's happened? What have you seen out there?
Well, one of the competitors hit a deer, and we stopped and helped a lot of people along the way. Late nights out on the road, you know, a lot of fun.
Did you actually see Bambi bounce off the windshield of the car?
No, but we were there maybe 30 seconds after it hit. Oh. So it was unfortunate for Michael Crow in the white Duster.
Yeah, he seemed pretty down when I saw him the next day. He was talking about actually not coming back next year. So we all need to peer pressure him into bringing the Dart back because we love that car.
Exactly.
So where are you at in terms of the competition in your class right now?
Well, I'm just having fun. I've got a kind of my spare motor in the car, and we just come out to have a good time with it. I think I am 5th approximately out of 28 cars, which is pretty good for, you know, I've got a 10 1/4 compression 498 with 781 oval port heads, and it's just a super drivable combination that, I have had a 572 in the car, but I put this motor in it just so I can make drag week and come out and have a good time.
Is this your first drag week?
Oh no, I won in 07 naturally aspirated modified class. So I've been on 3 different drag weeks, but I've had a few years off.
They're sweeping the track right now, it looks like, trying to get rid of some of that moisture. Is this the coldest day at drag week you've ever experienced?
No, not at all. We seen some cold temperatures up near Green Bay in 07. It was quite chilly. I don't remember the temperature.
And when it's this cold out, what adjustments do you make to the Camaro to actually get it to go down the track? Because we've seen everything from gassers to 10.5 cars to Jeff Lutz just sit there and go sideways off the starting line.
A little less tire pressure and a little more slack in my traction bars. It seems to give it a little bit more flex, and it'll hook better.
Right on. Drag week is all about having a good time, obviously, because otherwise you wouldn't torture yourself like this. Do you have a group of guys here that you travel with, any buddies that you hit the road with between tracks?
Exactly. Brent McCoy, he's my co-pilot. He's a drag week veteran also. And Colin and Mike Anger, they've got a car in this. And everybody that's been in this, doing this for a while, you know everyone. You know, it's just kind of almost feels like a family team event, you know?
Yeah, you brought up Brent McCoy, and I haven't seen him in a while, but everybody knows that guy here because he's the guy with the inflatable date in the back of the Buick. He's the guy warming up burritos on the air cleaner. Is Buck going to come back?
Yeah, Buck will make an appearance next year, I do believe, yeah. He'll have something in here.
Something special, because he never brings anything normal.
He was the key to my win in 07. He was my crew chief and worked hard for me. He's quite a mechanic and a good friend.
All right. If there were little kids at home right now and they were watching this and they were watching you, would you give them any advice about how to direct their life from now on? You know, what do you do to end up in your shoes at drag week if you're, you know, a high school kid? What do you recommend?
Well, that's a deep question.
I know.
I don't know.
What things have you done you would tell them not to do?
Work hard. Oh, not to do.
Work hard.
Boy, I don't know. That's a deep question. I'd have to have some time to think about that one.
Maybe we shouldn't get too philosophical here. Maybe we should just work on the cars and try to go fast.
Let's just have fun.
All right. Well, I think I've worn you out here, and we could probably go back up to the booth to, you know, the 2 chatterboxes up there, and they can take over. Thanks for coming.
Well, we're back, and I have regained David Freiberger, who apparently...
Hate to leave you dangling in the breeze there.
There was a television interview. I heard it went completely awry.
Oh, it was ugly.
Yeah, it was not good. So
it's going to go viral. Sorry to leave you dangling in the breeze here, not knowing what to say. I'm sure you were tongue-tied by yourself.
They were the 2 women in the tower were like, "Thank God he's going to stop talking," and then it went the opposite direction. I just kept talking, and it was it was good.
Sorry to subject the audience to that. I've got a couple of racer announcements, or I have one big racer announcement. Larry Ayers, please meet Brad Barkley in his pit ASAP. I have no idea why. Larry Ayers, please meet Brad in his pit ASAP. And of course, we are still working on drying the track out here. I'm sure Brian's been keeping you up to date on that. Is there news I don't know about that situation?
Well, what we have moisture that we're now blowing forced air on top of to try to remove the moisture from the racing surface.
That's what they could have been doing with you while I was gone. You
yes.
could have been blowing that hot air directly onto the racing surface.
I offered.
Yeah?
They said it was not good. So. Here and ate cookies instead.
They didn't want to see like a manatee flopping virtually half dead.
Nobody needs to see that.
Okay.
Really, nobody needs to see that. So we're not doing that.
Well, it's pretty cool. I was doing that TV interview down there, and I've done that.
Just remind everybody again, you're on TV. I get it.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I'm all about. It's like telling you that. No, what the point is actually is it's cool that the local communities are recognizing Drag Week and coming out here and supporting it. A lot of that has been driving all of these spectators that we have here. If you guys are at home watching the live feed, you need to come out. I mean, we're going to be back in Tulsa tomorrow on Friday for the finals. 2:30 we start, and I hope we get this program done by about 8:30, and that will end the drag week portion of the event. That will be where we name the fastest street car in America. But on Saturday, we take these cars, put them on a ladder, and actually shoot them out. It's no longer time trials. It is cutthroat.
It is cutthroat, and it promises to be a very exciting couple of days. And, of course, I know that Todd and Keith over there at Osage Tulsa Raceway Park have been gearing up, and they've been selling it. They told us how many tickets they sold for the deal. It's just out of control. So they do a great job of packing that place anyway. And with this show, and really Drag Week has turned into a show that's entertaining to sit here and watch. Not that it wasn't ever, but when there was 40 cars here the first year, it wasn't much to look at.
Well, yeah.
But now that we got hundreds of cars here coming in, obviously all very high quality, and when we get to this part of the week, the wheat and the chaff have been separated. You know, you're left with really the cream of the crop. You're left with stuff with like Mustangs with roof racks. That's what that's what you got here.
That's really the pinnacle of what you expect to see in street car racing. You see everything here, and I think that's what's cool about it. Most of the guys who come to run for fun have some of the greatest cars, home-engineered things. The volume of junkyard 5.3 LSs with Chinese turbos on them here is probably a greater population density than you'll find anywhere else anywhere.
Yeah, and to me, like, we referenced the Mustang with the roof rack on it, but there has to be a level of it, as lame as it sounds. Every one of these things, there has to be a little wedge of practicality somewhere. You know, the car has to get you from place to place, so you end up with a 275 drag radial Mustang with a steel roof rack. You know, it's just hilarious. And guys figure their own way to do it. We got the dude with that 3 Series BMW that's been LS swapped. He's got something you'd hang a mountain bike on. He uses that thing as he hangs his slicks off the back of it. You know, I mean, we've seen all different types of combinations out here over the years. And remember, before there was a rule on the size of a trailer.
There still is.
Oh, no, before there was a rule.
Oh, but prior to the existing of that rule.
For instance, in 2005, Jim Neuenfeld showed up with that pickup truck with a full-size car trailer behind it.
Well, and let's be honest, the trailer thing is out of control again. The people who are watching on the live feed, and even here in the grandstands, they don't see these cars out on the highway. Many of them are hauling, a 4x8 U-Haul or larger. Eric Yost being like the famous guy who's got the kegerator going on and the full toolbox. People are out here with welders, all kinds of things, because that's typically what you drag with you on your way to work with your street car.
Sure.
And so
you never leave home without your
probably
Miller-matic.
Gonna need to reel that in just a little bit. Once again, like Schumacher on a Marlin. He's going to throw that $20,000 lure into the drink, and that Marlin is just going to take that bite. And like him, we're going to pull the trailer thing right back in. And that probably just started an internet rumor of death. I already saw they're canceling trailers forever. That's probably coming. We're going to merge from that directly into Top Gear USA. And then probably
Monster trucks.
We should probably jump right to the Andy Frost, Larry Larson conversation, and it'll get racial from there as it did yesterday.
Well, before that goes off the rails, we're going to go down to Mike Finnegan's down in the pits, talk to a couple racers. Mike, who you got down there?
We're international here at Drag Week, and I'm standing here with 2 competitors from Sydney, Australia, and you have not a Mercury Capri, it's a Ford Capri right-hand drive deal. How long does it take to get a car from your house to here?
The actual transit time on the water isn't that long. It's only about 3 or 4 weeks, but then you've got the whole drop it off at the docks, and then when it gets here, clear customs, and then once it arrives in California, you've actually got to get it to the Midwest, which is often a bigger challenge than getting it from Sydney to California.
That's got to be nerve-wracking to ship your baby away, and it arrives. You're probably not there when it gets there, and you don't even know what happens to it, right?
It wasn't that nerve-wracking at all for me because it's not my car, it's Steve's car. So, we knew when it was leaving and we knew where it was supposed to be. So, yeah, I didn't really have a problem with it.
So pretty much when you arrive, the car's not there. You'll just go rent something and, Steve's out.
No, I've still got my old Dodge 440 that I've done this event in half a dozen times. So no matter what happened, I'd be here.
Is the Dodge here in the States too?
Yep, it's in Kansas.
You guys are hardcore.
We come with plan A, B, and C, and if all else fails, just get on to a Racing Junk and see what you can buy for the week, or eBay, Craigslist, it all works.
Oh, God, Racing Junk is amazing. I love that place. Really good deals to be had there, and then some not-so-good deals, too. Have you ever bought anything off the internet that you totally regretted when you opened the box?
Probably not, because most of the things that we buy engines or cars, and most of those don't come in boxes. But yeah, I've made a few regrets afterwards. But by and large, Steve and I were only discussing yesterday. We said if we lived here it'd be pretty dangerous because we'd have the biggest shed in the world and we'd probably have 10 to 15 cars on the go at any one time.
You guys seem to get along pretty good. I know you're both driving the car. How do you determine every day who gets behind the wheel?
Well, normally we just take it in turns. Like normally I'd go first and Steve would go second, and what we try and do is we have a plan on what changes we might make for the day. We don't want to make too many changes. So, today we thought we'll run the car as it is. We lashed the valves. Of course, the air's good. We thought after this pass we'll try and jet it. So, we just take it in turns.
I like your strategy. Track's ice cold. You go ahead and drive.
Yeah, I'll drive it. No problem. No problem.
You're waiting for the afternoon session where maybe the thing hooks a little better, aren't you?
Not really. I was kind of feeling guilty because Steve owns the car and I thought it might have rained out this afternoon, so I was actually supposed to run first, and I thought I'll be a good bloke and let him drive just in case we only got one pass for the day.
All right, well, tell me about the car and the engine right now. What do we have under the hood here?
Typically in Australia, if you drive a Ford, you have a Cleveland. There's not a lot of Windsors over there. So it's a 351 Cleveland with C3 Yates heads, stroked out to 408. Roller cam, just your basic, hot rodded Ford.
And what kind of drivetrain do we have behind it? What do you got for a trans and a rear end?
9-inch Ford with 4 3s in the rear and a turbo 350, strangely enough.
All right, so one last question for the both of you. You finished drag week this time in this car. What do you do next year? Same car, something faster, something new off racing junk?
We're kind of done with this deal. It's we actually had this car here last year, and we got here 2 weeks before the event, and we had 2 different trannies and about 4 different converters in it. And this thing's kind of thrown everything at it, and we've both agreed that this will definitely be the last experience in a Ford. And we both own Mopars at home, so we figure, there's some kind of bad karma about driving a Ford here this week.
So you're going to bring a car that's even harder to find parts for next year. I like it. Good luck with that.
I think next year I'll drive my old 440. We can lair around in that. It's reliable, it's big, it's comfy.
All right, cool, guys. Well, good luck, and hopefully we see you tomorrow.
Cool.
All right.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Well, we're back after Mike Finnegan just caused an international incident down there, so national relations between Australia and the United States have hit an all-time. We've just hit the skids.
There's a guy from Denmark here, right? Looking to build a car for next year.
Yeah, I think a couple, like a contingent. Mm-hmm. There were some dudes with like the Suburban. There was like a Swedish flag hanging off a Suburban.
And just now when I was down there in the pits, I got pretty much surrounded by Canadians saying that we need to do Drag Week Canada. Apparently they've got 3 tracks within 400 miles of each other, and they have a snowplow, and so they're saying we could actually run that program.
One of those tracks is on a glacier, so
Right.
it is in danger of melting away at any point, so we need to get up there and handle that. Check this out. On those of you in the live feed here, I got an AN wrench in my hand, a very nicely constructed AN wrench from Machine Design Service. It's a local business. This is their light wrench model.
That's
and
cool.
Dropped it off at the tower with the instructions that we need to award this wrench to the car or driver that has the lowest ET today. So it's a really nice piece, and those of you that have AN fittings on your car and you've been using your adjustable wrench on them, you know how bad it tears them up. So that's the right tool for the job.
Wow. I've always failed to keep my AN fittings scratch-free, especially since I like to use the black ones instead of the blue and the red. I figure this isn't 1988 anymore. Do you remember when people used to use AN basically as decoration?
Oh, yeah.
Rather than as function?
Yeah, well, then there was the whole faux, then they come up with those covers for your radio.
They still have that. The next thing that has come up on that is that the rubber lining or nitrile or whatever it is that's in an AN fitting is getting destroyed by the modern gas. The alcohol in it is just chewing that stuff up. You leave your car sit for a year, especially California, you come back and pretty much the fuel's going straight to the ground. Holley has got this new stuff, though. It used to be super expensive, high-end, but now they have a practical hose that you can buy that will apparently survive.
Oh, wow.
So I've been using that stuff on the latest time that I redid the Super Bee. And I say latest time, I've replumbed that thing at least 3 times.
So the lowest driver of the lowest ET today will be awarded that AN wrench. And fear not, we'll obviously be at the track tomorrow, so we'll get the data and we'll hand it to you if you don't want to stick around and wait to see if you're a low ET. And we will get to that wrench delivered to you tomorrow in Tulsa.
Yeah, hopefully Brian doesn't need to cinch up his nuts here in the tower before you actually get your hands on that.
That only opens to a couple inches, so that's not going to be suitable for the job anyway.
Okay. So?
Yep.
What's your next blather no one really wants to listen to?
Well, I'll tell you what, after that horrible joke that you just tried to attack me with, I am trying to formulate something to attack you with. But, well, you know what we haven't seen?
What's that?
That first C7 Corvette ever on Drag Week.
Here, he's coming after me because on the first day, I actually saw this blue C7 pull into lines.
With the innocence and excitement of a child that's seen Santa Claus.
And I did say, I think this is the first C7 that we've seen at Drag Week, and he pointed out, well, that would be because they went on sale 3 months ago, dorkwad. But still, nevertheless, that guy's got the first C7 of Drag Week, and there isn't another one here. There are a lot of Corvettes here. One that is missing is a new car that I've seen that's being built. I'm not sure if I can name drop on it, but apparently there is another hardcore unlimited car coming that is a C6, I believe.
Okay. Might belong to a guy who's racing a Suburban this week or something.
Not as far as you know.
Oh, no, okay.
No.
No?
It's funny how much stuff goes on in the so-called off-season, which would be the 51 weeks of the year when this is not happening.
360 days when we're not here.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. There's so much chatter on internet forums about what's going on in Drag Week. People are building for this all year long. The thing that I think is cool is we're finally at the point with this event that people are building cars just for class, just for here. And so rules become a big deal. Tom Bailey has been breathing down my neck for at least 6 months for the unlimited rules for 2015 because he wants to build a new car. He broke his car first day here. He's already 6 months ago thinking about what his program's going to be for 2015. What we're going to do is on the Monday following Drag Week, I'm going to put out a set of rules that will be essentially proposed rules. This is kind of unusual for a race to go to the racers and say, hey, give us input on what you want to do here. It's the same thing I did 3 years ago. We'll put out the rules. We'll give people a month to sort of comment on them, completely bash me on them, get really upset about the whole no trailers thing, get really upset about the whole, no slicks, get really, really torqued about the whole electric motor rule.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, when you ask the racers about that stuff, there's always that one unified opinion that you get back, so it makes everything really easy.
Oh, yeah. So basically, once we reach the consensus of every individual involved, we will take the rules and revise them and lock them in for 3 years. That will be the 2015, 16, 17 rules.
That part we're not joking about. They will be locked in for 3
They
years.
absolutely will be locked. And the reason for that is so that you can look at a set of rules now and not wonder if your class is going to be gone the year after that. That happens in a lot of sanctioning bodies, and it's a total bummer. Pro stock truck. And
but why did you just cough on me? That was inappropriate.
And so these guys will be able to plan ahead. I don't think that the rules change is going to be that radical, really. I mean, look around at what's going on here, and it's not broken.
No.
When we've got 500 people attempting to register for 250 slots at this event and a waiting list 100 miles long, apparently people are okay with it, and I haven't really been screamed at the rules for almost 3 years. I mean, there's been nitpicking, of course, but our structure is pretty good.
I agree, and as evidenced by the amount of people we got out here interested in it, as evidenced by the thousands of people that have been tuning in from around the globe, and I brought this point up yesterday, but I do want to bring it up again, is the fact that the global audience, I believe, is a lot driven by the fact that this is the only place in the world where this event could even occur, and the reality is, we get to pick, we could country they're operating right now. And one of the things I think it's important to understand is, there are news stories, you hear a news story, others are never advocating that it's a good thing that happens. But what I am advocating to tell you is that there's not, there's not a danger of every drag strip being gone, and so we have 400 drag strips in this country, 1/8 mile and 1/4 mile, and that's a real number. That's not just something I just made up out of the air. And we get to pick 4 that we want to use. And we could pick those 4 if we wanted to. Some of them we could do in North Carolina. The Carolinas, between the 2 Carolinas, there's over 35 drag strips. We could run Drag Week 5 years in a row.
Right there.
And
never touch the same piece of concrete.
Exactly. So at the international audience, thank you guys for tuning in. And I just want them to know that we appreciate the fact that we can actually do this here and that we have the availability of racetracks to be able to do it on.
Well, and on that patriotic note, with the freedom of America, this is 9/11. Hot Rod remembers for sure. And we are thrilled to be able to actually do what we do at Drag Week because we live here.
Yeah, it is a day that I think all of us have taken some time to reflect on, whether we've done it yet or we'll do it when we're on the road driving into the great country. I mean, we're going to be going through the heartland of this country today, and that's the perfect time for some reflection as to what this day means. And unfortunately, we have some rain coming down
That is some astute powers of observation there. I was just about to point it out. Unfortunately, yeah, it is actually falling now, and people are running out of the grandstands.
But we do have a guy down in the staging lanes to talk to, and that is Casey Cunningham with the coolest pickup truck here, that 1972 Dodge D100. Mike, take it away.
Well, it might be hard to tell back home, but we're actually standing in mist right now, and the track dryer's going, so we've got a lot of time to kill here. So we're going to interview Casey Cunningham, driver of a 1972 Dodge D100 pickup that has no roll bar in it and is running in the unlimited class. What are you doing there?
Well, we put a new setup in the truck, and it's running pretty good, but we knew we were probably too slow to make the 32-car field for daily driver. And if we're going to play the game of attrition, we just figured, why not play it in unlimited?
That's a strategy. That is definitely a strategy. And I believe we started out with like 18 guys in that class. I think at least 2 of them are out. So in the next 48 hours, if you lose 16 more, you could win this whole deal.
That's right. We're not the slowest one in the class. There is another guy with a old Suburban or whatever, old Chevrolet Suburban, I think it is, in the class. He's running a little slower than us. And then, you know, if a couple of these unlimited cars take a 20 a day or two, we'll see.
That is true. And actually, Sean Fink owns that Suburban, and he's usually here in a Nova wagon, and I think he's coasting this year at Drag Week because I've seen him. I've ridden with him in that Suburban, and he's got a cooler in it and bench seating and a heater, which probably would come in handy today. Tell me about your truck. What do you got under the hood?
It's a 400. It's a pretty mild, just a 9-to-1 hydraulic cam motor, set up to take a little sauce. We got 200 horses of nitrous on it. Just a pretty decent running pickup. It went 1241 at 107 yesterday.
Is that the quickest it's ever been?
That's the quickest. That was the 6th pass down the track with the new engine and stuff. It's getting a little more comfortable and everything's working a little better. I was really hoping today, this cool with the little tailwind that we had early, that we might squeeze her down there a little more, but I think eventually there's probably 11s in the truck, but it's just going to take a little time.
The weather might cooperate because at the beginning of this interview, I was getting wet, and right now it just dried up. So maybe we will see, some good action here with a tailwind. If I remember correctly, last year you were swapping axles in your Plymouth, and your brother was swapping axles in this thing. You were swapping trans in your Plymouth. Why are you driving the Dodge this year?
Well, I had both vehicles, and it was actually 2012, and my brother wanted to go really bad, and a couple of his buddies were wanting to go, so I thought, well, just let's throw some nitrous on the pickup and take that. So they took it that year, and of course broke 2 axles along the way, and we did the transmission in Enos, and then we didn't have any more trouble the rest of the week. They actually drove that truck home from Tulsa in 12 with a broke axle in there, drove it home one-wheeling, and pretty sure we got all that lined out now. But this year I told him I was taking the pickup. I got rid of the motor out of the Plymouth, and it was hibernating for a little while.
You guys are a little hard on stuff there. So this year, is the trip going a little better for you? Are you having any breakdowns?
We had a lower radiator hose clamp get a little loose and lost a little bit of water the other day. Just accidentally found that. Had a tiny fuel leak a while ago in the pits when we were checking transmission fluid, and that's been our troubles so far this week.
Oh, you're doing pretty good, and you've done several drag weeks, so you know all about the Spirit of Drag Week award that we hand out every year. And do you have any input on that? Have you seen anybody or met anybody you think deserves that deal?
Man, I think everybody out here deserves it after the week. Right now, as far as anybody just sticking out, really to me, I'm not thinking any, but
you got a good point about everybody out here deserving it. I mean, anybody that will take their car and subject it to this and themselves to this is pretty darn cool in my book. And we thank you for coming out, man. And hopefully we see you tomorrow at the finish of this deal, and you can finish another drag week.
Shoot, yeah, I can't wait for the heads-up shootout.
All right.
I'm ready for that.
Thank you, and we'll go back to the guys in the booth right now.
And we're back.
We are. With some disappointing news, it did start raining again just before we went back away to Finnegan in the pits. And as much as I was hoping that it would downpour on him while he was on live worldwide,
didn't happen.
It's dried up just a little bit, but we're getting drizzle in and out. We're looking at the radar, trying to figure out what to do. This is always the dilemma when you're standing at a drag strip and it's getting to be wet air. So we're going to make the call at 12:30. We were just in here talking to Lonnie Grimm, the race director, and we made the decision to decide in an hour.
Yeah, so what that means is we have the dryer out there. We get a tractor coming around the corner with the broom and the drag on it. We're going to make an effort for an hour to dry the racetrack. At 12:30, we're going to assess what the situation is and yay or nay it, because we don't want to hang anybody else out to dry there. If we cut the day, we cut the day. None of the runs that were made today will affect anybody's average. That means if you did not get a hit, you're not going to be penalized. If you did get a hit and it wasn't spectacular, you won't be penalized either. We don't want to do that.
It also won't count if you had a hit. Basically, today goes away if we cancel the event. Now, if we start running around 12:30 and it rains at 1:15 and everybody hasn't gotten a pass, we're going to call it immediately and hit the road. And so
it's a 307-mile drive. And the other thing we wanted to make very clear, too, is this morning when we were looking at the weather, we were looking at the radar, this is, even right now, the rain we just got is actually not on a radar screen we were looking at that's off camera over in this direction. So in talking to Lonnie, he said he wanted to make it clear, and we understood his point. He said if we had known coming in that we would be dealing with an imminent rain situation, what we probably would have done was said to everybody, one shot, get back to your pits. We'll get everybody through the field once, and then we'll open it back up again. Since we did not know that this was coming, we decided to go as business as usual, and it actually was going okay for a couple hours until this thing kind of blew through. And again, it's a little pop-up shower. There's some stuff kind of backloading to our west, and we're maybe starting to feel the effects of that. But anybody that's been in drag racing long enough, and I know you guys and girls watching in England, you understand this more than anybody. Santa Pod, they call it Santa Pond. It rains so much over there sometimes. So you understand how this goes. Those of you that aren't as familiar with what a prepped racetrack is like when the rain gets on it, there is an alcohol base to the when they spray the traction compound, they cut it with alcohol. So it's like you ever been on the highway or the road, you get that little bit of rain and the road gets a little bit slick as the oil starts to wick out of it. Well, when you get traction compound wet, it literally turns that thing into ice out there. So we have to make sure it is really 100% dry before we turn anybody loose, and it's going to take a while. The dew point is low. The air is very wet. It's not like it's a hot, dry day. It's going to take us a while to get it dry.
So once again, for the people in the pits to make one succinct statement about what we're doing here, we are going to make the decision on rain at 12:30. If we do call it, this day will not count at all. We will go ahead and drive to the next track. Tulsa does start at 2:30 tomorrow, so if it's pouring rain, you do have tonight and tomorrow morning to make it to Tulsa safely. So again, 12:30 we are going to make the call. If we go hot again at 12:30 and it begins to rain before we finish anybody out, we are going to call it as soon as it hits the ground. We just don't have time for all of you to get to the next track. So that's what we're doing right here. We sit tight. Hopefully we got a dry track in an hour.
That's the plan, Stanley.
They do have equipment on track, which is encouraging.
Yeah, like Lonnie said, we're going to make an effort at it. We're going to make a go for it and see what happens. And, it's a kind of a telltale, but our windows on the tower dried up pretty quick out there. So hopefully there's a little bit of looking at the flag. There is some air moving around, and a little bit of breeze does a whole lot of work for us that a track dryer can't do on its own.
Rain has created quite a bit of talk and controversy at Drag Week over the years. The year that Eddie Miller won, which is again 2006, that was a 4-event Drag Week because not only those guys drive in a downpour that year, but we had to call it for one day. And
I was going to say, didn't you have to revert back to Cordova?
My mind, the synapse back here, right, that one started to fire. And remember, we went to Indy, it was pouring, and we were like, you know what, it's dry in Cordova, let's go there. And we had few enough cars that we could actually, organize that cluster into an actual functional road trip back. And we did that. I can't see that happening again these days. But it was a 4-event drag week, and that could happen again here. But it creates a lot of drama. Poor Eddie, people have been saying, yeah, you won, but it was only 4 races. Never mind the fact the guy drove in a torrential downstorm. He still made it all the way to Indy and back to Cordova and did all of the miles. We just didn't race 4 times. The other time that it caused a big drama was the year.
Oh, yeah.
And
And I helped fuel the drama
You helped
fire.
fuel that, absolutely. We were sitting on the final day, and the rain came in
Tulsa.
And we had to make the decision on what to do, and we got some wires crossed in the tower, and Brian announced, we're done, we're calling it, it's all over, the event's done. And I immediately grabbed the mic. It's like, well, what are you on? No, we are completing this thing out tomorrow. Some people who would have won if we had only raced 4 days and not that final session were hot.
Yes.
And
the Christmas card list at the Freiberger house shrunk by several families. That
exactly. And on the other end of things, you had Jeff Lutz, who would have won if we had called it at that point, and he went ahead and was cool with racing the next day. So to be clear about what's going to happen this year, if we have a rain situation in Tulsa tomorrow as we're racing from 2:30 in the afternoon on, and we do have to call it that day, we will attempt to finish the race on Saturday morning. Finishing drag week is more important ultimately than doing that heads-up shootout or delaying that heads-up shootout. So once again, let's say we haven't gotten in the daily driver bracket race on Friday, we will go ahead and attempt it the following morning.
Right. The bottom line is, when we leave Tulsa, a training guy will have been awarded.
That's right. The whole thing here is not about money. It's about glory. And one of the most glorious things you can get here is that trophy from Gear Vendors.
Yeah.
Rick calls it Tranny Guy. It's basically a 3D version of his logo.
Yep.
It's the guy with the Hemi and the torque flight.
Hanging on for life.
That's right. And it's become the icon of winning Drag Week overall. But this year we have another one that's happening for the heads-up shootout. And he's got a black one for the overall winner of Drag Week and a gold one or a copper-looking one for the heads-up shootout. And of course, once again, he will be firing with a cannon. Gear Vendors out.
Yeah, he has a confetti cannon that is filled with Gear Vendors.
Yeah, that's right.
Wear a helmet. Wear a helmet to the thing. No, but we're kidding around here. But Rick has been an unrelenting supporter of Drag Week since the beginning, and he saw Drag Week in a different way than I think a lot of people saw it. He saw Drag Week as a way to go, this event validates my product. This event is a way that I can do probably more than any other event, can show what my product is capable of doing, what my product's advantages are out there, and he has been part of this thing since almost day one. So, Rick, thank you for your support, and Gear Vendors has been great. They're set up over there in the pits. They've been set up all week. He is a guy that knows not only about the Gear Vendors deal, but the thing is when you work on auxiliary transmissions like he does, you need to know everything about the stuff that sits ahead of it, which is the manual transmissions, automatic transmissions. The guy literally knows everything.
For those of you not familiar with this actual doohickey, it is an auxiliary transmission. It's a planetary gear set that's in a small case that bolts to the back of your existing transmission. It's got a 0.78 to 1 gear ratio in there so that you can either go overdrive or underdrive, essentially. So you can go first overdrive, which you can also look as second underdrive.
Sure.
Well, no, I guess, yeah, that's how it would work. So you could turn your 3-speed into a 6-speed.
And that has been a family business for, I think it's 2-3 generations of Rick's family. It's 2 generations of Rick's family. His dad and he is of course the guy running the show over there and has been for some time. So thanks to Rick and Gear Vendors for their support. And it would be fun to do the math on how much fuel the guys that have run Gear Vendors over the years, how many hundreds of gallons of fuel those guys have saved from taking their 4,500 RPM, 55 mile an hour cruise speed down to 75% of that at probably 70. You know what I mean?
That and EFI. I'm blown away by how many of these guys who are cruising around out here with 500-inch motors are coming back going, I got 17 miles per gallon on that last leg. Seemingly impossible, but they're actually doing that, and it's another thing that has made Drag Week doable. Can you imagine going to the Street Machine Nationals in 1979 and pulling out a pro street card going, hey, let's go on a 1,000-mile road trip.
Hey, man.
You wouldn't want to drive it around the block.
I got these Predators set up to run perfect on top of this tunnel ram, baby. Let's do it.
Man, Bigfoot's got them. They must be good.
Yeah, man. Got an Allen Root Hemi in the front of this thing with Predators on it. We can make it to the end of the street before we need to refuel.
Right. Yeah. We are listening right now in our earpiece. The reason why we'll be mid-sentence and all the seize up and don't know what we're doing is because we've got the video guys talking to us in our earpiece telling us what's going on. And we have another bit with Mike Finnegan down there in the pits, and it isn't live. It just happened.
It's live to tape.
This is live to tape, instant replay of a conversation with Jeff Lutz, who is, of course, the current leader at Hot Rod Drag Week. So let's go to that. Mike Finnegan and Jeff Lutz in the pits.
It's frigid. The mist is coming and going. The track doesn't look amazing. You're the only guy in the unlimited class that's tried to go down it. What was that like?
It was horrible. We had the tune-up that we had in it yesterday when it went 694, real soft. You've seen it, and it wasn't going anywhere out there. It's dangerous out there right now because of the conditions. It's cold, the dew, and there's no temperature in the track, and it's going to be a dangerous situation for anybody with horsepower.
If the dew goes away and they dry the track up, but it's still this cold out, can you get down the thing?
You can, but it's going to be a struggle because you need the heat in the track, and with the cars that are here, I don't think we're going to get the heat.
We're all I think we're getting a little jaded about the whole 6-second thing because you guys make it look pretty easy. I mean, we saw 6s during test and tune at Tulsa. So, what's your opinion today? Probably not going to see a 6 out of anybody?
I doubt that, with the conditions the way they are, and there's no heat out there, and the further out the track you get, you're pouring the power on, and that's not a good situation. And for anybody, and I really don't want to see anybody wad anything up. I won't send Jeffrey down here, so.
I don't blame you. So, are you going to go again, you think? You going to watch the weather, or do you have any strategy at this point?
If it clears up and, we get some heat in the track, I'll go again.
Cool.
But like I said, I don't know what do I do with Jeffrey. I don't know what to do there. He's he's new at it, and being a father, I don't know if I want to put him in that situation.
Yeah, it's impressive. He's maintained a 7-second average already, which
he's fourth. He's number 4 right now, they said. And that's awesome. And the other day when I took a hit in the car because I signed up as a driver, I thought I would help him out, but God, he passed me up in that pass.
Oh my God, maybe you just might as well put him in the seat here.
Larry and I were talking. I think this is it for me. If I get this deal, I'm done. I'll let Jeffrey do it, and I'll ride with him from here on out.
It'll be a nice way to go out, man. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Yeah, hey, you're a pro. Good job eating on camera. Way to class it up around here. No, you finish eating. I'll break the news that they just broke.
Such a button-down organization here that I realize this is probably a flaw that's going to get me canned.
Yep. So anyway, well, David Chews, as the Freiburger Chews, so you heard Jeff Lutz over there. That interview with Mike that happened just moments ago said if he is able to survive the week and win the event, win drag week, he's not coming back. Jeffrey will compete, but he will be done.
We still, while I'm swallowing my chocolate chip cookie, we still have not seen Jeffrey's Honda in competition. So I think I would put some pressure on him for that, find out what's going on. Probably we'll see Jeffrey in the Evil Twin.
Right.
But at some point I have to see that Honda go down track. It's a hatchback Civic with a twin-turbo small block in it.
Yeah, it's with a wheelbase of a shopping cart. So I know they've, we talked about, you said they've tested the car and stuff, but it just hasn't been to the level they wanted to bring out here yet. And the fact is, you got 2 of those 57s that are identical. You're going to look at the Honda and go, okay, yeah, we're not taking that this year.
Can I get you anything? You all right?
Yeah, I'm good.
Catering here?
Cookie buffet will remain unscathed for a few more minutes here as we're on the air. Well, that's a big announcement because I guess on some level, when you are able to win this thing and on a scale of the unlimited class, where else are you going, right?
This is the pinnacle.
Yeah, and well, Jeff also has other racing interests as well. I mean, he competes in a pro mod.
Right.
There's a lot of stuff that Jeff does. Obviously, has a chassis business. So, maybe there are things that he looks at this as something he needs to do to compete and win. But at the same time, when he's done, thank you. This was a great experience. You will never see me again.
Right. On the other hand. And I didn't see the Mike Finnegan clip because we can't watch the video up here. Did he ask him, okay, so what happens when you don't win? This is not a foregone conclusion, Jeffy baby.
Jeffy baby. Well, I would think almost in my mind, I think that's unspoken. If he doesn't win, he's showing up again. I mean,
video guy, tell me in my ear, did they actually address that question? No? Oh, he did not. Okay. I'm going to have a discussion with Uncle Lutz down there.
Uncle Jeff.
See what the plan is.
Yeah, I would say, and again, I'm putting words in his mouth or a thought in his head, but in my mind, if he said if I win, I'm done, that infers that if I don't win, I'm not done.
Right. Jeff actually second entry into the Drag Week 200 mile an hour club, which is something that doesn't get as much airplay as it probably should. If a guy survives the week and runs 200 miles an hour at any point, except for the first track, I read the rules on this. I'm like, why did I make that rule? You can't run the 200 at the first track.
Well, because guys would show up with pro stock cars because they don't have to make the drive yet.
But they have to complete the week. Oh, I know. I think it was because I didn't want them to make a 200 mile an hour blast and then just sort of barely hop along there. I wanted to see an actual competition going on. But the first entrant into the 200 mile an hour club, obviously, Larry.
Sure.
And then the second one was Lutz. And then just this week, we awarded the number 3 guy, who was Dave Ahokas, and after that was Tom Bailey. And what we do is we actually put them in order. Ahokas was the first guy down track to get a 200. Never mind the fact that Bailey came and dusted that number 30 seconds later. Ahokas still did it first. So we got 4 guys in that club. They've got the jackets to prove it. And we're going to have a couple more entering this week if
Klein.
they finish the
week.
week.
Yeah, Doug Klein is eligible if he finishes.
Absolutely. And talk about a name that is just on no yellow bullet radar. You know what
Which
I
is
mean?
great. If I'm Doug Klein, he's probably like, oh, why are they doing this? I don't want him to talk about me. But,
Right, exactly.
But it's he's just done a great job. He's done a great job of, when you become fast and unremarkable, that is where you want to be as a racer in this competition. You want to be fast and unremarkable. You don't want to be the guy that's pulling the huge wheel stands, the guy who's sideways. You just want to be the guy. His 6-second passes were like, it looked like he was reading the sports section on the way down the racetrack. It
Totally.
just whammo, right down the gut of the racetrack. It doesn't do anything crazy on the starting line. Just a good tune-up and a good driver that's doing a nice job in the race car. So
I wouldn't say he came out of nowhere to get that done because he's been at it for a long, long time. But finally, it looks like he is putting it together. And if he just finishes, it's going to be huge for him. And there's a lot of guys who are here to do just that. No matter how fast the car is. Look at what Schroeder's going through right now. They put a piston in that thing, and they have no chance to win because they got a 20-second ET on the first day, but he just wants to get it done. Personal accomplishment. I finished Drag Week.
Yeah, and the cool thing about hanging out with these guys and being in the crowd out here is that you're in a sea of people that are doers. These are people, every competitor, whether it's the guy in the 20-second Bel Air we've seen go down or the guy in a 6-second car, these are people that are not on the couch. They're not on the computer. They're not anywhere else. They are in the garage with a clear vision and a drive to complete something. And let's be honest here. When I tell people at home about this event, they look at me like I just asked them for a pony. Like they don't understand. You get that, oh, that's nice. And it's almost like they don't believe you. You're trying to explain something. Yeah, the guys, you get guys in limited run 6s. You get guys showing up in a 25-second Volkswagen. You're like this huge spread of stuff. And every one of those guys deserves all of our respect for making the trip and dedicating the time to come do this.
I was in a situation maybe, 4 years ago where I got to explain it to John Force. When you leave John Force speechless and you just sort of get the glaze, you understand kind of that the whole world doesn't get what we're doing here. And that's kind of what makes it cool is it's also elite.
It is elite, and it is, I call it the deep end of the hot rodding pool. It is not for the faint of heart, and certainly not for the weak of spirit. And, even the best, most easy of drag weeks will still leave you a pretty drained tank by the time you get done.
Because of all of that suffering and because not everybody has a haul-ass fast car, we give away a thing called Spirit of Drag Week every year.
In some ways, the most important award we give out.
A lot of times, absolutely, because it isn't just about you killed yourself and you got it done, because some of the guys who do that aren't necessarily in the spirit of what we want to do here. And that's a nebulous thing, and that's why we just get to make it up as we go along. The crew of Drag Week, Hot Rod Magazine, gets together at the end of the week. We take suggestions from people in the audience. We take suggestions from other competitors and say, that guy helped absolutely everybody to his own, what's the word I'm looking for? To his own detriment.
Yes.
And that's what we're looking for. A guy like Schroeder who sticks it out. Larry stuck it out. But there's people here who have helped a whole bunch of other people during their own suffering at that level. We've looked at Danny Morrison, who has helped absolutely everybody always. We looked at Mick Wilkes, who shipped his little panel van from England.
Watching right now.
And is he right now?
Yeah, I know Wacky Mick's watching.
Word, Mick. Yep. We know you are awesome. And he couldn't do it again, but he came here. And he helped everybody as he was running his little panel van. Lutz welded up some parts for him. I mean, just that's the
Sean
type of
Fink
thing
was
that goes
welding
on.
stuff for him. Sean Fink was welding stuff for him in a rainstorm outside, which I'm not really sure. I remember that in Tulsa, and the day it rained in Tulsa,
yeah, I do.
Fink was on the ground welding the exhaust manifold back together on that thing, and I'm like, I was sitting there, I was like, this is not good. It's
Maybe
out
Mick
there.
got a little bit close to the shock there, and that explains some of what he's got going on. But you know what? He's one of many dudes, literal tears, accepting the Spirit of Drag Week award, because that's how much effort guys put into this. And of course, you know, Larry usually goes straight to Michael Landon.
He goes the full Dick Vermeil on it.
Yeah,
He drops
completely.
it Vermeil. Whammo.
Yeah, and
Here it
which is
comes.
one of the greatest things about him. And again, it
Genuine
just shows
guy.
what this actually is all about. So let's go ahead and just continue breaking our arm, patting ourselves on the back for this amazing event. But
you bet.
It's not us at all. No. Anybody who is operating this thing right now could walk away from it. If somebody else came in and did it, it would continue to be about the racers pulling this off.
Absolutely. And just by the spread of cars that we see, it's a non-exclusionary thing. You know, I think people at home don't understand, like, the guys that are running the big heavy iron cars, the cars that go super, super fast, are just as into this. Like, they're just as apt to walk up to a guy with an 11-second Chevelle and go, dude, this thing rules. Oh, man. You know, it's like everybody here they're all car people and hot rodders first. And, yeah, some guys happen to be faster than other guys. But, you know, again, the dudes in the Volkswagen running 20 seconds. The dudes in the Gremlin shooting nitrous through some engine that was in a postal van or something. I mean, it's about getting out here and doing it. And all the racers have that basic respect. And we hear, like, you guys, like, banned imports. No, we don't. We don't ban anybody. That we have a Honda out here running. Are there a ton of imports that run the event? No, but they're more than welcome. Everybody's welcome.
Completely.
And they're not going to get any static from anybody because they show up and are doing it.
The thing you were just talking about, I'm just certain it was not you in the car last night that was actually telling me about how there's some NHRA funny car racers that are just completely not into cars. It's different here. The heroes here, it's like the old days. You know, if you walked up to Don Garlitz in 1962 out at a drag strip somewhere, he's going to be into it.
Yep.
He's got grease under his fingernails. He's making it happen. He's not a professional pretty boy driver.
Yep.
And there are no pretty boys here at Drag Week. Yeah, that doesn't happen.
One. Like we said the other day, if this was a beauty contest.
Although the rugged good looks of the scruff, I have to say, is sort of starting to bring you into that territory.
Well, here's the problem. I grew the beard. So at NHRA we did this Grow It Like Garlic campaign for
that
Indy.
was funny.
So I grew the beard, and you know my wife the whole time hates the beard. My wife is constantly, the beard is bad. You need to get rid of the beard. I hacked the beard off, which is horrendous. I hacked the beard off. My wife goes, "You need to get the beard back."
What?
I said, "You got to be kidding me." So
I'm wrong.
Well,
no, I'm wrong. She's wrong.
Beard's coming
Yeah,
back, man.
no,
Your
it's
opinion
not
on my
good.
appearance is not nearly as important to me as my wife's.
Really?
I will be very honest with you.
I'm disappointed by this because, you know, I normally sit at home watching these replays, extended length.
Drawing mustaches on people and eyeglasses, yeah.
Exactly. Well, you didn't actually explain the whole beard conversation. This isn't just a discussion about, you know, your personal grooming. It ties into Don Garlitz.
Yeah, so when Don Garlitz won the U.S. Nationals in 1967, it was at a point in his career where people actually thought his career was over. It was 1967. It was pretty common at that time for fuel dragsters to be running in the 6-second zone, except there was one guy who couldn't get it done, and Don Garlitz, just for whatever reason, couldn't get the monkey off his back and could not run in the 6s. So he comes to Indy, and literally, it's hilarious to think about now, but in 67, they're like, yep, done. You know, park it. You're an old man. It's over with. 72 hours before Indy, he, T.C. Lemons, and Connie Swingle get together and they built an entire fuel dragster in 72 hours, show up to Indy, and Garlitz was a mess. He hadn't shaved in weeks. He had this beard going on, and he had said publicly, I'm not shaving this beard until I go 6 seconds. Well, it comes down to the final round at Indy, and it's Don Garlitz and James Warren of Warren and Colburn, the Rain for Rent team back then, or the Ridge Route Terrors, I'm sorry.
Can I get some more detail in this story?
Let's do
Because
it.
you're really skimming across
the temperature was 72
highlights.
degrees. There was a slight southeast breeze. So anyway, Garlitz goes down the racetrack, wins Indy, goes 6 seconds, spins the car around, drives the car back to the starting line, although they towed it back behind his truck. And there's footage of this, and it's incredible. So they tow this thing back to the starting line. A horde, thousands, and it's no exaggeration, thousands of people descend on this truck. He jumps up on the hood. The video is incredible because Pat Garlitz is leaping up and handing him the razor. And he goes and starts hacking his beard off. And then the video cuts to his interview after winning the race.
And he's bleeding and
it's-
hacked.
Well, what it looks like is it looks like somebody ran a weed whacker across his face because he didn't do a complete job. He just stood up there and just kind of did this, and he's looking around going, man, I got to get out of here. This is going to be a riot. So they bring him into the winner's circle, and it's like, Keith Jackson, one of the great voices of sports and drag racing back in the day, and he's like, Don Garlitz, you've just won the U.S. Nationals. And they turn the camera over, and it's like, oh, what the hell happened to his face? It's like,
Yeah, because his image at that point was about just a stand-up, well-groomed guy. So,
but yeah, that was so. Anyway, to commemorate that moment, NHRA did this "Grow Like Garlitz" campaign where Don Garlitz grew a beard back, and then he shaved again on the starting line at Indy this year, and it was a pretty cool moment. It was a neat thing, and we were so busy at Indy that we were working like 18-hour days that I didn't actually shave my beard off until days later. So I show up to the racetrack the next day with the beard on, and it was like the guy like wearing the concert t-shirt, wearing the band t-shirt to the concert.
The last guy.
They're looking at me like, that was yesterday. I'm like, I understand. I was announcing Super Gas at midnight last night, so I didn't have time to groom.
Yeah. Well, when you grow that thing back, it's not going to help you look like an adult.
No, not at all?
They're still
not even a little?
No.
What about my Peter Griffin? I believe I do appear
That's
more
right.
like Peter Griffin with
more
the beard.
like Peter Griffin? That's not possible. What do we got going on here? Can you please predict the weather for me? They're still scrubbing on the track. Yeah, it is brightening up. People are still hiding. I hope we get back to drag week racing. It is just sort of a downer when we only have 4 tracks going on. The thing is, if it had rained out completely today, we still make the racers drive here, check in, and then drive to the next place.
Yep.
That is just the ugliest scenario for a drag week racer, especially, what's hilarious? We had a must-have a windshield wiper rule in the early days, and for some reason that was like the most controversial
That was
thing.
it, man. Yeah.
They drove to the office to, Carlton Fisk my skull with a Louisville Slugger because they did not want to put wipers on these cars. And I'm like, dude, is it that difficult to have wipers on your
I remember
street
that.
car?
That windshield wiper deal was a huge, huge issue.
The most hilarious thing, there was a guy with a red Mopar B body, and he didn't have, he had like smooth the firewall where it was, plug the holes in the cowl. He came up with this contraption with like suction cups across the dash and this pole, and he had like, string and a pulley system. And I'm like, oh man, this is getting ridiculous. And actually the one year that I was gone from Hot Rod because I was standing firm, the wiper thing was pretty much critical to the success of this whole thing.
That was a hill you were willing to die on.
Oh, completely. I was fighting for it, bloodthirsty. The year I was gone from Hot Rod, Rob Canan caved, and he removed the wiper rule, and of course I've never brought it back. And then everyone else has paid for it ever since. They all bought stock in Rain-X because everybody's out there just hosing their windshields down with that stuff. And there's some guys who actually do this with no wipers.
Yeah, it's
Have you ever heard a more fascinating story about windshield wipers?
You know
than
what?
that? I actually have. Do you want to go into the intermittent windshield wiper guy?
Oh, well, this is the movie about him.
Yeah, that's right.
You know what? Let's talk about it because they made a movie about him. Like, same as the people that bought a zoo. They made a movie with them too. But you know what? Let's hold on that because in just a few seconds, the folks on the live broadcast.
The man in my head is telling me.
Yeah, you get 30 seconds.
Let's go
Tell
30
the story.
seconds. Yeah, it's like the Great Karnak.
You get 25 seconds.
25 seconds. We might as well just plumb the video guys directly into the feed so we don't seem like such idiots when we go blank in the middle of the sentence.
Well, we're out of nitrous.
Oh, okay. Monty Smith walked in. He's giving me the cut as if, he's making the call. We're not racing again, but that's not the case.
I should have let you do the tap dance.
That was the sense of panic on my face.
I should have let you do the Jeffrey Hines on your on your man parts like I did back in Tulsa a couple years ago.
Oh, you mean the trampling of the meat with track shoes on? Is that what happened?
Yeah.
We are out of nitrous oxide for the day. So for those of you wandering the pits in the rain, not knowing what to do and deciding, hey, I'm going to go see Monty and just go ahead and fill up the 10 bottles I have at home. That is over for the day. We do have 3 mother bottles coming into Tulsa tomorrow, so we can fill you up at that point. This is the biggest nitrous-sucking drag week of all time. We've gone through 12 mother bottles. And the thing is, we haven't even hit the last day.
Yeah.
Because that's when guys just crack the line open and it's like, what is this, a jet?
Yeah.
All right, let's make a pass.
We're running the hose, baby.
Yeah, straight to the hose. So, what else we got?
Well, we're going to be hanging on your windshield wiper story, but we're going to go to this Larry Larson video. right now.
We have a Larry Larson video. Is this recorded today?
Man in our head? Moments
ago. So at this point in the game, Larry's actually not in contention for a win because of his 22nd ET yesterday. So this should be pretty interesting. I wonder if you think Finnegan's going to go the tough questions.
I think so. Well, he's not in contention for the win, but he's in contention for the badassery of having the fastest street legal vehicle in the world.
You think he's going to ask anything about the actual kelp?
Let's stop asking if he's going to ask things and let him ask things.
Okay, let's do that. Let's roll with Mike Finnegan in the pits with our 5-time winner, Larry Larson.
This far, it's very, very wet out, and I've just heard that in the next 45 minutes they're going to make a call whether or not we're running today. So does that make you happy, relieved, sad, pissed off? What do you think?
Dude, it would have made me happy if it was at 6:30 this morning when I woke up so I could have slept for real. But now it just pisses me off because we turned this bitch all the way around into race car mode.
Let's talk about that. What is race car mode and how does that compare to street car mode? Because it seems like it's a bit of work, but you guys pulled it off miraculously in like 12 minutes yesterday. What are you actually doing to this thing?
It was more like 12 people, not 12 minutes. I went from little or no maintenance on the Chevy 2 to killing ourselves on this thing, and we talked about it, and we were going to change numerous things to go into from driving mode to race mode, and had we thought in our heads we could do it a little faster than what it's taken us, but like this morning it's been cool and no time frame, so we haven't killed ourselves, but yeah, it's been a lot of work, but that's what I wanted to do and what I wanted to try and get this thing light and have fresh tires on it and all that, so it's worked out all right.
It's almost, I don't know, sadistic that you're in impound today and you have to turn it around all by yourselves, and you slept for, what'd you say, an hour and a half?
Yeah, we had 2 hours of sleep last night, which was twice as much as the night before. So, dude, at this rate, we might get a full night's sleep within, the next few days or something. But, yeah, it's, I'll tell you, if yesterday or the day before we had gotten put into impound, I would have said mean, nasty things to everybody at the Hot Rod staff. But today, Lonnie holds the sign up to us, and we're like, all right. I mean, it didn't matter. I mean, it's cool. And we're totally capable. We're not working as fast as we could this morning, but this thing was put together right, so you can change everything. But it's a lot of stuff. I mean, Larry didn't, divulge it all, but you're talking about the rear fuel cell for gasoline fuel cell coming out of it. You're talking about steel original OE doors coming off, carbon doors going on, the passenger seat and frame coming out, the entire cooling system going away because it runs on alcohol and doesn't need it for on the racetrack, switching the 2 fuel systems over, putting a coupler in for, the belt-driven fuel pump, wheels, tires, rear shocks from Shockwaves for on the street, holding up the load of the trailer, to the Penske's from Kinetic Engineering for the rest of it. I mean, dude, and there's oil change, filter change, spark plug change. The easy part is changing the tune, though, because that one's cool, because the new fuel tech, you click the menu and it says gasoline or alcohol. Click.
That is out of control. My God, that's an amazing amount of work. And so the next question is, how much lighter is it when you do change all of that?
I haven't checked it to see what it actually is in street mode versus race mode. I know at the shop I was figuring it was going to be somewhere between 2,700 and 2,750. At Tulsa, I just ran it across the scales real quick down there, and it was like 27.99, I think, and which I think is maybe a little heavier than what I thought it'd be, but it's somewhere 2,700 something in race mode.
It's heavier than all the rumors on the internet, that's for sure. Just this morning I heard it was like 2,300 pounds.
Well, the cool thing about it, it's still got the factory VIN number on it and factory rockers, cab, new GM bedside, so you can still hang a magnet on this thing.
Let's talk about the bedsides, because that's something everyone's noticed, how much taller they are. And I've heard every reason for that, from, it's downforce to, you just like the way it looks. Tell the people why they're so tall.
Well, I raised the bedsides up to get the tire underneath it more than anything else. And it's twofold. I can run the truck real low and keep it down. I can put a 36-inch tire on it if I want to, need to. Plus, you get rid of some of the turbulence behind the cab for the back window. So it does a lot of things, straighten the air out a little bit more. And then on top of that, then the back of it's pinched down pretty good. If you stand behind it, it's a little narrower than the factory S10.
Okay, so one last question. If they do make the call and we don't run today, do you just lay down and go to sleep right here on the concrete?
No, I actually was dreaming about that a little while ago while I was under the car. So I think that the plan would be get this little bastard into street trim as quickly as possible, go to an actual restaurant where you sit down and eat, and then travel with our friends on Drag Week who are all leaving at a reasonable hour on normal days, so we could actually enjoy that part of the Drag Week experience, because we've missed out on that part this year so far.
I did notice your wife Daphne is piled in the station wagon, and she's out well before you are.
Oh, yeah. And honestly, she didn't want to be, but we ordered her to. It was like, no, you two, because it's Daphne and Sherry. So it's, Reynolds and Larson and Reynolds. And they're hauling the mail and they're hanging out with the old crew, a bunch of the original 2005 Drag Week people. So we told them, go, get down the road. Although I felt pretty good last night. We were only 3 hours behind them getting back to the motel. That was pretty good.
That's good. Someone's having fun. It's just not you guys.
No, we're having fun. I mean, this is Drag Week. I mean, it's the ultimate test. And I mean, Larry and I met on the very first one, and we've been scheming and dreaming and doing all that since, then on what would be cool to do. I mean, this is the ultimate canvas. We're here. Yeah, we've been killing ourselves. We've had no sleep. We've had all these problems. But then when you show up, like we did yesterday to Thunder Valley, and you have all of these people who are wanting to help and clearing the way, dude, it's all worth it. It don't matter.
I just thought of one more thing. I know I said one more question. Here's one more question. If the overall win is out of reach because of yesterday, how about that 640 magical street number we've, all talked about for a while? Do you go after that?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're idiots enough for showing up with something that I was hoping that was tested a couple of weeks ago to show up without even doing a burnout in it, up until 11:30 Sunday night. So, yeah, that's what the whole plan was, to show up and go as fast as we could go. And we're a little behind the 8 ball, but, yeah, I'm still hoping, it'll go 630s or faster at 230, 240. I mean, that's a far cry from a 670, but we haven't even begun to really turn the wick up on this thing yet.
God, I hope it happens. I'd love to see that, and good luck, guys.
We still have the shootout.
Get after it, man. Let's get some sunshine here.
Yes.
All right.
Mike Finnegan and Larry Larson down there on the Pep Boys Speed Shops live feed. I will say that was one of the best bits of information that I have seen on the Larson truck thus far. For the past 9 months, they've been jamming on that thing so hard that nobody has really wanted to come near the inner circle. It's been race face for most of the year. And even in Drag Week here, I mean, we've said hey to Larry, we talked to him a little bit. We came and commiserated when he, sort of broke the parts in the line yesterday. Sure. So nobody's actually said, what's this thing all about? So that interview, I think, was some of the first information that we've really heard about stuff like the truck's pinched in the back. I hadn't paid attention to that at all. And why he raised the bed sides on it. I knew that he wanted to run the 36-inch funny car tire on the back. Apparently he's not actually doing that here, but the truck does have the capability
to fit those things.
And, of course, they're also saying absolutely out loud that they're going after the quickest street legal car in the world title. And it's still up in the air. They could get that done tomorrow. It might. I'm trying to decide right now, is it going to help them or hurt them if we run here today? They probably will get another test lap.
I don't see how it hurts. I mean, the whole program there is figuring the thing out. I mean, they're literally still figuring the race car out. So it's laps, it's seat time, it's making hits at the starting line. So anytime they get on the racetrack and turn the tires in the thing, that helps. I don't see how it hurts at all.
Yeah. Mike Finnegan's a racer himself and does a good job with those interviews. I think everybody appreciates the stuff he's been doing in the pits. We're going to take those pre-recorded videos that you've been seeing with him and put them on the Hot Rod YouTube channel so everybody will be able to see them later on without having to suffer through the excruciating 7 hours of Brian and myself. So
you say excruciating. I would say exciting, informative.
Tear-jerking.
Yeah, just emotionally charged. There's a lot of stuff happened up here.
You're feeling emotionally charged after your 2 hours of sleep last night.
Someone who's smart and had a good idea is Alana. and she came up, and we had some downtime. What the Hot Rod staff would like to do is anybody that's here, either spectating or competing, that has come from outside the United States, we'd like to get you together in the staging lanes for a group photo. So anybody here that's spectating or competing that has come from outside the United States, why don't you start to convene on that ready line at the end of the staging lanes, that big white wide line over down here by the timing tower. Alana will be down shortly to gather you up and take a group photo of all of our, we'll just call you the out-of-towners that made the long trip to hang out with us at Drag Week.
I'll need you to go ahead and repeat that announcement in Spanish and Russian and Finnish and
Swedish.
Canadian.
I go Swedish. Ich bin Oten Toten, Bebop, a Bluten Blatten, Ratata.
Look at them run. Here they come.
There they go. See, here comes the Swedish guys.
Right.
See?
It worked
These are my
perfectly.
people.
Yeah, good. Call the Canadians up now.
Hey, starting line, eh? Why don't you just come out this way?
Yeah.
You know, with your hosers, with your cars up there, eh?
Our northern border friends know we kid.
Yeah. America's hat in the house.
Have you seen Ferrone today? Of course, the Australian Charger with the big block Mopar in it. He made some passes
he was convicted in the court of law for mass murder of transmissions.
Last year?
I think it's
the
gone through him
bloodbath.
like Skittles.
The Helter-Skelter program on the Power Glide was more than anybody cared to see. But this year, I don't know, he ran a couple of 840s, and I don't think he did show up here today.
Hey, Danny Morrison, I see you down there in the start by the ready line. Alabama's not a foreign country. I understand that may be confusing to you, but that's not.
You're hurting feelings here.
Monty's missing the building.
He is within reach of your actual throat, so you might not want to do that.
So isn't Danny from the starting line. The guy's a man mountain down there.
He does have the gorilla arms.
Oh, he just spun around.
And breath. Okay.
And now it's gotten personal. No, all of our out-of-town competitors, if you're from outside the United States, whether spectating or racing, please go ahead and meet on that ready line. I want to get a group photo of everybody that made the long trek to come hang out with us at Drag Week this year.
I'm worn out. I have not even been racing a car.
Yeah.
Welcome to Drag Week, the sleep deprivation tour.
The week that lasts all month.
Completely. Yeah, the staff of Hot Rod also takes a certain amount of abuse covering this event because it's not over when it's over for us.
Right.
At the end of each day, well, first of all, everybody's jamming around right here on the property at the drag strip all day long. We've got multiple photographers. Our video guy is running around. We're talking to racers. We're taking photos. We're getting some little iPhone videos. And then we have to hit the road, and we drive on the same route that the racers do because there's no point in cannonballing on a public highway when you want to see what's going on the road. You want to snoop on people, and you want to get the good carnage. Our live video crew, they cannonball because basically they take the bullet of having to get here at like 5:30 in the morning every day, set up all of this equipment, run literal miles of cable, and then when we're done flapping our gums, they have to round all of that back up. So those guys take the cannonball route.
I have a very deep appreciation for what those guys do, and you know, we literally have a guy, his camera position is on a plastic chair on top of a minifan.
It's a very professional operation. He also has a trash bag over the camera right now because it's drizzling a little bit.
If the return clerk at the rental car place was a former NBA player, you guys are up the creek when he sits and look at that roof.
Oh, when it comes to destroying rental van roofs, we leave absolutely nothing on the table. You do not want to rent one of those things to Hot Rod Magazine because it is going to get trampled on, walked on. We stand up on top of them to get photos and video all the time. And so, once again, we follow everybody on the road, on the route, take our pictures. We're actually blogging from the car. The technology these days is amazing. I've got my little Verizon MiFi deal, and I'll sit in the car and actually badmouth Brian on the internet while we're driving down the road together.
It is a talent that you have to be able to do it at multiple mediums. You know, we're speeding down in the middle of nowhere, and the slander is just flowing out of your computer.
I'm the king of all criticism.
You are.
That's right. So once we get back to the hotel room, then it all starts all over again. We've got all the social media
Please
promotion.
stop. Whatever happens in your hotel room, none of us.
You were there?
None of us. No, I was not. Like I said, you got interviewed about the missing farm animals this morning on the local television channel.
I missed that.
I have no.
I was only helping it over the fence. So we sit in the hotel room all night long. Literally, I've been up to 3 and 4 in the morning every night working. I got him. Yep. This happens all the time, but usually it's off camera, off mic. Pretty much Brian and I just absolutely slay each other all night long in the car. I was crying in the car last night. We were laughing so hard at stuff.
The main issue here is we were going back and forth with each other a couple weeks ago via text about euphemisms for guys cutting crappy reaction times.
Oh, it was epic. I'm not sure we should share some.
No, we can't can't. But we came up. I mean, there was 9,000 of them, and like 10 of them were good, but the good ones were good. And now we don't have a chance to use them.
A-list material for you guys who do not know how to cut a light at the heads-up shootout. It is going to just be. It is going to part your hair. This stuff is going to be so brutal. So, Brian and I are so bad. We're the funniest guys we know.
Oh, yeah.
So we're actually watching our own live feed replay on the phone in the car, laughing at our own jokes.
Brilliant, these two guys.
Someone has to.
Brilliant. Yeah.
Someone absolutely has to. And, well, on that note, hotrod.com, check that out if you're on the live feed or if you're standing around here, unfortunately, in the cold weather and drizzle at Great Bend. Check out hotrod.com, Hot Rod social media. We are all over the coverage. There's hundreds of photos. And we've got Larry Chen here this week, which is new for us. Normally, we've got Wes Allison, but he had a bigger name on the other line and could not make it here this week. And so Larry Chen is doing...
That was a pretty big name.
A pretty incredible stuff. It was a big name. It was a big check. Larry is doing amazing stuff that really has a different look to it than what we're used to. Normally, I'm out there just documenting, just getting every car going down the track. This guy is getting art.
Yeah, Larry is, if you read Speed Hunters and some other places his work shows up, it's spellbinding stuff.
You don't read Speed Hunters, you look at it.
Exactly. He got an overhead shot, which you can see on hotrod.com. He has a little drone fly deal with the GoPro on it. He got an overhead shot of Larry's truck when they pulled into the pits, and they were in the midst of converting it over with no time left yesterday, and the throng of people that were around it.
It's
just
awesome.
To look at it from a bird's eye view, literally right down, is like, I mean, you pulled that photo up on the computer as we were driving last night. It was just both of us like, wow.
And, of course, Dom just walked in. He's here shooting for Bank Shift a little bit, Drag Zine a lot, and Kyle at 1320 Video, right?
Yep.
Perfect.
And Beard Monthly as well. Bearded Drag Racer Monthly. So, that's how, I mean, this thing gets...
More language in our ears.
Yeah, this thing gets covered from, so many perspectives. Hey, there's a group photo going right there.
Oh, we're
guys,
taking
actually,
a picture of the out-of-towners.
This was a bit of a trick deal because we're actually putting you all on a watch list. We just needed photo documentation.
You're probably not seeing that on camera. I don't know if they've got the other cameras on these guys, but we have an assembly on the starting line of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Look at that talent.
Awesome.
Those are people who have come from foreign countries and Canada to race here at Drag Week.
Very cool. Very, very cool.
I'll get letters on that one later. What? Jeff DeLynn, publisher of Hot Rod Magazine, is giving me the thumbs up as if he means actually driving on the racetrack.
Yeah.
We are going to go hot with Drag Week once again. What time is it?
12:20.
12:20.
40 seconds.
10 minutes before we were going to have Lonnie make the call. Looks like we're going to go back to drag racing. If you're one of the, several dozen people who are still watching Brian and I on the live feed, actually, if one of the video guys can tell me how many people we have up right now, please tell your friends we're about to go hot with action. Let's build up the numbers on the live feed while we're racing. How many?
I don't know, 72,000? Oh, 4,300.
4,300 people watching this? Wow, it's sicker than I thought. They walked away from the computer.
Well, and that's only, and normally in each cell there's two guys.
Right.
So we're probably talking closer to 8,600 people.
It's true. The sanitarium sometimes it's more than that. So 4,300 of you, what we need you to do is just share the link with a friend right now because we are going to go hot. And I'm thinking we are going to be hustling through some cars right now, making sure to get everybody down track.
Yeah, this is going to be, we're going to move things along here at a pretty good clip because we don't know when the next band, if there is a next band coming. We've gone the extra mile and protected our camera gear with plastic bags. That camera's worth the minivan's worth some money. The camera's probably worth more than the minivan. And we have a plastic bag tied to the top of it.
You realize they're about to ban plastic bags in California?
Of course they
Completely.
They're going to ban food in California at some point, and all of you, we're just going to build a fence and you can all stay there.
A lot of problems if they would ban food in California. The place would be livable again. Okay. Man, this is cool. We still have spectators just jamming the place here in Great Bend. They've been out in the pits mingling with our racers and picking up some speed secrets, I'm sure, getting a lot of photos. If you're on Instagram and you're taking pictures here, please hashtag them, DragWeek 2014, DragWeek 2014. We're looking at an Instagram photo right now of Chad, who's with Larry Larson, absolutely passed out with the drool running into the kelp face. It is an ugly scene, and that right there is the face of Drag Week. A lot of guys completely worn out, but still with smiles on their faces and keeping running here, especially now that we've just called that we are going to drag racing once again.
Absolutely. And once again, we are out of nitrous. Monty Smith has dispersed the last of his nitrous, so if you're going, man, I got to find Monty, get some nitrous. Not till tomorrow you don't. Keith Haney and Todd Martin stepped up. We got 3 bottles waiting for us, 3 mother bottles waiting for us at Tulsa, but until we get there, ain't no thing but a chicken wing as far as nitrous goes.
Is it the kind of thing that when you run out of the ketchup, you turn all the bottles upside down in the refrigerator, try and get those last dregs? Could you maybe do that? Get the pump out, really put a good suck on that bottle, get the last drop. So Lonnie, race director Lonnie, what do you think? 7 minutes. We're going hot.
We are. We're bringing daily driver to lanes 2 and 3. We're going to try to get some heat in the racetrack and continue this day.
Genius operation. We
There
are
it
bringing
is.
daily driver to lanes 2 and 3. We're going to run daily driver lanes 2 and 3. We're ready to go hot right now. We are going to put some temperature into the track.
We ask them for 1 lap, go to their pit, hang tight.
Lonnie is asking if you would please make 1 lap. Go to your pit and hang tight. We are trying to get at least 1 lap for every car here. If you've already got a number that you can live with, please back off, give somebody else a chance. Because the only way that we're going to be able to call this a complete day is if we get everyone down the track.
Right.
So it's going to be really ugly if we've got like 30 cars who didn't make it and we got to throw away the numbers for everybody else. So please stand back, let these guys get her done.
So lanes 2 and 3 are open for daily driver. Get in here. We're going to sprint you down the racetrack. Lanes 2 and 3 are open for daily driver. We'll sprint you down the racetrack, warm the track up, and then open the rest of the staging lanes up as well. Just to be completely repetitive, if you're in daily driver, come up, make a hit, get down the track, park the car so we can get everybody through. We'll call you back to the lanes again, I swear, but we just want to make sure we hustle everybody through this deal so we can count this as a day of competition. Yes.
Oh, that's right.
If you own a Grabber Blue Mustang with 456 gears and a stick shift in it, and your first name is John, and your last name rhymes with Ratliff, that's the rule applies to you as well. We understand right now that your hands are trembling. You're thinking 1 pass. Yes, just make it a good one. Please. I beg of you, sir.
Daily driver, anyone?
Here they come. No, they're flooding up
Bueller.
right now. Look at them. Coming up the staging lanes. Mustangs, Chevelles.
Yep, daily drivers 2
Cadillac.
and 3. Hustle it up here. Here comes the
Here they
Cadillac.
come.
Anybody who comes to line, let's wave them
Yeah,
up and get them down the track, guys.
They are flown in here like wine. There's even a guy in a bicycle. Maybe we can send the guy in the bicycle down. He can help us out too.
They are
Pedal,
running
pedal,
here
pedal.
like Brian to health food.
No, that would be a way. That'd be a way. That's the wrong
The
direction.
wrong direction. I see them starting to come in lanes.
Yeah. Oh, there's one blue Mustang, but not the blue Mustang.
Oh, yeah.
So as soon as we got drivers helmeted, they will be headed down the racetrack. And again, our effort here is just to make sure we get everybody at least 1 hit, and hopefully more than that.
We will run as long as we can. Lonnie will come back up here and give us a cut-up time if we do end up with no rain on track from this point on. But we just cannot predict that.
Hypothetical situation, David.
Huh.
What class did you got to put a drag week car together? What class is it for you personally?
Small block, naturally aspirated. Street race small block,
Yeah?
NA. Yeah.
What kind of car?
The Crusher Camaro
okay.
would be competitive in that class. Let me look at what we actually got going on here. Street race, small block, naturally aspirated. So Paul Corman in the Dodge Demon is leading that. He ran 997, 1003, and 1011. The Crusher Camaro drove from Indy to LA and then ran 1007 3 times in a row, and it ran a whole bunch of like 1020s or something like that. It's got a Gearstar trans in it, and Zach over at Gearstar just basically was on the internet cringing every time we turned the key in that car because we had a 700 horsepower and he wanted to put a 4L85 in the thing, but instead he built us a 4L65, and We knew it was going to live because Zach is just a hyper perfectionist. But we ran the thing down the track and we sent it back to him. He dynoed it just this week. In fact, he has a video I'll be putting up later. And he said the thing is mint after making like 20 or 30 passes running in the 10s. But the converter's way too tight. And so I use that as the bench racing excuse to tell you I can make this thing run 990. Because as you know, never has a drag cart gone down the track where the guy gets out and goes, yeah, that's really all.
That was it. That was it. I got it all.
Yeah, that's just not a feasible situation. And so we can put a converter in the thing. I've got a little bit too much gear in it, especially if I put a higher converter in it. We've got a 456 in it, and it's just touching the rev limiter through the lights, and so I probably go to a 430. And I could be here, and I think I could be somebody in Street Race Small Block NA. Here we go. First daily driver down the track. It is the Cadillac Wagon. Oh, it feels good to be racing again.
Feels better for all these people. Gregory Pecoraro and Dustin S.R.A. Pecoraro is in the Cadillac CTS-V wagon with the heated and air-conditioned seats. Rolling in style this S.A. motor in there. Gone, baby, gone. And Dustin S.R.A. running the Crossbody Mustang, which I believe, I haven't seen it in person, but I believe that thing is just about bone stock. The wagon goes through 11:27 to 1:21. S.R.A. goes 14:48 with a 3 at 95 miles an hour. Now, he's a guy that picked up a bunch because that car was a 1490 car pretty consistently earlier in the week, and that I believe is his best run.
Once again, the tire sponsor must have deep pockets on this guy's deal.
This guy is the burnout king of Chicago, Kevin Webb. Kevin Webb and John Friel. Wow, you want to talk about a gasser, Dave? Check this thing out. About a 58 or 59 Ford just pulled it on the spectator side. Look at that thing.
I'm going to call that a 56.
John Friel launches off. There goes Kevin Webb. And Webb will watch the Mustang get to the finish line first down there at the top end. 14:49, 3:96, and Webb goes 13:89.5 at 96 miles an hour. And again, racers, we're going to be running this program tight. So when you come to the ready line, you need to be ready. Helmet's got to be on, belt's got to be buckled, so we can send you into the water box. We're going to do the old 2 smoking, 2 choking routine here. So there'll be 2 cars leaving on the starting line, and there'll be 2 cars burning out behind them. Tony Wood and Chris Mosley. Chris Mosley in the Pontiac. Mosley goes 97 in the 8. And he goes down for 11:40 with a 0-107, and Tony Wood goes 14:37.47 at 99. Monty Human coming up in the Nova. Doug Ray Chevrolet side, and Dustin Beard. Dustin on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack in that good-looking and very clean Buick Regal. One of the cool sleeper vehicles coming up to the water box as well here, that blue pickup truck.
Quick announcement in the pits for Eddie Miller, my Floridian pal, Eduardo. You're going to want to walk over to the fuel station trailer and pick up your new fuel regulator. Eddie Miller.
Monty Human heads down the Doug Ray Chevrolet side, and the Nova goes 12:11 with a 2 at 112. And Dustin Beard goes 13:64.7 at 100 miles an hour on the O'Reilly side. This pickup truck's a mover and a shaker over here. And again, good looking kind of street truck. You wouldn't really expect a whole bunch out of it. It's Andre Miller. It's an 11-second ride. And Ray Lejeune on the O'Reilly side of the drag strip in the Shelby GT500 Mustang. This is kind of a neat just little heads up battle here to see who's going to get down there first. The pickup truck is where my money's going to go. Let's see if he can get it done. Lejeune is fully staged. Miller takes his time. He is the second one to go all in. Stuck the tire and gone, baby, gone. Andre Miller, 91 in the 8th mile. And Andre goes 11.95.2 at 113, with Ray Lejeune going 11.89.3 at 123 miles per hour. Talk about sleeper trucks. Over in the O'Reilly side is Tom Foglid. Foglid's truck is a pretty typical looking little step side truck, got a couple of exhaust tips coming out from behind the rear bumper, a factory style wheel on the front, and if you squint hard enough you can see that it's got a drag radial on the back of it. It moves. Bruce Hilbin's the guy in the old Chevrolet coupe there, the Doug Ray Chevrolet Lane. But Tom Foglet in that Wolf in Sheep's Clothing pickup truck going along at 90 at the 8th mile. Foglet goes 12 flat with a 6 at 115, and Hilbin goes 12.40 with an 8 at 108. We got the Barracuda coming up with a rare glass that only a mother could love. It's a whole big honking piece of glass in the back of that thing.
Ken Metzinger, this thing has been running in the 1320s, 1350s.
Metzinger and John Seitz. Seitz is in the ZL1 Camaro, and Seitz has not been taking it easy on that thing. He's wound it up and stepped out. He pretty much dead with that thing. He started bogged down, pulled the motor way down. Got the car moving again. He's going to have enough to get around Ken Metzinger as the Camaro goes 11.78 with a 4 at 120. Metzinger goes 13.45 with a 9 at 99 miles an hour. Gotta love that big, humongous cowl hood scoop on the O'Reilly side of the racetrack. That's Charlie Ogle. John Stevenson will line up next to him. Stevenson in the C4 Corvette, pretty unassuming Corvette over there, the Doug Ray Chevrolet Lane. And Charlie Ogle in the Challenger.
That Challenger is rubbing the bottom of the list on the 32 car field. He's about 5 up, so this could make or break his position. I think he's going to be really good.
Here's number 2. 5-speed. Corvette goes 12.33, 7.109, and Ogle goes 11.78 with a 5 at 120.
That we are going to call a solid number that is going to keep him in the program. He's been 11.50, but that's going to do it for him. He's good.
Jeff Schulz and Rob Lamolia. Lamolia, O'Reilly side of the track, will be coming up in the Shelby GT 500 Mustang, and Jeff Schulz in the second-gen Camaro.
And the Camaro has also made it into our 32-car field for the bracket race up at this point. He's been averaging an 11.59 throughout 3 days of drag racing.
And to clarify for the competitors and the fans, at the close of racing today, that's when we set the field, or do they make one more hit tomorrow?
They make one more hit tomorrow.
Lamoya fried the tires on the launch. Schultz, no problem, 5:37 reaction time. And Jeff goes 11.55, 315 miles an hour with Lamolia, going 13.16 with a 2 at 120.
Apparently we have a whole bunch of spectators who've been out there crossing their legs having a problem. The restrooms are open in Expo 1 and Expo 3.
That guy did have a little yellow tint to his skin. It walked by a couple minutes ago.
Every once in a while when Brian and I are on the road trip, it gets ugly. The run for the bathroom sometimes just doesn't quite make it.
Roddy Mucciato and Wayne Schofield. Mucciato in the Dart GTS, which was hanging on with a pretty good lead for the Nova, but the Nova has made a move at the top end. Nova goes 13.13 with the 2 at 105, and Rodney goes 13.79 with the 2 at 97.
Could you drive a plum crazy car, Brian Lones?
Absolutely. I'm very comfortable with my life and who I am, so if you can't, that's your own problem. You probably couldn't.
Panther Pink?
You couldn't. That's you. Yeah. Panther Pink is you. Figured you were like a...
My Super B is Go Man Go.
Exactly. Mike Beeler and Jeremy Idle. Idle in the Mustang, Beeler in the Dart Swinger. 12.94 with the 1 for the Plum Crazy Dart, and Idle goes 14.32.5 at 108. Scott Brown, one of the quickest cars in Daily Driver. It's a low 11-second machine. It's a single turbo LS. I believe it's a 5.3 in there. This 1953 Chevrolet.
Is that a 53? That's looking 54 to me.
I believe it's a 53.
Let me have a look.
You go ahead and do that. As Nate Dial stages his beautiful pickup truck out. Scott, the boost built up. The fender skirt's still on it. And Scott Brown, some smoke coming out of that thing in the 8th mile. The pickup truck goes 12.63, 4.108. And the Chevrolet called Capone goes 12.72, 4, only 77 miles an hour.
Ladies and gentlemen, I need you to get out your calendar and actually put a red letter on there. You'll want to celebrate the anniversary next year. The first time Brian Lones has ever beat me on year, make, model.
Boom goes the dynamite. And I would like to announce my retirement from this job effective immediately. Look, it's the first C7 147, ever to run drag week. It's Tommy Fiedler and Shane Stokes.
Some jokes never get old.
They will never go old. No, that will not happen. Tommy Fiedler goes 13:28.9, 113 miles an hour in the Corvette. 13:43.5, 102 for Shane Stokes.
You'll notice my generosity in actually referring to that as a joke rather than a hackneyed, worn-out thing that nobody in the stands understands and is tired of hearing.
Oh, and hackney's a word everybody knows what that is, too. We're throwing that one around like manhole covers these days, aren't we?
Do people throw around manhole covers?
Hackneyed. Look, welcome to the circus in 1920. Clark Lamb comes off the starting line. Lamb in the O'Reilly lane, driving that Barracuda with Brandon Arthurton. Arthurton driving the third-gen Chevrolet Camaro.
The yellow Impala, or butternut yellow Impala that's sitting here staging, holds a certain distinction of not being the slowest car here at Drag Week. He's actually the second slowest car here at Drag Week. Watch this action. In fact, you might want to take a lunch break, come back. You're not going to miss anything. He'll be going through the lights when you're done.
283, two-barrel, Power Glide. Also, ladies and gentlemen, a Clash of the Titans. A majestic sight to watch that gigantic Chevrolet drag itself down the Doug Ray Chevy lane. That little 283 with the two-barrel on it's going, why are you doing this to me again?
Oh, man, it's just relaxing to watch that, isn't it?
20.227, 66 miles an hour for the Impala.
Starting to nod off a little here.
Yeah, with a trailer hitch, yeah, he's going to pull a boat down a...
Imagine 1965 when the guy walked in the dealer and bought that thing because he was going to haul his boat with it.
Ryan Anderson and John Hindley Jr. Anderson in the Jeep S.R.C.A. and John Hindley Jr. in the little Valiant over there on the O'Reilly side.
And he is actually averaging 11:28. He's up near the top of the daily driver ladder, and he runs 11:29 again. Looking at that kind of consistency, that is going to do well in the bracket race.
Once again, daily driver competitors, please make your hit. Swing back into the pit area so we can continue to get everybody hustled down this racetrack in the event we have more wet stuff come. Again, we don't see anything on the radar, but we didn't see anything on the radar before either. Mark Swank at the starting line. Swank in the Corvette. Factory wheels on it and all. And Bob Reynolds, that half-ton 1500 Ram heavy power machine. And Mark Swank, motors down 11:47, 121 with Bob Reynolds going 14:70 at 91 miles an hour.
And racers, if you have wrapped it up for the day, please remember to drop off your ET slip and make sure that that slip is not quicker than you are allowed to run by NHRA Tech. Go see Tanya and Tara. They are across the pits from the staging lanes. If you're in the staging lanes, they're on your right-hand side in the expo building in front of some hot rods, or behind some hot rods that are... Drop off your ET slip.
Lynette Jankowski and Vic Rope go down the racetrack now. And it is Vic Rope going 13:02 with a 1 at 111 miles an hour with Lynette Jankowski goes 12:62.6 at 114. And ladies and gentlemen, this. It is a 1939 Chevrolet cab. It utilizes the fenders that would have been found on the same era 2-ton truck. That's why they're so wide. Those would have been on the heavy-duty 2-ton truck. It has a Studebaker tailgate on it, and it has a 6-cylinder Cummins 6BT engine. All that sits on an early 90s Dodge 1-ton frame.
Is this your favorite diesel truck of Drag Week, or are you on the Sterling? I'm going to make you decide between the two children.
I'm on the Sterling.
Oh, are you? Clearly?
Yes, clearly.
Oh, wow. Because I did see a certain longing look in your eye when this came to lanes.
I enjoyed this truck immensely, but I'm sticking with the Sterling. John Lechner and Bob Berry. Lechner goes 11:40 with a 7.117, and Berry goes 13.96 with an 8 at 96 miles an hour. And I won't even tell you what those guys are getting from mileage out of that thing on this trip. It is way north of 30.
30?
It's a six-cylinder Cummins just mogating down the road. It's 30+ miles per gallon.
Wow, I want a mogate like that someday.
Yeah. See? Ross Dudley and Brian Jankowski. Jankowski in the Camaro, and Dudley in the Roadrunner. Purging the nitrous.
Dudley from Canada, been here forever, throwing speed parts on it every year. He cannot run nitrous in Canada, he tells me, so he comes down here. That's not legal in most of the states either, technically.
Oh, on the street, like? Yeah.
It's a theory. It's more of a suggestion than a rule.
I got you. 11:72, 314 miles an hour for Dudley. Jankowski goes 11:57.3 at 119.
In the right-hand lane here in the 70, let's call it 234 Challenger, I could tell you exactly if I could see the rear bumper trim, is Jess Neal. This guy has that radical CUDA that won class at Pikes Peak a couple years ago. You saw the story in Hot Rod Magazine, and that was not exciting enough for him, so he's here at Hot Rod Drag Week.
Yeah, he's doing something hard now, because running up Pikes Peak is like, just another, keep these turns. There's so much turning. You want to eliminate the turning, so here he is. Lined up next to Dave Kerwin. Kerwin in the S.R.C.A. and Hutch big block powered Gran Torino. 514 cubic inches of 385 Series Ford big block in front.
Hey, Brian, let's go ahead and get this guy's name right. What do you think?
12:27, 110 miles an hour. Jess Neal, 1360 with a 6, 101 miles an hour. And the man's name driving that third-gen Camaro is not Tom Bailey.
It absolutely is not.
It is
We've
Rick
been
Johnson.
Irritating him at a very high level all week by misnaming him because I guess Tom Bailey actually got on the computer and entered him.
Rick Johnson and Adam Dory. Johnson in the third-gen Camaro, which is very clean and nice, and Dory in the Malibu. A little bit more well-worn Malibu over there. Who's coming next?
Oh.
One Volkswagen.
This holds a special distinction. You know what we need to arrange on the last day because I think the fans have been clamoring for it. They've been absolutely just pounding me, and I haven't had time to put it together. We need this Volkswagen next to the 22nd Impala.
You better believe it. Adam Dory goes 11:78.7, 111, and Rick Johnson goes 12:89.4 at 107 miles an hour as the Volkswagen Squareback wagon rolls up on the Doug Ray side as Jonathan Barnes. Launching this thing has been a bit of an issue, so watch as the engine will try to self-remove itself from the lower rear portion of this thing. It is pretty violent looking for a car that makes 9 horsepower. Steve Klein on the O'Reilly side.
Oh, Chuck's falling out. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the slowest car of Drag Week 2014, brought to you by Gear Vendors.
The slowest street car in America. As Steve Klein goes 11:81.1, 115. And Jonathan Barnes goes on to the next chapter of whatever novel he's reading down there. 21:62. He picked up 4 seconds. How did that happen? 21. Check him for nitrous. 21:62. 26 with a 359 miles an hour. That man just earned himself a spot in Impound tomorrow. Right? Can we do that?
Sure.
Impound the Volkswagen.
I said we make a bonfire out of his magnesium engine block later tonight.
Charlie Mariscal heading down the racetrack in the pickup truck is Scotty South going down in the Bullet Mustang. 14:09.8 at 99 for South. Mariscal goes 15:27.5 at 86. And mean RX-7 rolls up on the O'Reilly side. RX-7 would have been delivered from the factory with a Wankel rotary engine in it. As we said yesterday, removed his Wankel, replaced it with a V8.
I do have a track announcement here once again. Race Director Lonnie Grimm is texting me directly and saying, we're running Daily Driver here trying to get the track temp up. As you know, a warmer track to a point is a better track, and it's a little cool. We're going to revisit the track temperature situation at the end of this Daily Driver group and decide on the rest of the day's activity. That sounds a little ominous, but we are making sure that everything is safe and good here at Drag Week and that we can get the best numbers we possibly can.
Jason Pipkin goes 11:13.1, 122 in the RX-7, and Rachel Gebhardt 12:60 with a 0 at 108 in the Plymouth. This is a nice Charger down here. Very clean, very well done. So Chevelle completes the burnout over there on the Malibu and the O'Reilly side of the drag strip. Andy Bashford and Anthony Britton. Britton is in the Chevy and Bashford is in the Charger. the second. And Anthony Britton heads down there. Riley Lane goes 13.75, 3 and 99 as Andy Bashford. 16.40 with a 6 at 83 miles an hour.
Thinking that 4/10 of a second is not going to be helping him in the bracket race later on. This is a 4/10 sportsman tree. That means basically he left 800 thou after the lights went, pretty much.
And hey, for those of you just tuning in and joining us, we are running through a daily driver portion of the program here as we try to get our track temperature up. We went down for a little while because of some rain, and we're kind of in recovery mode here. Special thanks to Pep Boys as the presenting sponsor of our live feed here this weekend. Those of you from watching around the world have the Pep Boys Speed Shop to thank for the fact that you can see both of us, and I know that's why you're watching, to see both of us. That is what draws people into this thing. But no,
why do we bother with the rest of this?
I don't know.
We could be standing in an empty room. And of course, Gear Vendors, who is the presenting sponsor of Drag Week, as well as our support from Rocket Brand, MSD, QA1, and of course, Bobby Smith from NOS.
As Bob Parrott heads down the racetrack in his 1956 Chevrolet, Nick Marshall in the BMW. Try to get that thing launched. It's a V8 swapped car as Parrott will get there first, 11:58, 114. Marshall goes 12:43.6 at 122.
He would go much quicker if we put a Starbucks at the end, and that is the second time I've used that joke, and it is not wearing out.
Jason Senecott and David Burke. Senecott is in the Mustang GT. David Burke is in the late 1970s Pontiac Le Mans. And David Burke wound pretty tight there. A little small block over there, screaming away as he heads down the right side of the racetrack. 12:33.6, 109. Senecott goes 14:41.3 at 96.
Okay, here's where I fall down on your make model. I'm good on the 65 Impala here. I can't tell the difference between a 66 and 7 Le Mans. It's something in the density of the grille.
Well, it's that, and also one of them.
The taillight's different as well?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Monty's here in the tower explaining to me the 66 had the horizontal 3 lines of taillights. That apparently being the 67. Typically unbeatable on your make model, but surely
You're a scout. You're a scout on your make model. Yeah. I mean, it's one of the few bright lights you got going for you. So 1591 at 98 miles an hour. Travis Davis in the Chevrolet goes 1760 with a 5 at 80.
Fans in the stands, check this out. We had an air-cooled Volkswagen come down, which might be raising your excitement level for this Corvair, but I will disappoint you by letting you know that there's in fact an LS motor in the front of that thing. The whole Corvair is sitting on a GMG body chassis.
Bill Perkins in the Maverick came up the starting line, but then the car really laid over on him. Mike Myers, though, in a nice solid pass, goes 10.94.4, 127 miles an hour, as Bill Perkins goes 14.51.9 at 105. I really like this Firebird that's doing a burnout right now because it's like it, and I say this because I like it. It's like a bracket car that jumped out of the late 80s.
I feel like I'm reading CarCraft in 1979 right now. I got to tell you. Yeah. Where's my denim jacket?
You had a denim jacket?
Yeah. Where's my Crosby, Stills, and Nash 8-track?
The Denim Machine van, man. There you go. Man, Tony Clarout's Mustang came up. Down over the right rear, almost pulled the left rear tire up off the ground. And Dusty Driggers in the Firebird goes through at 12.48.6, 107, and Clarehound goes 11.17.3 at 121.
Scott Abbott in the right-hand lane here in the multicolored orange and primer 70 Roadrunner is a Drag Week veteran, and he won the daily driver bracket race last year. Right now, he is in the 1170s with a best of an 1153.
And look who's waiting in the water box. Our man George. Now I believe George is going to be our test pilot, so to speak, to give a look at what the racetrack is for higher horsepower cars. Because I saw Lonnie pulled him out of the line and said he was going to be our guy.
I see. So what we got going on here is
daily driver going on.
Not one of our daily driver cars, but a big, heavy-breathing 7-second car here to check the racetrack.
Scott Abbott goes 11.82.6, 117, and Ronnie Fleming goes 12.98.2 at 109. You know, truck and tractor pulling, the first guy that hooks, you get the chance to rehook and come back. So I think we might be, this is our test puller out here.
Now, if you'll all cast your minds back to earlier in the day, we saw Mike Roy's car run. Or has he run yet today?
Yeah, he ran.
He did.
He had
That
a
is
lift,
the
though.
maroon. He didn't do a big wheelie. That's why I forgot about it. The maroon Pro Street Monte Carlo, which has won Pro Street several times. Brian and I, are looking at the head-to-head battle between that car and this small-tired Monte Carlo. Their separation in ET over a 3-day average is .0007 seconds. This guy could end up one of the top 3 quickest cars of drag week.
Watch how easy it leaves, and then watch the power come in. Nope. You saw the power come in. You saw him bust the tire loose and pedal it. Gallimore still goes 837.5 at 179 miles an hour.
It is a 760 capable car, but what that shows you there is the advantage that Roy has with all of that meat under the back of his car. He's going to be able to hook up just a little better on a iffy track.
Despite his increased beefage, Roy's car also busted the tires loose out there as well. Remember, he got loose about 330.
You're right. Well, you know, when you're trying to manage 2,500 horsepower, stuff goes wrong.
Exactly. Jesse Mataferri and Dan Livers. Livers in the Pontiac GTO, and Mataferri in the John Deere themed Chevy truck. Breathing through those vertical exhaust stacks in the bed. Jesse Mataferri on the power goes 13 flat at 102 miles per hour, and Dan Livers goes 14.28.8 at 100.84.
We got Blaine Thiessen here in the left-hand lane in his 2001 Camaro. This car's been running in the, mid-13s.
Derek Bashford in the Barracuda left about 1/10 of a second ahead of Blaine Thiessen. It turned into a horsepower contest out there, and Thiessen goes 13.87.2, 106. And Bashford 16.22.3 at 84 miles an hour. Pair of Fox bodies coming up now. The early Fox body, about a 79 or so, and then we got one from the was that late 80s, early 90s Mustang. I'm bad at identifying specific years of Fox body Mustangs. To a certain point, they changed nothing on those things.
Right.
Tom Franks, Riley Lane, and Austin Stiver. The Fox body lane, or the Fox body Gray Chevrolet lane. .11.22.8, 119 miles an hour. Stiver goes 12.25.3 at 109. And our next pair coming up, believe it or not, this Crown Vic is kind of a sleeper. It's a 13-second car. It's in the water box right now. And Nick Robinson heading down the racetrack in that cool GMC Street Coupe pickup truck, late 70s model. It had a supercharger on it until Tuesday when the supercharger lobes started to eat each other up, so it now runs naturally aspirated, goes to 13.36.4, 101. And Bob Catron goes 14.45.9 at 99. We're getting real close here. Probably got 20-some pair left. Plus those cars go too much. But one line that's really long, and Lonnie's now making us set up so we're running side-by-sides out here. The cold precision of Lonnie Grimm. Lonnie's done a great job this year, and he has been an integral part of the operation. Been great to have him on board. Jerry Lamberts and Andy Thornton head down the racetrack. Lamberts went 12.85.8, 104. Thornton went 13.67. Kim Brown and Wyatt Corbo.
People here on the ground, I will remind you, we do have Hot Rod Drag Week t-shirts for sale over at the Hot Rod Toter Home. We had a special one for Great Bend, but unfortunately the fans have been gobbling those things up like a lion in a donut shop. And we pretty much have none left, but we do have the special Drag Week shirts. Check that out on your way out.
Right in the fields, man. Right in the fields.
Well, I got to take shots where I can.
Kim Brown goes 12.93.7, 109 miles an hour is Wyatt Curbo. Goes 13.09 with an 8 at 109.
This Biscayne's actually pretty good. I'm kind of jealous. I had a 65 Biscayne like this at one point. Bought it from Matt King at CarCraft, and it went from me to Todd Ryden at MSD, and it went from Todd to a local guy who finally took the 3,200 dents out of the car, fixed it up, and is using the thing. In fact, there was a time that I wanted to pull out my blown small block and throw it in that Biscayne. So this guy is essentially my vision about 5 years ago. My failed dreams are represented right here at Drag Week.
Do you think he does backward Hillborn scoop on rainy days?
He might. That was the program on the Crusher Camaro on our road trip through the snow with our 700 horsepower mast motor. We actually froze up some throttle bodies with it facing forward in the snow.
Did they? Oh, they froze up, huh?
Yeah.
So the 1966 El Camino, next to that great-looking Bel Air of Waco Davis. Richard Davis is in the Elky. Waco is in the Bel Air. This is a slightly lopsided contest. As Waco, 1069 won 121.
I think the El Camino can still see him from there.
15:23.6 at 90 miles an hour. El Camino maintained a visual on him.
Did you look at it under the hood?
So on a little bit of a holding pattern here. Just doing a little starting line maintenance here, just a quick little.
No, not maintenance. They are doctoring the starting
they're doctoring
line.
it.
That was
Like
the
a
official
baseball?
news from the
Like Gaylord
staff.
Perry used to use the old pine tar on there.
So we were talking yesterday about that cover of Hot Rod Magazine from years ago that was shot at George Ray's drag strip with that Max Wedge 60.
Brian Coleman's
That's
car.
right. Brian Coleman was here with a 31 Chrysler with a Chrysler Hemi in it, and he was here for a few days, bang shifting that thing so brutally he would actually snatch second and pull the solid axle off the front. And I don't know what happened, but he's not here today. He fell out yesterday. Would not surprise me if he scattered a drive shaft or a transmission or rear end with that thing. But he's the same guy who owned that 64 Dodge that was doing a fire burnout at George Ray's drag strip. You must have been at George Ray's, haven't you, Monty? Oh, yeah. Have you raced there? Oh, George Ray's is literally a bean field that this guy turned into a drag strip because he was sick of NHRA tech inspection in, I think, 1961. I'm probably wrong about that. It's in that neighborhood.
Paragould, Arkansas.
That's right. And
George
that
Ray's
thing is
Wildcat drag strip.
Thing of beauty and a joy to behold forever, let me tell you.
He used to walk around, George passed a year or two ago, but he used to walk around with a pearl-handled pistol on his belt.
Oh, he physically had it on him when I visited him. Yeah.
He had that crazy hot rod, too, the Oldsmobile-powered thingamajob.
Yeah, that I looked away from. You know, I wasn't going to be the same, but the track itself was good. It's not often you look at a tower that is, in fact, hand-whittled from plywood. Walt Reynolds still in the program. Is that who that is?
That's Walt over there in the O'Reilly lane. Now, he has had ran a couple laps of this truck within like 3 or 6 thou of each other.
This thing has been consistency king. 72-degree track temperature right now. That is not exactly what you'd like to see.
Cash heading down in the Coyote-powered Mustang, 92 in the 8th mile for Cash. And Cash goes 11.76.4 at 116 miles an hour. And Walt Reynolds goes 16.21.3 at 86 in the pick-em-up truck as the rusty, crusty, cool-looking poncho wagon comes to the starting line. This is a poncho wagon with a secret.
This 61 Tempest that you're looking at, and I assume you all know that's the car in the left-hand lane, actually has a late model GTO front clip under it and a 5.7 liter LS3. So it's not exactly as it appears. Here is the crushing news to me. The guy who built this thing owns a body shop and is going to have to paint that car. It's like, dude.
Just clear over it, man. Clear as paint. Right?
Clear as paint. Let you polish the rust. Uh-oh. Looks like he's got a front wheel locked up.
Yeah, the front
wheel.
wheel.
It started to roll.
Finally released, yeah.
I thought that was going to turn ugly. We did have a gasser a few years ago where the line lock did not let go, and he was the concrete kisser. It was pretty ugly.
Steve Eden goes 12-12 with the 417, and Kelvin Poe goes 13:58 with the 2 at 101 miles an hour in the wagon. Carl Werner and Joel Nystrom come up now. Nystrom in that great-looking Olds 442 convertible, and Carl Werner in the Chevrolet Caprice.
That has given me flashbacks. I have been in the back seat of that car once or twice, I think.
That very car?
No, not that very car, but one's just like it.
Well, actually, you got a good Crusher Camaro story where you out there shooting burnout photos, and you almost literally were taken off to the clink.
Why I did not go to jail for that, I am not sure. We're talking fire burnouts across the street, open headers, in sandals, without my license, with no insurance, and dead registration.
Other than that, it was a good scene. Nystrom went 13.88.1 at 91, and Carl Werner went 15.75 at 86 miles per hour. Oh, that Torino was so good. Torino pulled into the water box. The goodness of that Torino is unrelenting. Mark Zaffron and Ryan Minyard head down the racetrack now. Minyard in the LS-powered Malibu, and Zaffron in the Pontiac Firebird. Had the 3/10 advantage on the starting line. He'll take it all the way to the stripe. 11.81, 113 as Zaffron goes 12.44.3, 108. And we are just at the end of Daily Driver right now. I believe we have just 2 pair left of Daily Drivers to run. No, we got more than that because we got a few more in that other lane. So maybe 8 or 10 cars left to run in Daily Driver, and then we'll get back into our class action. Thank you to Daily Driver competitors for following along with our plan here. Thanks for making your hit and down for a few minutes so we can try to get through the rest of this field and give everybody a shot of getting on the sheet, so to speak, as Rex Klitsky and John Gatliff head down. Klitsky in the Torino goes 12.10.3, 108. Gatliff goes 12.62.5 and 106. Warren Whitmer and Jeff Dugopolowski from the St. Louis area is Jeff. Whitmer in that great drop-top first-gen Camaro on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Jeff had the better reaction time, 175, but it looks like Whitmer's got a little bit more horsepower. About 1,000 feet. Oh, no, Jeff just got there only by 900, so that was a pretty tight one. 11.80 with a 6 at 114. Whitmer goes 11.71.8 at 115 miles an hour. And up comes Daphne Reynolds. Daphne Reynolds in the big Chevrolet Bel Air station wagon. And Jeremy Idle comes up in the Fox Body Mustang. Daphne had a 1.5 second reaction time advantage. She treated Idle to death. Idle going to hustle the Mustang down. He goes 12.87.0108, and the Wagoon goes 15.34.7 at 94 miles an hour with Daphne at the tiller. And John Turpin due up next. Or not. He was in the wrong lane. He was in the wrong lane, and then Lonnie came up and said, no. No way, buddy. Not on my watch, so we backed him up. We're going to run our last couple pair here at Daily Driver. John Gilliard. Gilliard's car is a Pontiac engine, set of Ram Air 4-style cylinder heads on it, a Doug Nash 5-speed in there. So he's ripping gears to that Doug Nash 5-speed. And the big judge goes 13.72.4 at 99 miles an hour. Bringing up the Roadrunner. Scrubbing the tires off a little bit there. So the full-size Chevy there, another one of our B-body contingent. And Bob that car with Mark Strong driving the Roadrunner. Starting to blow the tires off, park pedal it a little bit. And Clark Strong goes 13.28.7 at 100 flat, and Bob Goupil goes 14.87.5 at 94. Certainly a cool look for the Galaxy out there. Looks like an old retired stock car. It kind of runs like an old retired taxi cab, but it looks like an old retired stock car. He's having a lot of fun out here in the Galaxy this week, and it's been fun watching it head down the racetrack. Kerry Watson. It's Garrett Larson driving the Galaxy. Kerry Watson driving the Olds Cutlass on the O'Reilly side. Watson's car, consistently a very consistent performer drag week. Kerry's been in many drag weeks. 12.02.2, 109 miles an hour for Kerry, and Garrett Larson goes through at 18.29.7 at 73 miles an hour. Steve Eden coming up the 4-speed Nova for Eden, and Levi Lish. Lish is in that 1951 Sterling white truck. It was a big rig cab plugged down on top of a custom chassis. Got a set of wide 5 wheels on it, and power comes from a Duramax diesel. So daily driver session is over. Lanes are closed for daily driver. We're going to move into class cars here momentarily after a little bit of track prep. Levi Lish left before the tree was activated and will not receive an elapsed time. She rolled through the beams. Did not get an ET, did not get a reaction time, will not get an ET. 11.26.9, 118 for the Nova. And Lish, the big mystery over there. So that is the end of our daily driver session. We're going to touch the track up here quickly and then get into our class cars. So it is now 1:09 on the clock.
Wit has been requested. Can you pull that off?
Nope. Haven't been. Never have. Never will.
Why start now?
Why start now? Still don't got it.
So what are we actually doing now? I was
just touching up the racetrack real quick. We're going to move into our class cars. Again, a huge thank you to our daily driver guys and girls. A huge thank you for kind of heeding our wishes, making your hit, getting out and getting back to the pits so we can get the rest of our competitors at least one shot down the racetrack. I have a feeling what'll happen here. We've not got confirmation, but I have a feeling we'll run all these cars through and then just throw the gates open.
Yeah.
Yep.
We'll have to hit Lonnie for that, but I'm pretty sure that's what we're going to go to. It'll be great if we can get every drag week car down the track here at Great Bend. I want the 5 days. And of course, you know, my essential job here is the ringmaster of torture. And so I want to see everybody just thrash everything as hard as they possibly can for my entertainment and yours.
Mostly yours, because I have respect for the competitors, and I would like to see them just have a fun time, get through the week. I don't have that statistic streak that you do. I don't know what happened in your past that's made you the person you are. I'm not here to judge you about that. I just know that that's not me.
Well, the thing is, I run this magazine and website that's based on entertainment and drawing a crowd, and I realize you don't actually have that problem in your life. So,
well.
Yeah. Bank shift, not so much the entertainment side as the, calm, collected, polite, courteous to the racer side.
That's how we do.
Yeah,
Yep,
that's how you
we roll.
They have people drag racing on the back stretch there, and
Oh.
they're acting like they're wanting to break their axle.
Here's the thing. If we have a drag week competitor who is doing burnouts, launches, and racing in the pits,
you will
be disqualified immediately. No launches in the pits. Do not go down that runway doing launches and burnouts. You will be disqualified.
Yeah, that's no fooling. You can't do that. You got to respect the facility. It's dangerous. Just dial it back, stop it. No launches in the pits.
Lonnie, if you can hear us talking about that, that's a situation that probably needs to be addressed rather urgently here. It might have already stopped, but we are getting news from it all the way up here in the tower.
Bam! So thank you to the Pep Boys Speed Shop for sponsoring this live broadcast of Drag Week 2014. Every minute, every run, every witty retort that Dave and I have had, brought to you by the Pep Boys Speed Shop.
Both of them.
Both of them.
Both witty
all
retorts.
Two. Gear Vendors, presenting sponsor of Drag Week. Gear Vendors Under Overdrive Unit, a staple in the high-performance industry for a long time. And Carl Stansel maybe showing us a little something out here. 124 in the 8th, and Stansel goes 871 with a 0 at 154 miles an hour. And all of a sudden, looks like we got ourselves a racetrack out there. Sean Abner goes 1196, 9113. And again, thank you very much to the folks at Gear Vendors, Rocket Brand Racing Fuel, but especially Rick Johnson at Gear Vendors believed in this event. He believes in his product and showcasing it on the hardest core drag racing event in the world.
You just witnessed Carl Stancer's best run of the week. So we might have a track here, and we know we've got some weather. This could get good. Need some big tire cars and slick tire cars across the line.
Dominic Zavacek, Zach Degage from the right side of the racetrack with the Mustang roof rack.
Just go straight to roof rack guy.
Dominic Zavacek left with great alacrity. 103 in the 8th mile, goes 10:34, 4 at 129.
Alacrity. That's how we say it on the West Coast anyway.
Oh. Yeah. I speak English, sir.
Ah, the King's English.
The King's English, even.
We threw those guys out, remember? Like 1776.
Steve Riemann, Chris Burnham. Riemann is the dude from Australia. That's an Australian Ford Falcon. He shipped it over here, and he is racing Drag Week.
Oh, violence!
Yeah, I like it. Riemann 108 in the 8th mile. And Steve, looking good, goes 10:09.7 at 134 miles an hour for Steve Riemann. What a thrill to watch a guy from Australia who put in so much time and work to get the car here, head down the racetrack. Rick Dorn and Danny Morrison.
Steve Riemann, another player who's matching his past performance. 10:31 yesterday, 10:34 today. I think the track's coming back. He is actually number 2 right now in street race small block, naturally aspirated with that little red Capri.
Danny Morrison got his Mustang stage in, as does Rick Dorn. Morrison going to spool her up and let her go. Morrison spun her Dorn 2.5 seconds, and he's going to take it all back right there. 10:31.9, 135. Dorn goes to 13:11.4 at 105 miles an hour. Casey Cunningham, those who are in the live feed saw an interview with Casey a little while ago in that Dodge pickup truck.
Interesting choice in the Dodge pickup truck. He entered Unlimited, which he can do because there are no rules in Unlimited. Maybe he was counting on attrition. Everybody else in the class gone, and he ends up top. But he is not the slowest car in Unlimited. There's one more slower than him, and that slower car is in the right-hand lane right now.
So Sean Fink is lined up on the right-hand side of the racetrack with Casey Cunningham. 72 long bed Dodge. '86 in the 8th mile for Casey Cunningham. That is a good running truck. Thunders down 12:41.5, as Fink goes a Suburban-like 17:16 at 76.
I was fighting for the lose on that one, and Sean Fink did not disappoint.
Fighting for the lose.
Oh yeah, cheering for the lose. Want to make sure he maintains his position at the bottom of the class.
Terry Converse and Connie Heinzelman. Heinzelman is driving that screaming yellow Camaro on the right side of the racetrack with Terry Converse from California. Drove the car out from California, just pounded on it mercilessly all week. Oh, yeah.
Heinzelman defending a third place in Super Street Small Block naturally aspirated.
A little bit slow in the old 2-3 shift there for Terry Converse. That cost him a little bit of time. 11:08.2.121 for Heinzelman. 11:98.8.115 for the Corvette of Converse.
11:08 will maintain his number 3 spot in that class.
This Mercury Cougar is a very, very fast car, a good bellwether for the condition of our drag strip out there, as the 87 Mercury Cougar of Greg Mayton comes up, and Josie Steeples driving a 78 Datsun with a manual transmission, and it comes up on the right-hand side. So you get the stick shift Datsun, and you get the very quick, bead-locked 87 Mercury Cougar of Greg Mayton. Turbo car is going to spool her up. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, shooting ducks out there. Major League. Oh, nope. Yep. No. Wow.
Ruh-roh. That car has air conditioning. I think maybe a line popped off.
You think that's what it was?
Yeah. It's probably the issue. Starting to warm up. He's like, I can't drive this thing.
Throw the AC on.
Throw the AC on. I'm pulling over.
Some major issue there for Maiden. The thing was just really banging and popping pretty hard. Mike Sleeper and Dan Ashlock come up. Ashlock in the Grand National with Sleeper in that black Malibu. And the pace has quickened considerably as we're working through our class cars here, trying to get everybody a shot at the racetrack today, which we, knock on wood, at this pace we certainly will, as long as my nature works with us. So Dan Ashlock and Mike Sleeper inching toward the starting line. Sleeper's car is a pretty tough looking piece. That blacked out Malibu, got those weld wheels on there. Little cowl hood on it, big air dam in the front. Sleeper bumped way in deep staging wise. Ashlock got a 2:48 reaction time in the Grand National. And the Grand National goes 10:40 with a 127 miles an hour, with Sleeper going 11:89 at 1:14. Norm Tannehill comes up in his Camaro, lined up next to Mike Whitson. Whitson in the Fox Body Mustang, and Tannehill in the second generation Camaro. Boy, Mike Whitson came off the starting line pretty good. Really picked up some steam at the 8th mile. And Whitson powers down 960 with a 143 miles an hour. Keeping our eyes peeled on our express lane for cars in our unlimited category. Nothing yet. Did see Larry and Jeff Lutz up here checking the place out a little while ago as Kevin Fangman comes up. Fangman and John Dodson. Dodson in the Malibu and Fangman in that nice looking red Nova on the Doug Ray Chevrolet side. Dodson's car picked the front end up and it busted the tires loose. He's going to pedal it, try to make somewhat of a representative run. And Kevin Fangman goes down 10:35, 9:132. Dodson 9:96.6, 142 miles per hour. Doug Garrison comes up next. Boy, Doug Garrison, 1964 GTO, sporting a big block Chevy under the hood. And Mike Davis, the 1970 Chevy pickup. Half-ton short box pickup for Mike Davis, and Doug Garrison, that gorgeous 64 GTO. Garrison just pulled second gear and popped the front end up. Really? Yeah, that thing bit really hard coming off the starting line. Garrison getting after it, and Doug goes 1080 with a 0-123 with Mike Davis going 11 flat 9 at 106.
Did you know you could put a gear vendors behind like a M21? I'm thinking that's a pretty cool setup.
That is a really cool setup. Bob Guido and John Stonechipper or Stone Cipher, I'm sorry, Stone Cipher in the Nova, and Bob Guido in his Mustang.
Nova's looking to maintain his number 3 spot, modified naturally aspirated. And he rolls 1046 naturally aspirated, which is going to keep him where he wants to be. Brian, you can put nitrous on this and everything.
I know I did.
Because this gremlin over here in the right-hand lane has an inline 6 with a bottle on it.
You don't say.
And watch what it does.
No! How quick is it gone?
1328.
What? The heck? Come on.
Crazy talk.
Here's Jim. Jim Forbes in a home-built, altered wheelbase Chevy 2. The supercharged big block in the front of it. Lined up next in the grab. Forbes goes 1070 with a 3.125, and Hendrickson goes 1381 with a 3 at a mere 92. So might be issues down there. The mile an hour off. Hopefully they did not hurt 2 or 3 or 5 of the 6 cylinders powering that car.
Not many to spare when you got 3/4 of a motor to begin with.
6 in a row makes it good.
Randy Bellahar, one of my favorite cars to drag week here in the left-hand lane. Genuine Pontiac in that thing, 4,200 pounds, lots of NOS nitrous, and 998 at 135.
Randy Heinzelman and Alex Taylor come up now. Heinzelman in that gorgeous AAR CUDA clone. It actually has big block power in the front of it. And Alex Taylor running the twin turbo small block engine in the Hugger Orange Camaro on the right side of the racetrack.
And the purple CUDA is in a hard-fought battle between 2nd and 3rd place for our Super Street Big Block naturally aspirated class. He's got a 1072 average over 3 days, and his next nearest competitor is 1070. What he does right now could determine pretty much the future of his life.
You don't say.
That's right.
Glorious
forever.
This is a fork in the road. See if he picks it up. Randy Heinzelman goes 1074, 3.125. Taylor goes 1110 with a 4, 124. That was a car we'd seen running the 950, so I'm not sure why that car slowed down. Went 11.10.4 at 129.
A couple of Falcons on the line, the Falcon Ranchero and the Falcon Wagon. The Gasser is going to be interesting. He was dominating the Gasser class earlier this week. He has slowed down the past couple of days. He's in 3rd spot. What he does here is going to determine if he looking solid. Sorry about that, Brian. I was getting so excited about Wheels Up.
I know you were. I saw it. Dennis Taylor goes down to the top end. There he goes again. 936.8, 142. Back to where he was hoping to be. 936.8, 142 as Patty Ross goes 11.13.6 at 122.
So not only did Dennis Taylor pull it back together, that is his fastest pass of the week.
Billy Gebhardt and Rich Guido come up now. Gebhardt in the Valiant and Guido in the GTO. Trouble for Guido. Billy Gebhardt goes 10.78, 122, and the GTO just rolling slowly down to the top end. 15.69 is just 55.
The Nomad in the right-hand lane here is a great story. That is a Nomad, not a 2-door wagon. He dug this thing out of the woods, bought it for $2,500, that and a 4-door parts car, put it together for $7 grand, and is running here at Drag Week.
And up come our next pair. As David described, the beautiful Nomad. Beautiful in terms of the cool patina Nomad. and the Mustang. If it looks a little different to you, it's because it has the hatch from a Mercury Capri on the back. The Capri had that more bowled out, kind of convex style rear window. Of course, the body shape's identical, so you can put that hatch on there. A little more storage space, believe it or not. Put that bulged out hatch there and stuff a little more, well, stuff behind the rear seat. Mark Wishka goes 11-17-7, 125. Nichols goes 13-78-5 at 97. Gavin Lusk and Dan Dodds come up to the starting line now. Dodds is driving the Chevelle, and Lusk is driving that awesome Mercury Cougar Eliminator with the Pro-Charged 400-inch small block engine. So Gavin Lusk and Dan Dodds, 1161-2, 116 for Dodds. Lusk goes 952-1, 140 miles per hour. Harold Braun and Vince Rash. Rash is leading his category right now, and Rash is one of those guys, one of the OG drag weekers who has been out on just about every single one of these, if not every single one. He has not won his class. He is currently leading his class now. It would be a huge deal if Vince Rash was able to get it done in the Firebird. Big Pontiac guy, dedicated Pontiac dude. That means he's got Pontiac power. And Vince Rash goes 10:47.8, 132. Harold Braun, 12:50 with a 0 at 109. Carlos Astor and Bill Fowler come up now. Fowler, that big 500-plus inch big block engine, 1,000 horse, about naturally aspirated. It does have spray on it. I'm not sure if he's hit the button yet, though. Oof. Wow, you heard that thing really wind up when he spun the tire out there at the launch. Carlos Astor goes 9:57.9, 140 as Fowler goes 10:44.5 at 141.
Glenn Hunter putting the rubber down. I like it.
I like it, too.
This thing runs on E85, blown big block out of New York. This was on the cover of Hot Rod magazine several months ago.
So Glenn Hunter comes off the starting line. He hooks it up pretty hard. Hunter's car is consistent 850 performer. And the big 56 Chevrolet, 120 in the 8th mile. And Glenn goes 907.9, 149 miles an hour as DW Dishman. And the Pontiac Ventura goes 15:04.3 at 90. Well, let's talk about a guy who had a bit of an eventful day yesterday. That was Brad Dyer in that Nova on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Dyer, humongous wheel stands at the racetrack. Then he's driving down the road, going to our next destination. His trailer hitch breaks off. The trailer passes him. He's driving next to the trailer until it runs into the guardrail and comes to a crashing stop. Limped the whole works to a chassis shop. They welded it back together for him, and here he goes again. So Brad Dyer and Frank Romano head down the racetrack. Romano in the silver 55 Chevrolet, whose trailer did not fall off the car yesterday. Dyer goes 945.3, 144, and Romano goes 1086 with a 3 at 124. Dyer is still leading his class, I believe.
Yep, that is enough to keep him in #1 on modified, naturally aspirated. Can you believe naturally aspirated cars out here running in the 9s?
I can't even believe it, man.
And one of them almost touching the 8s.
I can't, because you told me I can't believe it because it's most likely inaccurate. If somebody else had told me, I'd be like, yes, that I believe. But you gave me the information, so there's no chance I'm believing it.
My credibility is down?
It is not. It is. The polling numbers are not good. America has said. America has spoken.
My percentages are dropping as we
Yes,
go.
as we go.
Late into my term.
Dave Erkfitz and Jeff Zeller. Erkfitz goes 13-12 with an 800, and Zeller goes 11.97, 112. Brian Macy completes a burnout in the EFI Store-sponsored 4th Generation Camaro. And Mark Covey. Ooh, Eddie Miller in the staging lanes with the, he's got the periscopes are up. The Snork, the purple Snorkmobile. The forced induction, Eddie went Home Depot, full-on Home Depot Ram induction with the plumbing elbows on top of his throttle bodies.
Important announcement in the pits, all run. We're going to an all run session lining up back of 3 and 4 right now. We're going to run some of these guys out, do a break for track prep, and then we're going to an all run session. If you have already got a number that you like, please don't make joyrides. We're still trying to get a bunch of guys across the line. I'll run back to 3 and 4. Kurt Johnson, you were just listening to me or talking to me about this. Get back in line.
He comes off the starting line, pedals it, pulls the front end again. The Camaro, 124 in the 8th mile, and Macy goes 9:05.4, 163, and Mark Covey goes 10:76.4, 123. And David, I have some crushingly bad news. George Gallimore is done.
No.
Hurt the motor, lost compression.
Wow. He's got to come back next year. That guy got too close to everlasting glory to actually give up now.
Yep,
what
I agree. That
bummer.
is a full-on bummerino.
Wow. That car's still a legend of Drag Week.
Yep.
Yep. A legend of half a Drag Week.
Cullen Duncan and Scott Kleppinger. Duncan heads off, and you hear the Turbo V6 at the Grand National, and there goes Kleppinger. Boy, Kleppinger running very little air pressure in those tires. The rims are almost touching the ground. Kleppinger on the throttle at the top end of the racetrack goes 963.3, 143. Duncan goes 13 flat, 9 at 110.
So this black 55 is in a battle with Dennis Taylor in the Ranchero for #1 in the gasser class. And Dennis Taylor just came down and absolutely served notice that he is not messing around, and S.R.C.A is trying to pick up what he possibly can. He will probably get in second place on this thing, but he is aiming for first. He's got around low 9 right now.
So Keith Harrison, you notice that 55 Chevy's missing a taillight. Well, Harrison was driving down the highway yesterday. A guy pulled up. Keith thought he was going to take a cell phone picture. The dude held up his taillight, and the thing was unscathed. He's just going to bolt it back in the car. So Harrison will get that squared away before he leaves. The Chisholm and S.R.C.A machine goes 982 with a 3 at 134 miles an hour. Keith Harrison goes 11:01.3 at 120 in that high-riding 55 Chevrolet. Ed Mall in the 87 Ford Mustang. Got no windows, got no back window. It's a car that's competed in the Grassroots Challenge 2014 Challenge, meaning that the value of the car has to be about $2,014 after safety equipment. And I'd say it's about right. Give or take 100 or so. Uh-oh. Let out the clutch. Relieve the U-joint of its life. Kevin Studeaker goes 10.93.0, 125 miles an hour. And actually, an important announcement from David. Go ahead.
So, unfortunately, Brian and I heartbroken. One of our favorite cars at Drag Week.
Single
Once
tier.
again, George Gallimore in that black Monte Carlo, who's been running 760s, broke the car here, and he's looking for a trailer back to Tulsa. If we can get anybody who's here in the grandstands or in racing pits, anyone want us to just maybe hang a rope around the front bumper of that thing and go ahead and just drag it back to Tulsa, that's what George is looking for right now.
Yeah, George needs a ride home. If you got a trailer, he could use some help. So, yeah, George Gallimore looking for some help getting home.
Hey, George, if you're listening out there, we believe there might be a solution with Tom Bailey, who is walking around. He's got his stacker trailer here after he got out. It's being used by the gear vendors guys and such. Why don't you go walk over there and see if they do have room on the lower story for your Monte Carlo?
That roof's wide open, and I think with the height of the Monte Carlo, I mean, you'd be at like maybe 13.9, so it's not like it's going to get ripped off the top. I might just get a scalp job if you're under. report a storm. Andrew McClellan and Jeff Pagano. McClellan, they rebuilt the motor in McClellan's car in the parking lot in Tulsa on Monday. It'd been a bunch of connecting rods. They literally took it apart Monday afternoon, and there it goes running 11:34.9 at 116. And Jeff Pagano goes 13:17.2 at 105.
Walter Hare here in the far lane in that gray 69 Camaro's number 2 in Street Race Big Block Power Adder. He has got to cut about a 950 to improve his position.
Oh, man. Hare's car unloaded the tires. It was actually pulling the front end pretty good. Unloaded the tires. It came down. He pedaled it. Man.
Lubricating the exhaust system.
And Travis Cannon, that thing got all kinds of weird down there at about 1,000 feet. You saw that big cloud of smoke. We're going to go down, I believe, and give the track a look-see down there to see if there's anything deposited on the left lane, or we get confirmation. Oh, we're going to smart her down there. Okay. The Barnyard Viper, as we would call it in Boston. If he was racing at New England Dragway, that would be the Barnyard Viper.
It would be the lobster fishing Viper, wouldn't it?
It'd be the leaky tuna boat.
The leaky tuna boat. I knew her.
Hey-oh. And Jared Fagard over there in the Doug Ray Chevrolet lane. That black Nova. Parachute hanging out the back. As the Nova gets a little bit loose on the starting line and back in, try to walk to the right. Nice job of driving by Jarrett. And Jarrett goes 870 with a 4 at 163 miles an hour. The pickup goes 11:24.2 at 118. And Jeff Lutz is in the lanes. Have not seen Doug Klein yet.
Oh, Doug Klein.
Right?
Oh,
right.
Get with it.
Get with it, man. Get hip to the program.
Get on track, man. Klein, of course, being our current number 2. Jeff Lutz is out front with a 680 and unlimited, and Klein's a 690.
Manual transmissions on both sides. I didn't realize that Pontiac with Jeremy Heiser actually was shifted that thing. Goes 11:18 to 124. The Corvette of Charlie Barber just went 10:43.1 at 128. So Jeff Lutz is going to be coming to the starting line in a minute. Eddie Miller actually coming to the starting line as well. That is a very fast Chrysler product, 1973 Duster. You know what Eddie has, as we call them, the periscopes on.
Oh, he's got the Jacques Cousteau Signature Series induction system on that deal.
Well, he put 2 U-boats down earlier on the way over here. There were two interior U-boats that he managed to spot with the periscopes, depth charged them to the Davy Jones locker. So, I mean, the guy's defending off the coast of Florida. You never know what's going to come up, so you always have those things up.
The Purple Duster here, Eddie Miller out of Florida, is a past overall winner of Drag Week, and he's also won the Pro Street Naturally Aspirated class last year. He's trying to do the same thing again, and he's got a solid chance of doing it. He's run 880 earlier in the week and a 9.0 and a 9.625 yesterday. He's in the number 1 spot. He's got a canyon between his numbers and the guy who's in number 2. So unless he completely just, does the track shoes.
Visits the deli, takes his meat to the grinder.
Unless his bunny runs away, he's going to be somebody right now.
Miller is an engine builder down there in Florida, so building horsepower is not a problem for Eddie. He's definitely has one of the more powerful cars, or probably the most powerful car ever in this category.
Not ashamed of putting some rubber down.
Or doing burnout. He doesn't mind doing a burnout either.
Eddie has sort of dropped the whole Elvis shtick. Have you noticed that?
Only about 10 years too late.
Right.
If that was the better move would have been never to start it.
That's true.
Because that would have, never having you say you're sorry is really always the better decision.
You got to admit this guy's one of the biggest characters in the scene, though.
100%. Eddie is love him or hate him, and there's a lot of people that, well, I don't know if there's probably a lopsided towards hate than love, but he's not afraid to speak his mind. He's not afraid to stir the pot, and Eddie's one of a kind.
It's the 80-20 rule.
It's the 80-20 rule.
Eddie is also big into the one and done program. Whatever he runs here, he is going to pack it up and drive away.
Goes 966.8, 138 miles an hour with Frank Separano. Goes 897.3, 152. And another clean lap from Eddie Miller as he continues through the week. As David said, he's been on that deal where he's takes his one hit and then moves on to the next track, trying to minimize the risk on the racetrack.
I see Tom Bailey on the starting line wearing his 200-mile-an-hour club jacket. Last year's winner, Tom Bailey, standing up here with the 2 Club jacket. Unfortunately, breaking a block earlier in Topeka and unable to continue this year's drag week.
Coat came in handy.
Coca-Cola.
The coat came in handy.
Oh, the coat. The actual coat.
Yeah, not the cocaine.
He is drinking a Coke right now.
Oh, I meant the coat, as in the wear, not of the beverage and/or illicit substance.
Yeah, in alternate worlds known as jacket.
Yeah. Alternate worlds. It's a coat. A jacket is a light piece
Coat.
of clothing, like a fire jacket. Take my news away. You get news, you try to steal it. Racer needs Scott Brown. He's got that 1953 Chevrolet 5.3. He broke a piston in the car. He needs a 5.3 rod and piston with rings. Somebody either in the stands or here, there's got to be a 5.3 piston and rod laying around, or somewhere he can go run over as a junkyard or something. He can knock one out of a motor. But we're looking for a 5.3 rod and piston with rings out of a 2002 motor with dish pistons. And he is in spot number 16 over in the pits. It's the green and white 1953 Chevy. Fairly significant at this point because he does need to get back to Tulsa. So a 5.3 rod and piston with piston rings on it, and it's a 2002 model motor with it's a dish-style piston. He's over in the pits. If you have, or can get a 5.3 rod and piston with the piston rings on it, he needs it.
I'm guessing there's one lying around the bottom of an oil pan, maybe brushed up against the side of the track here somewhere.
Somebody, yeah. Oh, man. Somebody's got a $250 LS motor they're waiting to put in something that can give up a slug right now.
One of the big deals on the Turbo LS motor thing that is happening right now is a lot of people pulling them out of junkyards, putting a lot of boost at them. They make great power. You got to take them apart and open up the ring end gap. The heat of the turbo and boost will butt the ring end gap together. It'll actually lift up the piston ring land on the piston. And especially if you're running the factory hypereutestic piston on that thing, it's essentially going to return to sand when it starts to come apart.
You don't want that to happen.
No.
You do not want that. It's like it's a quick way to extrude home the inside of your exhaust manifold when the sand leaves, but you really don't want that to happen. It will return to sand.
It will.
Don't let out the smoke or the fire. Don't make sand inside the motor. These are life lessons you're learning here.
Dust to dust.
So just a little bit of starting line maintenance here, as I believe it will be Mr. Lutz is one of the next cars up. I see a big contingent of people waiting around there. So I think Jeff may be coming. I'm not sure if he's coming next or the orange Camaro. So we'll be hanging on that here in a moment. Racers that are turning in time slips over there at Expo Building. One is, I'm sorry, Lonnie is flashing hand signals at me. And that last one I understood, sir. That is not appropriate behavior. So the announcement comes from Lonnie. At 3:30, we're going to close the staging lanes this afternoon. At 3:30 will be our lane closure. We will run out the cars that are in the staging lanes at 3:30 with our 5-minute rule, meaning as we're running those cars out, we walk down the lanes. When it's your turn to fire, you get 5 minutes to fire up and come to the starting line, or you're bounced. But at 3:30 p.m., we will shut the lanes. Anybody in the lanes at that point, you will be able to run. Thank you. And let's just keep that, the middle digit, man. Let's just save that for another time. I got more friends than that.
The evil twin. Once again, 632 angry cubic inches here. Being punished by about 35 pounds of boost from a couple of turbos. All fiberglass car, stock aerodynamics. This car, our fastest pass of drag week, 225 miles an hour. This car is currently leading for the overall win with an average ET over the past 3 days of 680. He has run 669. And the thing is, Doug Klein's right behind him with an average of 690, so he cannot take it easy on this pass. He's actually got to be somebody right now, or Doug Klein could come nip him in the tail.
And so Jeff Lutz, pre-stage, bumps her all the way in. That big 57 Chevrolet had to pedal it, and he lifted again, pedal it again at the 8th mile. Now we got some smoke coming out of the thing. 737, but look at the speed, 208 out the back door. He's on and off the throttle. One thing I will say was that one of the quicker 60-foot times we've seen out of that car all weekend, or all week, went 114 to 60. That car was 15 to 18 the other day, so 114 to 60 was promising, but he did have to lift a couple times. 737 for 208 through the lights. All right, so the S.R.C.A. Hutch car does have the full lighting regimen inside it. This is the greatest day of my life. Okay, awesome. He's got the police lights going. He shut him off. All right, you put on the show. You made your point, sir. Clayton Hartman and Chance Ray come up now.
Well played, Torino guy. Well played.
We saw Ray fixing a fuel pump on the side of the road the other night, last night. Clayton Hartman sat there and pulled the turbos up. Whoa, it's way loose at the 8th mile. Look at that thing. Wow, it's wandering around big time in that left lane. He's still steering it. Goes 961, 8,142. The car was just yawing the whole way down the racetrack. Chance Ray goes 11,019 at 123 miles an hour on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Ron Gibney and Dan Roberts. Gibney, that 1993 GMC truck with a 555 cubic inch big block on a whole bunch of nitrous. Truck has gone down in the low 9s, 910, 915 all week long. Leonard to Danny Roberts in the Malibu. And Gibney getting after it harder than he's gotten after it before. He goes 122 in the 8th mile, and Ron Gibney goes 905 with a 4 at 153 miles an hour. Blunt force trauma on display there in the pickup truck. Danny Roberts, 1078.6, 124 miles an hour on the right side of the racetrack. He is ever closer to the ace, and he told us the other night, I'm going to get to Friday. When I get to Friday, all bets are off. All these guys are saying the same thing. Just get me to Friday, and then I will put the thing on full puree and see what it'll run.
I've executed a little bit of mathematics.
Oh, this ought to be interesting.
I was guaranteed to be wrong. So Lutz, his average over 4 days of racing, if he leaves that pass alone, is 6.94. Now Klein, if he shows up in lanes, all he needs to run is a 6.90 to actually get his average ahead of Lutz. And Klein has been able to pull that number. He's run 687, 696, 691. He needs to roll a 6.90, and he barely squeaks ahead of Lutz.
There goes Steve Riemann from Australia in that little Mercury. Went 10:30. Whoa, 10:04 with a 5 at 135 miles an hour for Riemann. 10:04.5, 135 miles an hour. It's almost like he just hit the button. 10:04.5, 135. Wow, that's awesome. Turpin went 12:24 with a 7 and 101. And hey, look what we got coming.
Marty from NOS, we'll need you to just go ahead and do a minor inspection on that Capri.
Kurt Johnson, 9:06.6, 151 miles an hour for Johnson. And Chris Mosley goes 11:74.7, 799. I would say our racetrack is right where we want it to be now. We're seeing the numbers drop for several of our competitors, and we're seeing steady numbers released by competitors that we know what they've normally been running, and they're matching their earlier ETs from this week. Well, that is Australian John Ferrone, a 1972 Chrysler Valiant Charger. That is a twin turbocharged Chrysler wedge engine in that car. And Ferrone goes 860 with an 8 at 161 miles an hour on a 4,200-pound tank from Australia. Steve Eden goes 11:48.2 at 118 miles an hour on the O'Reilly side. So Gary Putnam, Chad Addison, Putnam. Got to tighten that up. The right accent on the correct syllable. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the wrench, yes. Gary's car literally rattling the windows here at the timing tower. Oh, it's getting a little sloppy on him at the 8th mile, but Putnam keeps his foot in it. He goes 8:10 with a 6 at 182 miles an hour. Yeah, buddy. 8:10 with a 6 at 182, and there was probably a grin about 6 feet wide across Gary's face, about a half a second quicker than he's gone all week. That was a great run. 8:10 with a 6 at 182. A clear indication that this racetrack is hanging on to some horsepower out here. We got another hour and a half of racing before we shut the lanes. We're shutting the lanes at 3:30. So here comes the Gremlin. This Gremlin is powered by a 440. It's Dale Gebhardt driving that car. It's a 76 Gremlin with Paul Corman lining up in the right side, on the right side of the racetrack in that gorgeous Demon. Small block in the Demon, and Dale Gebhardt got the 440. Aluminum headed motor in there. Man, that thing's evil. The Gremlin trucking along 115 at half track, goes 9:41.4 at 141 miles per hour as Paul Corman goes 10:05 of the 1:134, and another clean pass out of that nice looking machine. Pair of Chevrolets now. 67 Malibu in the O'Reilly lane of TJ Johnson and Dominic Zavacek. Zavacek got the thing crossed up off the launch. He lifted as TJ Johnson, 98 at half track. Johnson in that dark blue Chevelle goes 10.99, 8 at 122 miles per hour. Once again, we got a racer in need of a 5.3 LS rod and piston with the rings on it. A dish-style piston from a 2002 era engine. That is Scott Brown. Brown is over in the pit space, spot number 16. He's a 1953 Chevy. You know it, you love it. It's green, it's white. Again, he's got a 5.3 motor, looking for a rod and piston with the piston rings on it. Help, help, help. Rachel Gebhardt and TJ Lee going down the racetrack. Gebhardt goes 12.61.4, 109. TJ Lee goes 11.82, 11.28.2 at 121 miles per hour. We got to get one of our like secret squirrel pit reporters out there to see if Doug Klein is on the property. We need to get confirmation on that. As Addie Ross heads down in the Ford Falcon station wagon, and Bob Admire in the LS Power GTO rolling down 13.84.1. It's just 70 miles an hour as Addie Ross goes 11.06.7 at 122. Remember to turn in your time slips. You're going over to Expo Building 1, which you're going to walk right across the staging lanes, right past that beautiful 34 Ford, 56 Chevrolet, and about a 53, 54 Ford truck?
Ish,
yeah. Ken Barkley heading down the racetrack in that 78 Chevy Malibu. So Doug Klein is here.
This Vega is looking at number 2 in modified power adder. This car runs 870s. .128 short time. Runs 125 to the 8th, out the back door, 869. 869 there. That 869 is, in fact, that Vega's quickest pass of the week. Now check it out here on the pit side, which is, I guess, also the tower side here, the left-hand lane, that red 240Z loaded with a big block Chevy and all the blower.
All of it.
All of it. 100%, not a little bit, but the complete 1471.
This thing is a vicious launcher. Watch this Datsun hike to front. And here we go. Whoa! Oh, man!
What's he doing? Wow. Did you see the sparks on the underside when he smacked that thing?
1040 to 123 miles an hour for Brad Barkley. Heinzelman watched the whole show from the other lane, went 1061.5 at 126.
That guy hates his oil pan.
Once you see a guy get into that kind of porpoising thing where it's landing and he's hitting the gas at the same time, it's not good.
There's no goodness whatsoever. Just full-on tank slapper.
Alex Taylor and Harold Braun. Taylor's car ran in the 10s, or Alex's car ran in the 10s. She's going to try to get back down that 9-second bracket. She's certainly looking like it right now as Alex Taylor goes through the top end, 9.75 at 150 miles an hour. Harold Braun goes 12.45 with a 3 at 109. Ooh, Chris Edding coming up now. Edding's car is a mean hunk of iron over there. He is currently leading his class.
Leading modified power adder with that 68 Camaro, the black one. His best time of the week thus far, 8:42, 165 miles an hour. And he is super tight with his next competitor. He's averaging 8.72. The next one's 8.73. He's going to need this pass. Oh.
Smoked the tires. He pedaled a couple times. Goes 9.49 with a 4 at 158 miles an hour. Fogland goes 11.79 deuce at 116.
That is going to hurt for that black Camaro's lead in class. Brian and I have been talking all week about drag week has come to the point where you got to be on your game every single pass. One bad day and it's all over.
Yeah, everybody's program is getting so dialed in now, you just can't afford. There's no real leeway to go, I'll just take it easy today. Wow.
Once again, Fowler shreds the tires with that 500-plus cubic inch big block Ford.
Foul spring test there as he launched the thing way up in the revs. Goes 10.45, 4, 141 is Andre Miller in the pickup, 11.81.9 at 114.
We've been talking about the fight for the unlimited class and the overall win at Drag Week, which is going on right now between Jeff Lutz and Doug Klein. The question up here in the tower had been, is Doug Klein here? And the answer is yes. That beautiful orange 69 Camaro is here. We're looking for him to pull the lanes. And once again, he needs to run a 690, and he can just barely squeak ahead of Jeff Lutz in the overall standing. All right, we got a replay on the live feed of the 240Z doing the major sky launch down the track. Here goes.
Well, it's funny we mentioned is, the question is Doug Klein here. Hasn't that been the way the week has gone? Is Doug around? Where's Doug? Where's Doug in the standings? Who's talking about Doug?
Find Doug.
In typical fashion, he's here and waiting in the wings, and none of us knew about it.
Stretchy truck on the line. This is probably the biggest freak show you will see at Drag Week this year anyway. We've had some pretty standout vehicles. This is a stretch Chevy S10 with a big block Chevy behind the... Those of you watching on the live feed, we are back. Do us a favor, spread the word that we are back live. We've been doing pretty well with a sketchy signal here today, and when it falls off, we see the views go down, and so we like it when you'll just take the URL, cut and paste it, email it to, 70, 80,000 of your closest friends, and we become superheroes, and everything's good.
Well, big crowd gathered around Dave Schroeder's Corvette, as always happens. That car draws a lot of attention for obvious reasons. It is a fantastic-looking piece.
That's the unlimited car that earlier this week made a 711 or 714 pass, and unfortunately, Schroeder himself was not NHRA licensed to do that. The car was tech to 749. He was not, or tech below 749, sorry. And so he got a 20-second ET. We do not let you hand in a time slip for an NHRA illegal pass here at Drag Week. Safety first. And so he got a 20-second ET. He cannot mathematically win, but his goal, his personal goal, because he's failed to do it a couple times, is to finish Drag Week. So he's working on the finish, and then Monty Smith, who's been tuning on that car, came up here and said, if we make it back to Tulsa and lay down a number, a mild number just to finish the week, then we're probably going to throw some jet at it and go. And look for the 699.
And the plan today is, so don't be expecting another one of those 710 teen level runs. Monty told us they're going to run the car on motor to be safe, to make sure it's going to live to get back to Tulsa, and then throw the hammers at it tomorrow. So today, you're going to see a straight-up all-motor pass. I don't know what the displacement of this thing is.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either. So this will just be a straight-up engine pass. So it'll be, I would guess, somewhere in the high 7s, low 8s, somewhere in that neighborhood.
I will tell you this. Now that Schroeder's had a little bit of taste of speed and he's seeing what Drag Week actually looks like, I do understand he is shopping for a big bore space block, which means upwards of 700 cubic inches, I'm supposing, which would look really good under the hood of that thing.
If he, well, Pat Musi has a 903-inch combination that he sells out there.
Oh, we'll go there. 7, 9, whatever it takes.
Yeah. We'll mess around with an 800-inch motor. We could just go straight to the top of the charts. Yeah, Fulton and Musi, those 5.3, the new big giant engine blocks with that 5.3-inch bore space, you could do catastrophically huge things with.
If you're not aware of that in the stands or here on the live feed, the deal is your bore can only get so big when the center line of two bores next to each other is only so far apart. And so what they do is they actually put more space between the bores on those blocks so they can have a bigger bore. That means the main journals are all spread out. They take a custom crankshaft. You're really going to some next level stuff when you go there, but a lot of guys are doing exactly that. As a matter of fact, I think that's what Larry's got going on in the S10 and the Proline motor.
I believe so, with the Proline engine. And we're off. Gordon Potter and Ronnie Fleming. Classic muscle car battle out there with the Chevelle and the GTO Judge. A battle that I'm sure has played out over many Saturday afternoons or Sundays here at S.R.C.A. drag strip since it opened in the mid-1950s. 12:03.31.11 for Fleming. Potter, 11:88.6 at 118 miles an hour.
Our top three in the gasser class gets more and more interesting as Mike Cox pulls to the line in his 51 Henry J. This thing is 998 capable so far in drag week, and it is such a tight running between him, Dennis Taylor in the Ranchero, and Chisholm and Stasiak in the 55 Chevy. I would be really curious to see this thing pull into the 980s right now.
Paul Menzel and Mike Cox now. Oh, Mike Cox pulled the front end up with that thing. Didn't usually lift a wheel. And Cox goes out 982 with a 1 at 134 miles an hour.
That is going to shake some things up a little bit. I can't wait to see the numbers at the end of the day. Speaking
Blairhout in the Mustang, Hogshead in the Nova. Hunkers down to the right side. That thing looked good coming off the starting line. Look good from an entertainment perspective. From a chassis tuning perspective, not so much. 11, 10, 5, 121 for Clairhout. And Tom Hogshead goes 10, 53 at 130.
This 40 Willys showed up at the last second on our registration day and was one of the last cars to get into drag week. And he's sort of just been taking a happy cruise, making one pass a day and having a good time. Big block Chevy in this thing. And I like when he's on the road that all of his luggage and like a gas jug or something like that, all strapped to the wheelie bars. See, when you're a man, you don't unbolt your wheelie bars for the drive on the street.
Just pin them up.
You use them as a luggage rack. Let the cop trip on him as he's pulling you over to get a ticket.
Steve Marine heads down there in that 40 Willys. And while Marine is not a factor for the win in Unlimited, he is a guy who is on pace to survive drag week in a pretty hairy car down there. It goes 11:74 at 96, obviously much more in it than that, but Steve Marine been out here, been having fun for the week, and knock on wood, we haven't seen him have to really tear into that thing.
One wonders if Larry Lutz, or I always say Larry Lutz because it's always Larry and Lutz. Did you do the same thing?
I did the same thing yesterday.
I know it. One wonders if Larry Larson is actually going to come up with his S10. They didn't make it here today. I understand they were put in impound. He's got to make a run here to be eligible to finish drag week to be eligible for the heads-up shootout on Saturday in Tulsa.
Doug Garrison heads down the right lane in the 64 GTO. Turn signal glaring proudly down there. 1071 3 126 as Lejeune goes 12:24.7 120.
Dougie Baby's been putting the flog to that thing.
Dougie Baby.
Dougie Baby.
Dougie
Bang
Baby.
shift that goat. He's been putting a lot of passes on the big block Chevy in that thing.
Well, the guy's been flogging that goat for years. Timmy Pogue and Dave Pierce. Pogue in the Ford Coupe, 34 Ford Coupe. And Dave Pierce, 1968 Chevy Camaro. Pierce had a little smokage out there. Goes 996.2, 148, and Poe goes 1285.8, 104 miles an hour.
The right-hand lane here is Dustin Haas, who was one of the players at the very first drag week in 2005. He had a 73 CUDA running small block naturally aspirated, and now he's got this white 68 that is loaded with a late model Hemi. He's one of the guys who dove onto Larry Larson's car yesterday and helped him put it together.
Barracuda all white with the white steel wheels. Cool looking piece is John Dodson just sprinting down the Doug Ray Chevy lane, 969.8, 139. Dustin goes 1245.7 at 111 miles an hour. Will we have a second? Thank you to Pep Boys Hot Rod Shop, the Pep Boys Speed Shop, apologies, for their presenting sponsorship of this live broadcast. And thank you so much to Gear Vendors as the presenting sponsor of the race. It's just been a great week. Still a bunch more stuff to go. We got a full day tomorrow and a fun day on Saturday. And it will be all out at Tulsa for those 2 days. So wouldn't be possible without them, and certainly without MSD, Rocket Brand Racing Fuel.
I see where you're just momentarily tongue-tied by the pulchritude of the international pickup.
Oh, it was jumping off the page at me down there. KB1 action. Better believe it. It's Darren Gebhardt. We'll smoke you down there. Goes 11:13.3, 120. Tim Hall, 11:99.8, 110 miles per hour. Here comes your boy, the Hemi-powered Super B. In the Doug Ray Chevrolet lane, the factory appearing stock tire car. You get that little bias ply tire in the back, just screaming for mercy. This car has run in the 10s, defying laws of physics, gravity, and common sense.
And it's got the stance that would indicate several pounds of concrete in the trunk, aiding traction on those bias ply tires.
Or a couple of former fast racers who may have squealed on the tails.
Maybe he's got a Buick 455 block back there.
Rick Callahan hooked up and rolling a big smoke coming out of the Pontiac. Callahan goes 11:08.8, 126. And Eli Gould in the Pontiac, that thing is smoldering away down there. Look at the smoke just enveloping the back of that car in the shutdown area.
Mike Roy in the right-hand lane, no longer threatened by George Gallimore in the black Monte Carlo, who is out. I'm going to need therapy when I get home. I'm still suffering a certain loss from that news that he's gone. But Mike Roy here is going to hoist the tires and look to improve his pass earlier in the day, despite the fact that he is leading Pro Street Power Adder by a full 1 second margin.
And we're going to check the racetrack. We got a bunch of people heading down the course here because of all that smoke coming out of the back of Eli Gould's car.
Guys here at Drag Week doing a good job letting the smoke out, letting the fire out every once in a while.
Usually it's the English sports cars that let the smoke out, not the Pontiacs, but we'll get down there and wait for word from the top-end officials to see what the condition of our condition is in. We still have a tailwind blowing our way down the racetrack. It's a good thing. And Matt Frost comes around the corner. We have not seen Matt Frost yet in the unlimited entry. Frost been having a great first outing at Drag Week. The first time we've seen him, he showed up with a very fast Nova. And he has been doing a fine job for himself.
Actually pretty consistent for a guy who's in his first time at Drag Week with a really serious car. He ran 783 and 788. You'll see it up here in, I'm thinking, he's coming right into the express lane with his green and black 67 Nova out of Colorado.
I just got a text message from John Lundberg, the drag racing announcer, John Lundberg, and I put a picture up on my Facebook page of this drag strip, and he said, in 1955, I passed on a trip to go to England to be at the first NHRA Nationals. So he was here in 1955 at the race. That's pretty cool. Track officials are heading back to us, and we have entering that portion of the afternoon. Normally happens a different time, but the lanes are starting to shrink a little bit. We're getting some return customers to make more laps, but they're not exactly returning with the alarm that they normally do. Mike Finnegan going to be entering the tower here momentarily. We had the door locked to prevent such a thing, but we are going to allow him in. Here he goes.
Unfortunately, he made eye contact, and I couldn't deny it.
He's come inside the building. Mike Finnegan has been the Mike Wallace of Drag Week in the pits, getting to the heart of the story, interviewing drivers from this country and others.
Do you have news? Out of here. Oh, is it time? Really? Apparently, Finnegan's wife is going to pop.
Yeah. So, I don't know. Here's my radio.
All right.
I got a ride in 20 minutes. And
Congratulations.
Good luck, dude.
Have a good time.
thank you. Have fun. Sorry.
Awesome.
Sorry, nothing. Mike Finnegan going to be getting ready to be a dad for the second time, and run, baby, run. Nice. That's really cool.
That kid's name's going to be Drag Week.
That's what they got to name him.
Yeah, Drag Week Finnegan.
Drag Week Finnegan.
Yeah, just call him Week.
Do you think his kids are born with beards? Is that how that works? Kid just comes flying out, beard intact. Waco Davis and Jason Pipkin. Davis jumped the tree so early he will not get a reaction time or nothing. Pipkin was 143 early on the pro tree, and Pipkin shuts it off early. He's rolling slowly down the top end, and Doug Klein's like, let's just get this over with. Come on.
A familiar sight at Drag Week for many years. Larry Larson in his fire suit walking towards the line. He's going to have a look at it because he has... Larry built a chassis in this car right here, and I will say I cannot be trusted with a calculator. Do not hold me absolutely to this, but I believe it only takes a 690 from this car in order to edge ahead of Jeff Lutz at this point, and the car is certainly capable of that.
Yeah, this is one of those moments. We had one of these, this type of a moment a couple years ago down in Shreveport, Louisiana, where at the time it was actually the shoe was kind of on the other foot, with Jeff Lutz kind of sitting and watching Larry Larson make a run and kind of being the one that had the program in control at that point. I see Larry going to come back here and give Doug some advice. Whoa.
Whoa. He's whispering in his ear, Doug, don't run me over.
Yeah, please. I gave you one job, and that was to simply not run me over. So Doug is going to clear his head, step away. I think Larry was just looking at the exhaust. We saw all that soot come out of there, but you got to remember the guy drove this thing 300 miles at like idle. And so you do the burnout, you're going to blow a whole bunch of junk out of the exhaust pipes.
The Hot Rod staff has seen this car on the road completely by himself many days in a row now here. This thing is completely legit.
Doug Klein, can he punch down into the 6-second zone?
Going deep.
Well, the tree came down already.
Oh, I see.
He's going to back it out and reset it in there.
We'll reset the tree.
Okay, go.
So Klein is going to pre-stage it, get himself up, as far as get the motor up and get the turbo spooled up, bump it into the fully staged position, and then go. Okay, so now Klein inching the car in. Took a deep breath. Set himself up.
I am pumped for this.
See him settling. No. I'm wondering, something is not looking good or right for Klein here. He's going to shut the car off. Okay. Just as we were saying. going to go towards pre-stage.
I have a sense of deja vu.
Doug Klein, a master of the dramatic. Build to that crescendo. No, not once, not twice, not 3 times.
This being time trials rather than actual head-to-head competition.
I really don't know what's going on. I'm trying to kind of figure out in my head what could be happening inside the cockpit of that car. And I don't know if it's an issue of the thing not wanting to go up in the 2-step or something, but he's got to get out of the way. I mean, the time, the meter's kind of running here as far as the clock goes, so I'm not sure how long he's going to be able to be on the starting line. We're now down under an hour until we close the staging lanes. We want to see Doug get down there and make a solid pass. Just not sure what's going on inside the car. Looks like they're going to roll him back out of the way. So Matt Frost, we're going to get Matt Frost to back up in kind of a chain reaction deal here so we can get Doug safely moved out of the way. So now Doug Klein gingerly backing the car away from the starting line. I see Larry giving him the old Mon backer move there.
Well, that's a heart-in-the-throat moment once again, considering his position in the standings. We'll really look forward to see how that plays out.
He's stopping just past the, burnout box. So I assume he's going to be coming back to make a hit. I'm just going to try to get some information here, try to figure out exactly what that was. It was just odd. If there was something going on in the gauge-wise, if he staged it once, I figured it would have backed it out. But there was something going on, like especially the last time where the car just came through the tree. And here comes Matt Frost. Frost has been a consistent runner, if not a front runner, but certainly acquitting himself very well in his first drag week appearance, running in the unlimited category, and has a car that is running in the 7s on every lap. Now, that car did have a hood. Unfortunately, that hood made an exit at about 150 miles an hour yesterday, and it is no longer fit for human consumption, so it is not on the front of the car anymore. And this thing is virtually flawless, so the hood, of course, was scratched and stuff, and now he has a problem on the starting line. And suddenly that area of the world has become the Bermuda Triangle of drag racing up there. I don't know. He's actually taking his safety equipment off and everything. Joe Barry's thinking, does anybody have a chicken we can sacrifice? Some holy water? We got something we can get going up here? Voodoo doll? Nothing? We got nothing going on?
Go ahead and set up a used car lot here. Place looks like one.
We need to line out some parking spaces back here behind the starting line. We got any spray? And again, part of the deal here is we have these cars that make just gazillions of horsepower, and the reality is stuff breaks. I mean, it's weird to have stuff happening like that 2 in a row, but Joe Barry has just hung a thing of garlic around his neck. Well, Matt Frost, I mean, that thing is just, I mean, you see it with the hood off. The motor is cleaner than anything I own, any portion of any, physical object I own, not a car. My silverware at my house is not as clean as the engine in that thing, which you probably all figured that part out by now. Not that that's a surprise to anybody,
Newsflash.
But it's a fact.
All right, Joe Barry.
All right, Joe. We turn our lonely eyes to you. Joe's like, you know what? Maybe I'll go in the right lane.
Yeah, seriously.
We've told you the story a couple times, but this is a steel 1956 Chevrolet of the creamsicle-colored variety, and he has owned it since high school.
He's run a 718, a 717, and a 721 so far in drag week competition. Love to see this thing touch that 699 at 3,700 pounds with Joe in it.
I'd like to see like a 10, maybe a 12. So Joe Barry is coming back toward the starting line. And now his crewman's going to get him where he wants him in the middle of the lane. 2:42 right now, so we're looking at basically 45 minutes, a little bit more, 48 minutes or so, as Joe Barry heads closer to the starting line. So Doug Klein's car has disappeared from view. He is going backwards down the staging lanes, and that could be a fortuitous move for Lutz, but a heartbreaking one for Doug Klein, and Matt Frost is following in that direction.
It's not over till it's over. We've got 45 minutes. Larry Larson's involved, and you know he makes stuff happen at the last second. He's deeply involved with that car.
And so Joe Barry's crewman is making a wheelie bar adjustment here. And he is making a wheelie bar adjustment on a set of wheelie bars that are about a foot off the ground.
Maybe he's going for the show.
They're even. There's no doubt that they're even, but man, those things are up high. Get your cameras ready. Joe Barry. Go, baby, go. Joe Barry, 135 in the 8th mile. Looks like he's pedaling the car, though. He is on the brakes going through the shutdown area there. 8:29.3, 133 miles an hour. And it's the kid. This is Jeffrey Lutz coming up now. The original 57 Chevy that Jeff Lutz drove to prominence. This one is all steel. The car we saw Dad in, a virtual twin, an evil twin of this one, is a composite body.
Now what's interesting is they've been taking a little bit soft with this car, basically getting Jeffrey to finish a drag week in it for the entertainment value of having 2 black 57 Chevys on drag week. But with Joe Barry just having run that 8, there's a chance this thing could bump into the top 3. Oh no, because I think Mike Roy is going to be faster after laying down that 756.
Yeah, you're right.
You know, the drama continues across several classes in the hunt for the top 3 quickest cars of drag week.
Yeah,
it's not just the top cars at Unlimited, it's the top cars regardless of class.
And so the kid bumps it all the way in. A little bit of a miss out there, about 330. 126 in the 8th, and smokage up there at the top end for Jeffrey. 898.4, 123 miles an hour down the Doug Ray Chevrolet side of the course. And now here comes the pickup truck.
Have we seen Doug Ray?
We have not seen Doug Ray yet.
Doug Ray in the gorgeous 57 Buick Unlimited car.
Typically, Doug Ray has been making a run later in the day, so I think he's still maybe on his program. But this is Larry Larson, the truck that brought an incredible moment to Drag Week yesterday at Thunder Valley in Noble, Oklahoma, when this thing came in with mere minutes to spare, got in the staging lane with roughly a minute to spare, and as the whole place and the whole world was watching, staged up and had a malfunction in the driveline, was not able to make a full pass, basically ending their competitive week on Drag Week. They cannot win Unlimited, but what they can do is continue their quest for what the original Look at the burnout for Larson!
Look at that!
330 feet worth out there, smoking the tires, the smoke still rolling off the back of the thing.
He's here to put on a show.
Yeah, I guess so.
Punish some valve springs, man.
So the intention of these guys now is to take a record that is currently held by Andy Frost, which is the record of the world's quickest street legal vehicle in the quarter mile. Andy Frost went 6:40 with a 3. I believe the mile an hour was 2:39.
That is a big mile an hour.
That is a big mile an hour.
Wow.
Larson's truck has a Proline racing engine motor in it, wedge-style engine with twin 98mm turbos. Conservative estimates put this thing at 3,400 to 3,500 horsepower.
On alcohol.
On alcohol. They have run as quick as 670 this week. Can they go quicker than that now? Larry Larson finding that pre-stage beam in the truck. Spooling the turbos. And Larson Through the 8th mile at 171, Larry gonna lift down there, goes 692 with an 8 at 182 miles an hour. That thing was loosey-goosey. He was driving his backside off down there to keep a hang on that thing.
Were you going to mention a certain member
I was
of the
not.
male anatomy?
I was not going to do it. Larry Larson hung onto the truck. He wanted to walk left to right, but 171 in the 8th, goes 692 at 182 through the top end of the racetrack, and that was an exciting run. 182. It was 171 at the 8th. Tell him that. That's 171 at the 8th.
That might be the most aggressive burnout I've ever seen out of Larry, who's normally conservative, saving the thing, making sure he wins. Now that he's out of that contention, he is putting on a show.
Letting his mustache down and having some fun out there. Steve Marine coming back up in this beautiful black Willys. And Marine heading down the racetrack, 10-17 with an 8/128 miles an hour. As Nick Pluniak comes up. In the stretchy truck. The truck El Stretcho.
Do you have any intel on the frame on that thing?
Yeah. It's weird.
Okay.
I think they just added a bunch of straight channel to the middle of it is what I believe it is. I don't know if there's And Pluniak. How about 959, 154 miles an hour as the white Sterling Duramax powered rig comes up, and there goes our Mustang with the roof rack on it. They get their slicks and gas jugs and all the stuff on top of the car, and off they go into the hinterlands on their way to Tulsa. There's my man. I just introduced him, my man. Levi Lish.
You can't stand quite as close to Brian Loans when this thing comes to the line.
Nope. Don't want to brag, but you're right. Levi Lish from Idaho driving the truck. Raymond Bauer driving the 1966 Chevelle. The Chevelle bringing more to the table as far as the elapsed time capability here. With Lish rolling it down the right-hand lane, but the Chevelle clearly the class of the field in this pair. 10:37, 9, 140 as Lish goes 12:72, 7, 105 miles an hour.
With Glenn Hunter also providing some burnout entertainment, this is the number 2 car in Pro Street Power Adder. Pretty much an 850s car here. Running E85, blowing big block.
So 10 minutes remaining for sales of merchandise. 10 minutes remaining for merchandise sales. If you want a shirt, you got to go get it now.
You do not want to hold up that berth.
Yeah, that baby needs to get out of there, and it will not get out of there until you buy a t-shirt. Fact. Learned that in pre-med.
We are going to ask her to hold it until all t-shirts are gone. So in support of Mike Finnegan's new baby, we need you to go sell out on t-shirts. Okay, Red Wagon in the far lane. This one put on a show twice for us. It's advisable to have camera on the Red Wagon. I suspect they've tied the thing down by now. They probably unscraped the underside of the rear bumper a little bit. When Monty from NOS comes back up here, I've got to ask him, is the purge deal really more for show than anything else at this point? I mean, I understand air bubbles in the line and all that stuff, but I like it when you guys get up there and you see him running about 30 seconds worth of spray out the nozzle, reducing the bottle pressure. Of course, maybe that's
He's like,
sometimes
that's
what
where
they're
it's
doing.
all going. Wait a second.
Yeah. And they do have it tied down. Andy Reynolds. On a milk run.
Keith Harrison in the 55 Chevrolet. Going to be taking on the CTSV Wagoon. With a Corvette wheel in the back. I think does do good burnouts.
Apparently defeated the traction control on the Cadillac.
Well, you can actually shut it off on that one, yeah. Unlike a Subaru, apparently, huh? Greg Pecoraro is driving the Cadillac wagon, and as mentioned, Keith Harrison in the 55 Chevy. Harrison's still waiting on the taillight replacement, I see. Pecoraro, 475 reaction time, goes down 11:31.7, 118 with Harrison going 11:19.8 at 120 miles an hour. Dennis Taylor going to come back up for one more rip this afternoon.
Apparently not satisfied with the quickest ET in the history of the Gasser class. He's looking to put that record subterranean right now.
Let's drive it, grind him into dust. And we are 37 minutes. 37 minutes until it is time to close the program here in Great Bend. So Dennis Taylor goes 9:30 with a 0, 143 miles an hour, continuing to stomp on it.
Continuing.
Big time.
Yep. Oh, yeah, he ran a 0-second 60-foot time. He's not that good.
You didn't see that? Oh, that's what he did. It was a
Yeah.
0. He was 9/10 of a second quicker than a Nitro Funny car. Looked like it. Looked like it.
Yeah.
It's only 9/10 of a second, right? How much difference can that be? So Eric Yost will be coming up next. As we got John Ferrone back in the lanes. Looks like Tina's down in the lanes in the S10 pickup truck with the twin-turbo LS combination.
Eric Yost now moving to the top of Super Street Power Adder with the expiration of George Gallimore's motor. Apparently the expiration date hit on that end of that last pass, and it was like, call it! We're done!
Pull the plug.
So that
Shut her
moves
down.
Yost up to the top of the class. There's no shame in that. This is a battle of survival. He's surviving. Gallimore did not. And we would love to see Eric now bump into the 7s, which he has yet to do this week. The thing is running bottom 8s. In case you're wondering, yes, that is a vinyl wrap on that rusty Camaro. Not looking good for a $7.99 on that deal. $9.25 from Yost, obviously going to attempt to come back, run back into the lanes, which are going to shut down in about 34 minutes. Tina Pierce rolling up to the burnout box in the S10. Might recognize her name from Street Outlaws.
Well, trouble for the pickup truck of Mike Davis. He is rolling slowly past the 8th mile as Dino Cardella powers down 11:65 to 117 miles an hour. 33 minutes until the staging lanes are closed. 33 minutes until we close the staging lanes here at S.R.C.A. drag strip.
And the best we've seen from Tina Pierce in her twin-turbo LSX engine S10 is an 8:58. Excuse me, 8:48.
Oh, yeah. So Tina's truck pushes through the beam. She did not get the tree, so she should back up here. As John Ferrone will be coming back up in the Aussie Valiant Charger. I'm telling you, this left lane is like a house of horrors for these unlimited competitors. Look at another one. I mean, she's running unlimited, and yet another issue up here. It's very strange.
This is a black hole of success, just draining it all out of the event.
I don't know where to start there. I'm not sure. I really don't know what happened. I'm not sure why she didn't back up. If there was an issue that she has now 30 minutes to get back in the staging lanes to get some sort of an elapsed time to remain in the event.
Competitors in the pits, do not forget to hand in your ET slip. It's on the opposite side of the staging lanes from the pits. You'll see some hot rods parked there. You'll see some signs pointing you to go see the girls in the booth. Give them your timing slip. And once again, make sure it is not quicker than you are allowed to run based on your NHRA tech. And if you're in daily driver, make sure it is not quicker than 1080.
All right, so now it's John Ferrone's turn. John Ferrone's opportunity to break the spell of the left lane here. The Hex. The Gypsy Curse. The Kibosh. And now even the light bulbs are starting to act up on us. Somebody may have disturbed an Indian burial ground around here somewhere.
When was the last time you saw a Christmas tree fixed with a divining rod?
Only last weekend.
And some garlic and a silver cross.
John Ferrone. No more 860s for this guy. 141 in the 8th, and John goes 799 with a 6 at 177 miles an hour. 799, 6, 177 for that 4,200-pound Australian monster.
Think he's going to go back to the pits and change his transmission just for fun?
Just cuz.
Just for kicks.
Just for kicks.
All time's sake.
And now with exactly a half hour to go, no sign of any of our unlimited competitors.
Now, the interesting thing, of course, is neither Klein nor Barry has made it all the way down the track in any circumstance.
Well, at least Barry has a time slip.
Oh, he does. Did he run down track?
Yeah,
I missed
he has
that
a time
one.
slip. It was certainly not a world-beating run, but he at least has a time slip there. Doug Klein doesn't have anything right
At
now.
all, which means did he technically break the beam?
No, he didn't even get a reaction time.
No.
He might. Let me check. Hold on.
Yeah, we'll need to have a look at that.
Either way. Okay, so let's say you get a reaction time. It's 20 seconds. Either way, either he doesn't make a run or if he at least gets a reaction time, he gets to race in the program tomorrow and Saturday. If he didn't do that, then he's out.
Okay. All right, so we have confirmed that Doug Klein did break the beam, and by drag week rules, that means that he made it to this track, he broke the beam. If he does nothing else today, he will get a 20-second elapsed time, but he will remain in drag week competition. At that point, he won't be able to win. Just mathematically, it's not going to happen. However, he can race again at Tulsa tomorrow, and he can participate in the heads-up shootout on Saturday.
Kerry Watson and Tommy Fiedler. And Watson's big torque monster Buick off the starting line first to the 8th mile first to 1,000 feet first, and she's like, yeah, my car's faster than a new Corvette. 12:02 with the 110. Fiedler goes 12:21.2 at 115.
That car very likely the quickest Oldsmobile powered Oldsmobile on site.
We have not seen the turbocharged Chevy powered 442.
No, we have not.
Nice burnout by the pickup truck on the O'Reilly side and the Camaro on the Doug Ray Chevrolet side getting ready to rock and roll here with Dominic Zavacek. Zavacek's car is a manual transmission machine. He has not made a very clean pass today. The last one he let the clutch out, thing got kind of weirdo on him, and he clicked it off. There we go. Zavacek on a nice clean run now. 103 in the 8th. 10:44, 129 miles an hour as Andre Miller goes 11.90 with a 0 at 114.
Everyone here rolling down track now gets to say they raced at the site of the 55 Nationals. That's pretty cool.
That is very cool.
Thank you. Yes, the 60-foot light looks good, Hank.
Chevelle had a great reaction time, and everything just kind of went downhill from there. That's Chad Addison. And the car not exactly under power at this point, or not exactly accelerating, maybe just idling down the racetrack. Warren Whitmer, 11.81 to 114 miles an hour for Whitmer, and Addison goes through a 16.17.5 at 71. Jim Forbes and John Turpin.
Hard to believe that Jim Forbes' blown big block Nova running 1030s falls into a fairly distant 4th place spot in the gasser category. This category has grown up a lot over the past couple of years.
Everybody put on their daddy pants this year when they showed up because there was some quick stuff out there. So I get by the tower clock. Now, Lonnie Grimm keeps the official watch. This is the unofficial tower clock, but I have 25 minutes of time left on our tower clock. Lonnie Grimm's watch may vary by a minute or two, but
at that point, we padlock the back of the lanes, and anybody who's in lanes can run, but when we call you, you got to get the thing down the track within 5 minutes.
Got to do it. There goes Brad Barkley leaving the property in that blown Datsun, his trailer behind him.
That guy's fighting to finish. He had a tough year a couple years ago, but I think he's going to make it this time in that red 240Z with a massive blower on it. Here comes Alex Taylor again, making laps in that thing.
150-mile-an-hour pass last time she went down the racetrack. I don't know if that car had gone 150 yet. Certainly did last time. My goal for the ride this afternoon and this evening to Tulsa is not to grab onto any poisonous plants. Did that last night. Had some crazy rash.
You never know where that's going to go.
Oh, I do. I'm living that nightmare right now.
Up.
Forbes is off the throttle. Turpin under power goes 991.8, 139, and Jim is going to idle it through 13 flat with a 4 at 71.
Blower belt?
I don't know. Jim is a knock on wood. I don't know if I've ever seen Jim have an engine problem before out here doing this stuff.
It's true. I mean, he drove that blown 55 Chevy with that supercharger on it all the way out to drag week from Arizona several times. The question had been, do most of the racers actually trailer their cars to the beginning of drag week? And yeah, they do, which only makes sense because you've seen how this thing is guaranteed to just chew up parts like a sausage grinder, spit them out the other end, and then pretty much you spread the sausage out and burn it.
Yeah, the car may be broken, but your hopes and dreams will be completely shattered by the time you're done with drag week. So always good to know that you have a reliable late model ride to drag you back home again.
What do we have going on right now? I think what it is 23 minutes left till we close lanes. We got a lot of cars in the lanes. There's going to be some action coming at you for sure for the next half hour to 45 minutes.
And also, congratulations to Mike Finnegan, who is going to be leaving the building shortly to receive thing number 2.
Thing number 2.
Thing number 2 to the family.
It is a dude.
It is a dude.
He didn't want to know, but his wife wanted to know, and so they went ahead and scanned that puppy, and sure enough, stuff was hanging off of it that said boy.
As a guy with 2 sons, congratulations, because his other dude is a dude, right?
His other dude is a dude as well, Noah.
TJ Lee and Jeff Dugopolsky. Dugopolsky is in. He's deep staged. Dugopolsky is going to be a big factor in this bracket race. He has been the one guy that from the first day has honed in his staging and launching procedure on the Pro Tree. Dugopolsky goes 11.67, 3.115. TJ Lee 11.30 with a 5 at 120 miles an hour. Now, Jeff will be one of the slower cars in the bracket race, so he will be one of the guys being chased most of the time. You know, a lot of guys like to be the chaser instead of the chasee, but Jeff has been, amongst our daily driver competitors, his reaction times have been significantly better than everybody else.
Is he not a 2-time winner?
He is.
Right.
And he's an experienced bracket racer, but he's actually really taken the time to try to hit the tree on every lap.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Now that we have run the Pro Tree on this thing, I'm not exactly popular for making the call that we were going to run a Pro Tree in the bracket race when it's consistently been a sportsman tree, but hey.
What was the movie with Robert Redford? Jeremy Johnson. You never seen that one? It's a great mountaineer movie.
I have not seen it.
Kill his family. He goes in like a vengeance thing. It takes him out. Oh, it's a good movie.
I usually don't watch those Johnson movies.
Come on, man. Come on, man. John Dodson and Christopher. That was like an Academy Award-winning film. John Dodson goes down the Doug Ray Chevrolet lane, 941.6, 138. Christopher Roberts, 1222.4 at 116 miles an hour. Nova and Barracuda. Barracuda, you know what? I mentioned Barracuda. No sign of the Marlin today.
No Marlin.
The Marlin has not showed up.
The AMC Rambler Marlin finally gutted.
It was gutted. It is maybe sleeping with the fishes. The Barracuda may have attacked it last night in its sleep. Who knows?
Oh, maybe he's got it at home. He's going to mount it up on the wall.
I hope so. Shellac it and mount it. Travis Cannon. Man, that thing really starting to smoke a lot past the 8th mile. Cannon's car, a whole bunch of smoke at the finish line. 10:35, 9:132. As Dustin Haas, 12:68, 3.105 miles an hour. The Doug Ray Chevrolet lane. As we are now down to 19 minutes. 19 minutes until we close the staging lanes. 19 minutes.
Drag Week could really open a side business of mosquito clearing because I haven't seen so much smoke coming out of cars unless I set one on fire.
Mark Covey and Harold Braun. Covey chopped the exhaust system off this car, trying to save a couple. It's just some weight, free up maybe a little horsepower. 10:59, 5.124 is Harold Braun. 12:52.9, 103. If you ask why did he just unbolt it, well, the whole length of the thing was welded, and they couldn't get it over the axle tube, so they decided to just lop it off.
And what did the Buick run?
10:59.5 at 124.
Oh, that is an improvement for him.
Nice.
Dude, he's been running in the 1070s.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that might shake up Super Street Big Block Naturally Aspirated. Looking forward to seeing the numbers, which you can do on hotrod.com. We post the results every night on hotrod.com.
Walter Herr and Billy Gebhardt. Herr is in the wheel-standing Camaro. Gebhardt over in the Valiant. Oh, he tied the Camaro down. Pulled a big wheelie earlier. Definitely tied the car way down as Walter Herr. And Herr goes down 981.9, 143 as Gebhardt goes 1091.6 at 122 miles an hour. Don't normally see Bill make this many runs, but he has been trying to get that car to hook up and leave for him. The Mustang convertible, the 4,000-pound hunk of iron out here in the Doug Ray Chevrolet lane with a big Dugan's Racing engines, 500-plus cubic inch Ford big block, immensely powerful car for Bill Fowler. Just having big trouble getting it hooked up today.
Oh, finally he's laying something down, a 1:57 short time.
Rolled into the throttle instead of just mashing it straight down, and Fowler goes 986.5, 140 miles an hour.
Strikes me as a NA pass. Not sure he's got the spray
Yeah,
on
I think you're right. I think that was a straight-up no-bottle pass.
The stroke on that thing, the piston speed must be measured in basically light speed. I mean, can't imagine winging that thing up around $7,000.
Parsecs? We're going to measure that in parsecs? Is that what we're doing?
Parsecs?
Yeah, isn't that from Star Wars or something?
I don't know.
Isn't it a parsec? Is that a unit of measure?
It's a tribble. That's all I know.
Oh, a tribble.
Tribble. That's all I know. Oh, I see Doug Klein back there in the lane.
Oh, really? Okay,
Yes.
that's big time.
You should have seen Brian's head absolutely snap.
It did.
I actually broke him away from texting on his phone
I'm
for
not
that.
texting. I'm going to get the definition of a parsec.
Oh, he's looking up parsec.
Jerk face.
No one likes you.
Breaking news. No one likes you.
Newsflash.
Local man ruins everything. Film at 11. Waco Davis and Rachel Gebhardt. So the big Chevrolet and the big Plymouth lined up side by each.
A parsec is in fact a unit of length and not speed.
Yeah, but you can get speed by length.
Speed is length over time.
Exactly.
Miles per hour, it's a concept.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
So it's a parsec
Yeah,
over a millisecond. Yeah. How long is a metric second? I think a metric second's about what that wagon's about to run.
908, 146.
I am in complete support of the volume of station wagons here at Drag Week this year, especially Nomad Guy. He was camping in the back of that thing. Way to do a low buck Drag Week.
Hardcore. Here comes Tina. And Tina had an issue last time. Did not even really stage the thing to take the tree. Just kind of motored it down the racetrack.
While she's entering the Bermuda Triangle, let's take a moment and once again thank Pep Boys Speed Shops for bringing you this video, which will live on YouTube forever and ever for future generations.
Tina Pierce on a nice clean lap, 133 in the 8th mile, and her pickup truck goes 837.7, 164 miles an hour.
Her biggest mile an hour and lowest ET of the week. And Doug Klein once again coming into the burnout box.
Potentially the last opportunity Klein will have to get down the racetrack today. Only 14 minutes remaining on the tower clock for competitors to be in the staging lanes. By the time he runs this thing, pulls the parachutes out and gets it turned around, that may run out. Klein came up earlier to make a pass, and it was not exactly a textbook moment for him. A whole bunch of stuff was going on up here. He completes his burnout. Nice clean burnout, well past 60 feet. Going to get the old reverser engaged and come back up here to the starting line.
Interestingly, this time he's only got one guy out here lining him up.
And Lutz's car is still sitting in the pits. I'm looking down there between the stacker and the toter home down there, and I still see, I believe that is the Evil Twin car sitting there in that position.
The relevance of this pass, of course, is that this car is currently holding the #2 spot overall in Drag Week. And And he's got a 690 average. He needs to run 690 right now in order to bump into that #1 spot just by 100th of a second.
Now Klein going to sit there, take his time, build the boost. Oh, Doug Klein is looking good. Here we go to the 8th mile at 168. Doug Klein goes,
a 10th shy.
Wow, 7 flat with a 7 at 209. 7.007 seconds, 209 miles an hour.
You know, here's where strategy comes into play, because normally in the #2 spot with that number, you might consider making a lap back here, getting in line, trying to improve your number. But if he survived that pass, if he hasn't hurt the engine, he is going to be smart to pack it up and get on the road, because you still do not know what's going to go on at Tulsa tomorrow. He might not have any intel on what's going on in Lutz's pit over here. But as we stand right now, we're still looking at Lutz #1, and Klein, who just went down the track, is in the #2 spot.
Why don't you get on your old Google machine there and tell us what the differential is now if they stand on those two numbers?
My phone's dead.
We got a abacus here somewhere.
Break out the slide rule. I can handle it.
Slide ruler.
Do you have a calculator?
I got one. My Google machine is not broken.
Thank you. This is what I need. We are going to calculate the numbers right now. What was that? 700 with a 7.
Yep. So down to basically 11 or 12 minutes at this point. Lonnie Grimm will give me the final bell, if you will, when we shut this thing down. Doug Klein could conceivably drive that thing right around back into the staging lanes and start to pack his parachutes, or he could just pack up his stuff and stand on his elapsed time. David's running some numbers right now to find out where that puts him. As Joel Nystrom and John Gatliff head down the racetrack, and Gatliff goes 13:06.61.12, with Joel Nystrom going 13:85.4 at 95 in the Cutlass, or in the 442. And the nitrous being purged for Chris Edding, or out of Chris Edding's 68 Chevy Camaro. Greg Pecoraro in the wagon, unless something goes sideways for Edding, will not be the first guy to the finish line in this pairing. Wow. They had the nitrous on a timer. You could clearly see what it hit because it busted the tires loose. Edding pedals it. Still manages to go 9:51, 9:135 with Pecoraro going 11:72.8 at 108. And you had, David has his accountant shade on, that green accountant shade on. What have you discovered?
If my third grade math is to be trusted, I have some incredible news here. We're looking at the first and second spot in the unlimited class. Jeff Lutz currently holds 6.947 here after his pass in Great Bend. Klein just ran 6.932. Calculating that out, 1/1500ths of a second between those two cars over 4 days of drag racing. We are down to 1/1500ths of a second. That is 0.015.
So this is Klein.
Yeah.
So he's the lead.
Shane McClellan and Raymond Bauer head down the racetrack. McClellan, they call it the Crusty Nova, and there will not be any crust growing out in this lap. He goes straight down, yanks the laundry up, goes 866, 161 miles an hour. That's the typical lap, or rather the expected elapsed time area for that Nova. 10:16.6, 140 for Ray Bauer. Dennis Taylor coming up, went down to 9:30 last time. Can he go quicker than to the 20s now in the Ranchero? Matt Frost has come back into the staging lane. Whoa, big time tire spin for Lynette Jakuski off the start line of her Camaro as Dennis Taylor streaking down the right side of the drag strip. He goes 9:31 with an 142 miles per hour. Jankowski left so early she will not receive an elapsed time, mile an hour, or a reaction time. Here comes Alex Taylor now, Dennis's daughter, in the Hugger Orange Twin Turbo Camaro, lining up next to Keith Harrison in the Gasser. So David has verified his numbers, and as it stands right now, Doug Klein leads by 100th and a half.
That's right. When I had done my previous calculation stating a 690 out of Klein to get ahead, I had only gone out to the second digit, not all the way out to the third and fourth, which we do count here at Drag Week. So adding up the precise numbers that we've got from Lutz and Klein here at Great Bend, we officially have Klein leading by 0.15 of a second.
Unbelievable.
Actually, I say officially, it will not be official until it comes directly from Tanya Turk in the results tonight. But my calculations here, that's what this is telling me.
And I
we'll want to look at the official results tonight.
And I do not see the 57 Chevrolet sitting where it was moments ago, so either they're loading it on. Yeah, there he is.
Evil Twin coming back, Joe Barry coming back.
Joe Barry's coming down through the end of the staging lanes down there.
7 minutes to go.
And yes, there he is right there. Now Lutz is in the staging lanes. I was looking between the trailers, didn't see it. Now I see him sitting in the staging lanes down there. And we are inside of 10 minutes. And once again, it turns into this prize fight happening in the last 10 or 15 minutes of the day.
Every single day.
Man.
It used to come to the last day, and now Drag Week, every day is a nail biter.
Oh, nail biter for John Ferrone
Yeah.
there. He fed it a bunch of power last time, and he fed it a little bit more this time, and it was enough to break the tires loose before he got to 60 feet. So Matt Frost was one of our racers that came up stage and then backed out. And it will be Frost from Colorado heading down the racetrack in the Chevy 2. Frost wastes no time. Gets right up on the chip, builds the boost, and he is, rattled the tires. You can feel it. That thing shook the tires. You can feel it up here. Can only imagine how violent it was in the go. Oh, Frost has got pieces flying off the thing. Whatever it was just flew all the way over the retaining wall. It was pretty shiny. I don't know if it was part of the intake tube or whatever it was, but 166 mile an hour shot there from Matt Frost, 8:15.5 with stuff.
Apparently there's an issue in Denver where they've got no concept how to attach window trim.
Don't you?
Evil Twin. Now, I did verify my math. As of this second, Doug Klein is leading Drag Week by 0.015 of a second on a 4-day average. However, Lutz ran a 7.374 earlier in the day, so any kind of improvement from that number, I'm thinking, is going to put him back on top. But again, we're battling for hundreds and thousands of a second over multiple days of drag racing on different surfaces, different weather. Stunned by this deal.
We're inside of 5 minutes. And racer Sean Abner, who races a C5 Corvette, is looking for a truck and trailer to get him back to Tulsa. Sean Abner races a C5 Corvette. He's looking for a truck and trailer to help him back to Tulsa. If you know anybody, if you got one yourself and you're headed that way, Sean Abner is looking for a truck and trailer to help him get back, and he's got a C5 silver Corvette.
Ratchet strap that thing to the top of Gallimore's car and get it done.
Jeff Lutz trying desperately to put some real estate between himself and Doug Klein. And it started to wad the tire up. He pedaled it. He's on the throttle. It's smoking. He goes 703 with a 0 at 202 miles an hour.
And that will put him back on top. I need to check the math on it, of course. But that's my estimation. You've seen my math so far. It's a little sketchy.
703.0, 202. And again, it's 60 quicker than it has been in the last couple days by 0.02 of a second. But it started to square the tire up just after 60 feet. You heard him pedal it. And then that telltale smoke down there at the top end of the course. As Joe Barry prepares himself. And John Ferrone comes back into the lanes. Will we see the S10 pickup truck again today? Will we see Doug Klein again today? Either of those things to happen, they have basically 2.5 minutes to get to the staging lanes. And look who's making the left-hand turn into the lanes. Doug Klein And the orange Camaro is heading this way. Is he going to turn into the pits, or is he going to keep it straight ahead into the lanes? Oh, he's coming with authority. Oh, yeah, Doug Klein's bringing it back into the staging lanes. He's going to give it one more go this afternoon. Yeah.
Okay, once again, I've rolled some junior high math. As it stands now, we're looking at Lutz just averaged up to, back in the sixes, a 6.861. Klein sitting at the 6.932. So our difference now is 0.071 on average.
So we are down to a spread of 71 thousandths between two guys, 4 days, and nearly 1,000 miles of driving. Klein's guy is going to pack the parachute. I say Klein's guys. Looks like he's got Larry down there helping out. And going to pack the chutes down there in the staging lanes. And Doug, I believe, will be one of the last cars we see go down this racetrack this afternoon. And we're now at, by the tower clock, we are now at 1 minute. Again, I will await the official text from Lonnie Grimm.
Here comes Joe Barry.
But if you're in the staging lanes, you will run. Well, look at this cool, what was that, a crop duster plane over there? Check that thing out.
Okay, Joe Barry's on the line, and you're caring about the crop duster.
It's yellow. It's a shiny thing. It's a shiny yellow thing. It flew by. I looked at it.
Oh, look, a squirrel.
Yeah, exactly. So, which piece you think's going?
I don't know.
I think lower rear window.
But we're taking a pool here in the tower about which piece of trim will fall off.
When Joe's on a good pass, the trim starts to fly off the car. So we're hoping he gets on a good pass, and I'm going to go lower rear window.
I suggested that they just pop that thing off and set it on the wing so you drop it on the starting line, save us a little time. You know you're fast when you're driving out from under your own window trim.
He may have little, those little, you know, they have those little explosive charges on like the NASA rockets to blow the different stages away. That may be a program he has. He hits those little charges and shoots that trim off there.
Check the data log later.
Yes.
Where'd we lose the trim? Oh, you dropped it at 8th mile.
Smooths out the arrow a little
you
bit.
got to hang on a little bit to that, Joe.
If there's been one demon Joe Barry has fought more than anybody, and more consistently than anything else, it has been tire shake. But this week, it has not been his enemy so much. We have not seen it shake the tires nearly as much as we had seen it in years past. That could be a function of moving away from that clutch-style setup with the Lenko behind it and moving toward the torque converter in the Turbo 400.
Perhaps the key is the seemingly 7-inch clearance from the wheelie bar to the ground. You looking at that?
Yeah, I mean, that was when the Chroma was setting the wheelie bar height. I thought to myself, I honestly thought they might not have unpinned him. They're very high up, but he did not lift the front end of the car very much on his last hit, so it didn't really come up and hit the bars. The danger, if there is one, I guess, you come up, that nose comes up so high and hits so hard it unloads the rear tires. But we'll see what happens here. Yeah, buddy, Joe Barry. The thing was going so fast when it landed, it smoked the front tires. It tried to catch up to speed. 7:14 with a 4 at 200 on the nose for Joe Barry in the 56 Chevy.
And that will be his best pass of the week. Biggest mile an hour, lowest ET.
Awesome job. Great piece of driving there by Joe Barry. If you looked at that front wheel, it launched, and it carried it so far, and the car was going so fast, it puffed smoke when it landed and caught back up with the rest of the thing.
The crop duster might also be capable of that. I'm not sure.
I don't know. On a dive, yeah, it's probably go 200 like on a steep dive.
No, when it touches down, it smokes the tires.
The staging lanes are closed. Staging lanes are closed as Mike Roy heads for the open road. You see that big Monte Carlo pulling out of the facility, and Doug Klein got the hood off the car. Hey, Doug, you got time, man. You don't have to run. You got time. You're in the lanes.
Quite a few cars still in lanes.
Quite a few cars to run ahead of you.
I just like to keep it calm, keep it safe.
And we begin to run through our, what do we get, about 1, 2, yeah, maybe a 15 pair of cars on one side of the staging lanes and one mighty orange one on the other. Here comes John Ferrone.
Oh, please keep the oil in the tank.
Right on the knife's edge of traction there for John Ferrone. And Ferrone goes 792 with a 5 at 178. Mike Davis came out of the hole very hard, but the truck laid over on him. And the Firebird, 117 the 8th mile, 9:39 to 145 miles an hour down the right side of the racetrack. 15:55.3 at just 71 for Mike Davis after that truck literally came tearing out of the hole.
All these guys sitting on the line spooling their turbo for 20 minutes before they launch. I'm really looking forward to whether they will or won't sign up for the heads-up shootout Saturday in Tulsa. Because that reaction time is going to be same day while the other guys in the lights.
The reality is that, those guys have. Well, let's go down here as we watch Greg Maiden head down the racetrack. Maiden and Troy Clearhout. Clearhout going to get there first, 11:04.0123 as Maiden goes 9:39.1153. Under normal circumstances, like at that race, if you're the turbo guy, you jump into pre-stage first, get right up on your deal, and sit there as the other guy goes through his routine. And when your opponent stages, you have 7 seconds to get in.
I was about to say one word: auto start.
Yeah.
A lot of these guys are taking longer than 7 seconds to get their act together.
Oh, sure, absolutely. And as is usually the case, a crowd is formed around that final unlimited machine in the staging lanes, and that is Doug Klein's Camaro as the chutes have been packed. Heads down the Doug Ray Chevrolet lane in his nice-looking 66 Chevelle, with Waco Davis going 10.99.3 at 122. Dugopolsky goes 11.58.2 at 115 miles per hour. Chad Addison and Warren Whitmer. Addison, good drag race, going to get first 11:42.7, 116, as Whitmer goes 11:71.8 at 114.
My prophetic powers of observation have made me realize something.
Yeah?
Doug Klein, he rolled that 7.0, and I suggested that the smart thing to do might be to hit the road, but that's a 7. I bet he is looking to be only the second car to have rolled an all 6-second drag week, and probably more importantly to Larry Larson, who built that car, and to Klein, the first all steel body induction car to run all 6s at drag week.
That is an excellent point. That is actually a point that I had not thought about yet, but you're right. 12:50 with a 7, 109 as Kerry Watson goes 12:32 with a 1 at 108.
That is definitely what's going on down there.
Greg Pecoraro and John Gatliff come to the starting line. Gatliff in that grabber blue Mustang and Pecoraro in the Cadillac.
Man, that thing runs hard.
And Pecoraro heads down the racetrack 11:85.7 at 110 miles an hour.
Meanwhile, there we go. Reaction time,
19.4 seconds.
That's a record.
That is a record. You're actually pronounced legally dead after 15 seconds, so I'm not sure how he was able to do that. 12:35.8, 113 miles an hour for Gatliff.
Yes, I was busy. Go ahead.
I'm thinking the all 6-second steel car claim is worth the risk of throwing rods on the track here. I want to see it.
There shall be no rods thrown today.
They said that as soon as these two leave the line,
They start the clock. So as soon as this pair of cars leaves the starting line, Doug Klein goes on the 5-minute clock.
Looking like he will be the last one down track as that other blue Camaro is pushing back.
.11:31 Ford, 121 miles an hour as Lynette Jankuski goes 11:92.9 at 1:15. And now we wait.
Now the clock is ticking, as it has been many times here at Drag Week. Yesterday it was about a 20-minute panic attack. Right now we're down to 5.
Down to
Lonnie
5.
Grimm. Lonnie Grimm on the clock down there.
So we're looking out the window here, and it is the assembled masses huddled around the Camaro. Yeah, and you raise an excellent point. That would be something else to be the first steel-bodied production car.
With an all 6-second
drag week.
Because as you know, Tom Bailey did it last year with a composite body in a 69 Camaro. Imagine the level of smack talk that will come from everyone but Doug Klein and Larry Larson, because they're too nice of guys.
Yeah.
When an all-steel 69 Camaro makes an all 6-second run.
Total bonfire. Internet bonfire.
Oh, yeah, completely.
And the hood's going on. And Doug is suiting up.
Every day at Drag Week we get into this.
Yeah, there's no way you can script this stuff. It is just unbelievable. As Klein is throwing his arms through the fire suit and zipping himself up. I'm sure he is going to climb in that thing. Now, purely from an observational standpoint, first run came up, bunch of guys with him, all kinds of weirdness. Second run comes up, it's him, the car, and one dude.
Yep.
I'm guessing that it's going to be the old him, the car, and the one dude scenario up here.
I'd go that way. It's him, the car, and one dude when they're out on the highway for sure.
Yep. Lonnie says 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Wow.
Lonnie has a safety orange cell phone down there, so if you're ever to drop that, don't stare at it directly. It will ruin your retinas.
I wonder if Doug Klein ever realized that it was going to be an iPhone that determined his fate. Or worse yet, that might actually be an Android. Imagine that horror.
Within 5 years, the iPhones will be controlling the Earth anyway, so this is just a precursor to what we're looking at.
It's true. Guys are already plugging their iPhones into their cars and having guys on other continents tune their fuel injection. So we might as well just have 3 minutes on Lonnie's iPhone, make or break the week.
So I see Larry kind of leaning into the passenger door there. I actually see like 90 people leaning in. Is there beer in there? Is that whatever? Does he have a cooler, a couple of brewskis in the back? Everyone going, hey, get these out of here. These things are heavy. Hurry.
This would be a TV show if there was actually shows on TV that were real.
Non-horrendous?
Yeah, if there were reality shows on TV, this would be one.
This would be one.
Right. It's a good thing I'm a lousy racer because I could not handle the pack of fans all
and
around.
Lonnie is Lonnie throwing us the deuce?
He's throwing us the 1 minute.
1 minute, guys. You got 1 minute to fire that thing and roll it.
1 minute. We're not quite picking it up. Text it up here if you've got the time. Text it up here to Brian. Yeah, the sign language is falling down. Communication is falling apart at Drag Week. Man, I want to see this happen.
Well, here comes Doug Klein and about 600 of his closest friends in lockstep behind the race car.
All right. I'm feeling good about it. Push faster.
It's a guy in a cell phone making a call, pushing the car.
My heart is literally beating faster right now.
And they come across the ready line. Parachutes are packed. Eric Yost, Larry Larson, Chad down there. Got a guy with about 9 miles of wire in his hand. I don't even know what he's doing down there. Guys, just in case they're going to rewire the car, he's got a harness.
Now,
Larry Larson and Doug Klein are great friends, and that explains why Larry's down there helping a competitor in his class. And I'll be honest with you, even if Larry wasn't great friends, he's a great racer and a guy who understands this sport.
And
It's
Lonnie
fired.
gives the thumbs up. Doug Klein will make his pass. What's he down to? How many seconds, Lonnie?
It's lit.
Wanting these guys to take it safe. Larry's got his cry tissue with him.
Just in case.
Man, the personalities, the cars, the drama involved in this, just unmatched.
All right. Klein's ready to go. Sets himself back in the seat. You know, the reality is right now for Doug Klein, no downside to what's happening right now. He goes out and shakes the tires and shuts it off, so what? At least giving himself one more opportunity here. A rare chance at drag week to kind of put everybody else in a place that they can't touch you at least for the rest of the day. Now he's going to go back and put it in first gear, I think.
This moment makes or breaks the all-steel car blasting all 6-second runs.
It really does. Yeah, this is a kind of a defining moment for the week, and certainly a defining moment for the contingent that is hell-bent on the all-steel car rule. That's more like it. And Doug Klein, a tire frying burnout across the starting line.
Running far cleaner than it did the first time he came out here.
Yeah, there was no major soot launch out of the exhaust there. He gets the car in reverse, comes back towards the starting line.
Sounding crisper.
So Klein brings it back, setting in the middle of the groove there as crewman takes a quick peek under the car. All is good. And everybody steps away. In one of those great moments at the drag strip when the only guy who's in control of what happens next is Doug Klein. And all of us just get to sit back and watch the result of his preparation and hard work this afternoon. Waited till later in the day to run. Made it down the racetrack.
Adrenaline, dude.
Total freak out adrenaline. Klein's going to sit there. He's going to bring it up on the chip. He's have to get the boost built. Here he comes, ready? Come on, come on. And Doug Klein, 119 to 60. 458 to the 8th mile, and Klein goes 689 with a 2 at 211 miles an hour. Wow! 689 with a 211, and he finishes with a flurry. Wow, you couldn't script that. A 15-second reaction time followed by a 6-second lap. Wow.
Going into Tulsa tomorrow
Wow.
is going to be just the best.
Holy Christmas. 689 to 211.
Man.
Wow.
We're going on a replay of that run. Man, that's awesome.
Doug Klein is going to lose his mind when he gets the time slip. It's his best run of the week. It is in many respects. So now all that stands between Doug Klein and drag week immortality is about 300 miles and another sub-7-second trip down the drag strip tomorrow in Tulsa.
What could be easier?
Yeah, it's all it takes.
All it takes.
That's it. Well, I'll tell you what. You said it before, but if you were gonna write an ending to this thing, if you're gonna write an ending for a day of this thing, you'd pick one of the two scenarios. No way anybody could have predicted the way these last 2 days would have come down to it. Very last pass of the very last day, and we see both ends of the emotional spectrum. We see one guy, they come up and they put everything they got in the starting line, and then it doesn't do what they want it to do. We see another guy come up, physically have to collect himself, starts to do a burnout in second gear, gets the thing back, gets to the starting line, a 15-second reaction time. All of us are ready to come out on the racetrack and go, come on, man.
Exactly. Knock on the window, dude.
And then off he goes. Picture perfect, 689. And Doug Klein comes into Tulsa with the only steel car in contention in the lead.
Well, the only steel car in contention for an all 6-second drag week.
Yeah.
And the brag power on that is just unmatched right now. And the things that this proves in both directions of the whole fiberglass car argument is just unbelievable. And we haven't even... dude, mind blown.
Yeah.
I don't even know where to go.
Yeah.
I feel like my throat like throbbing right here from the, dude. I love this.
All right.
All right, we got to roll into Tulsa tomorrow. We're going to start at 2:30 for everybody out there in the audience, and you want to be there. And we will be back with the live feed, so you can check that out at home if you don't happen to be able to make it. This is going to be, again, as usual, the greatest drag week ever. Thank you, Pep Boy Speed Shop, for sponsoring this live feed so people can watch this all over the world. Gear Vendors, Rocket Brand, NOS, QA1, MSD, everybody that supports and makes this happen.
If you didn't think it'd get any better, we didn't think it'd get any better after yesterday. It did, and that tomorrow's the end. You cannot miss tomorrow, starting at 2:30 from Tulsa. My name is Brian Loans. That's David Freiberg. On behalf of the video crew, everybody at Hot Rod Magazine, the staff here at the Drag Strip, and everybody that showed up today, thank you. And we'll be back tomorrow afternoon. Be here or be somewhere else.
Bam!